Chapter 23 Human Divinity, F. Scott Fitzgerald, James Agee, and the Son of God. For many of Mumford's generation, the sacredness of life was a bitterly discredited illusion. After a century of shocks to Victorian culture, the savagery of World War I administered the coup de grâce both to Christianity and to the modern piety of endless progress. As Amory Blaine concludes in F. Scott Fitzgerald's This Side of Paradise, 1920, many educated Americans had grown up to find all gods dead and all faiths in men shaken. Yet, Fitzgerald hinted that not all gods were dead and that not all faiths in men had been shaken. The new generation, Amory remarks, is dedicated more than the last to the fear of poverty and the worship of success. Mammon was a fetching surrogate for moribund divinity and secular enlightenment, and yet something of the old ideals persisted and remained doggedly venerable. Declaring that there is no God in his heart, Amory nonetheless acknowledges the existence of a deposit on his soul, a love of life, and the faint stirring of old ambitions and unrealized dreams, perhaps those mistakes and half-forgotten dreams of dead statesmen and poets on which the new generation is being fed romantically. Despite his own disillusion and regret, Amory vows to struggle in the face of gilded meaninglessness, opening his arms to the crystalline radiant sky. He asserts that he knows himself, but that is all. This blend of melancholy and defiance in the wake of modernity's broken promises became common and even fashionable in literary and intellectual circles before the Depression. It pervaded a volume such as Joseph Wood Crutch's The Modern Temper, 1929, a minor masterpiece in the annals of despair. Veering between erudite commentary and flippant cynicism, Crutch's book elegantly captured a sense that the disenchantment of the world had produced its own brands of credulity and fraudulence. Confidently assuming that science had rendered religion obsolescent, Crutch proceeded to demolish the secular substitutes for traditional belief. Technological progress, revolutionary politics, liberation from totems and taboos, the new shibboleths now lay in a rubble of anime. Reduced in status from the image of God to a product of indifferent natural processes, humanity could no longer identify its ideals with the larger design of the cosmos. The once vigorous materialism that had vanquished theological phantoms now sanctioned a vegetative existence given over to pointless, enervating acquisition. We have settled into a kind of bourgeois security, and bourgeois security has its own dull comforts, Crutch sneered, at himself as much as at other Americans. Though dismissive of those weak and uninstructed intelligences that still found succor in religion, Crutch conceded that even with all its advances, modern life is not 1/10 so luminous as it was to those who felt themselves playing an important role in a cosmic struggle. Still, Crutch urged his fellow moderns to continue the quest for the knowledge that enervates hope. This genteel, ostentatious gloom was no longer acceptable a decade later, as the Depression made ennui not only intellectually retrograde, but politically unfashionable. Crutch's aversion to idealism was anathema to writers facing breadlines, striking workers, dispossessed farmers, and a resurgent radical left. Anyone eager to mend what James Agee called the vast and appallingly damaged group of human beings could not afford to think that life is meaningless. If they did not believe that the struggle was cosmic, its terrestrial import was vivid and significant enough to arouse their energies. Indeed, as Agee's Let Us Now Praise Famous Men, 1941, demonstrated, what was up to that time the most serious crisis in the history of capitalism could occasion not only the renewal of political engagement, but also a return to the metaphysical and religious questions Crutch had considered surpassed. More than an account of social conditions among Southern tenant farmers, his book, Agee wrote unabashedly, was an independent inquiry into certain normal predicaments of human divinity. Set at the poles of American society, two books illuminate both the passage from despair to commitment and the persistence of sacramental hope. Fitzgerald's The Great Gatsby, 1925, his American Vanity Fair on Long Island, and Agee's Let Us Now Praise Famous Men, his metaphysical reverie on the lives of white sharecroppers in Alabama. Chronicling the extremes of wealth and poverty, Fitzgerald and Agee also traced the affinity of idolatry and desecration in capitalist culture. Both books are inquiries into the vicissitudes of men and women cast in terms of human divinity. J. Gatsby's duplicitous and lethal self-fashioning into a phony Son of God, and modern bondservants revealed as the likenesses of God in conditions of appalling irreverence. The Great Gatsby has been read by at least 4 generations of readers as a meditation on the American dream, the allure and ultimate emptiness of a life devoted to the pursuit of success, the green light of ambition as intense as the one at the end of Daisy Buchanan's dock. Like many a poor and ingenious youth, Jimmy Gatz wants everything the world can offer, transforming himself into J. Gatsby through will, deceit, and what the narrator Nick Carraway calls an extraordinary gift for hope. The most flamboyant hero in American literature acquires everything but love. Rejected by Daisy, Gatsby and the green light fade, snuffed out in the end by another poor man whose life has been demolished in the traffic of avarice, and the orgastic future at which he and his compatriots grasp is violently cancelled. This Gatsby is a story of modern enchantment, an account of metaphysical as well as moral failure, a tale of intense sacramental desire perverted toward accumulation. Fitzgerald gestured to this desperate longing in a letter to a friend that he wrote while finishing Gatsby. That's the whole burden of this novel, the loss of those illusions that give such color to the world so that you don't care whether things are true or false as long as they partake of the magical glory. Color and magical glory were part of Fitzgerald's upbringing in St. Paul, Minnesota, where his strict Catholic parents introduced him to the liturgical splendor of the church. Fitzgerald remained a practicing Catholic during most of his years at Princeton. In This Side of Paradise, Amory fondly recalls the halls and cloisters, the chastity of the spires, and the choral music that drifted over the campus in melancholy beauty. Fitzgerald left the church during his senior year, and his shadow never darkened a church door again. But Catholicism pervades all of Fitzgerald's novels and short stories, from the Gothic imagery of This Side of Paradise to the confessional tone of The Crack-Up, 1945, his wry check-up of my spiritual liabilities. Formed in an American Catholic culture still at odds with the Protestant mainstream, yet envious of its economic and political power, Fitzgerald's metaphysical and moral imagination enabled him to be an incisive, if apolitical critic, of American capitalism. Born an outsider, yet permitted to enter the inner sancta of American hegemony, Fitzgerald always felt like a parvenu. From Princeton to Hollywood, he remained, like Nick Carraway, within and without, simultaneously enchanted and repelled by the wealthy milieu he inhabited. Gatsby's search for magical glory began in a short story, Absolution, that Fitzgerald originally intended as an explanatory prologue to the novel. Set in the Dakotas at the turn of the century, the tale opens in the rectory office of Father Adolf Schwartz, an aging priest whose repressions have become explosively untenable. The laughter of prettish Swedish girls outside his window both touches and frightens him, and the scent of soap from the local drugstore seems desperately sweet upon the air. The aroma drifted rather like incense toward the summer moon. Into his office walks Rudolph Miller, a handsome young boy, confused and wavering in his faith, who's troubled by the sin of having lied in the confessional. Transfixed by Rudolph's beautiful eyes, a faint hint of sexual attraction, the priest can no longer maintain his defenses against the delights of earthly life. Do you hear the hammer and the clock ticking and the bees? The rule of the Protestant covenant ethic over the vast wheat fields outside. Well, that's no good. The thing is to have a lot of people in the center of the world, wherever that happens to be. Then, he marvels, things go glimmering. Did you ever see an amusement park? He continues. The rides, the lights, the music, the smells, everything will twinkle. Sparkling outside the realm of instrumental reason, it won't remind you of anything. It will all just hang out there in the night like a colored balloon, like a big yellow lantern on a pole. Sitting in panic, Rudolph, nonetheless, feels confirmed in a suspicion. There was something ineffably gorgeous somewhere that had nothing to do with God. Rudolph feels unburdened of God's constant surveillance, while Schwartz collapses on the floor, demented. Both the boy and the priest have experienced absolution from adherence to oppressive restrictions. For Rudolph, as for many Americans, a secular zone of the ineffably gorgeous was an exhilarating possibility, a chance to escape the dreary mores of an ebbing proprietary culture. But in Gatsby, Fitzgerald appears to conclude that such a place is a land of death and despair, a valley of ashes, not unlike the stretch between West Egg and New York City. As all readers know, peering over that valley is a large billboard with the eyes and spectacles of Dr. T.J. Eckelberg, whose brooding but feckless gaze is taken to suggest God's death or indifference. But God is not dead in Fitzgerald's classic. He is played by Jay Gatsby, whose recreation of himself is both quintessentially American and gorgeously Faustian. In Gatsby, Fitzgerald examines the metaphysical insolence that fuels the rage to accumulate. Assigning a role to Gatsby, once reserved for God, Fitzgerald suggests that capitalist ambition is a quest for human divinity. Fitzgerald himself tells us that Gatsby's self-invention is a grasp for divine creative power. The son of struggling farmers whom he never really accepted as his parents at all. In Absolution, Randolph nurses a similar denial. Young Jimmy Gatz imagines that he is self-created, even eternal. True to the proprietary ethic, he fills his Hopalong Cassidy notebook with mites of self-exhortation worthy of Benjamin Franklin or Timothy Shea Arthur. Read one improving book or magazine per week. But Jimmy's enterprise in self-help goes much farther than moral discipline, as Nick observes in the key metaphysical passage of the novel. The truth was that Jay Gatsby, of West Egg, Long Island, sprang from his Platonic conception of himself. He was a son of God, a phrase which, if it meant anything, means just that, and he must be about his father's business, the service of a vast, vulgar, and meretricious beauty. To this conception he was faithful to the end. Jimmy spends 2 dismal weeks at a Lutheran college whose Christian ethos repels him with its ferocious indifference to the drums of his destiny. Working as a clam digger by day, Gatz is a deity by night, spinning a universe of ineffable gaudiness, something ineffably gorgeous somewhere. The everyday world is pale and flat in the eyes of this venal god, convinced of the unreality of reality, the worthiness of a world not endowed with value by his ineffably gaudy desires. Extravagantly ambitious, yet still unsuccessful, a despairing Gats is saved by World War I, although, as he tells Nick, he tried very hard to die. His survival in the midst of slaughter convinced him that he seemed to bear an enchanted life. After the war, endowing himself with a cache of phony medals and a bogus Oxford degree, he amasses a fortune from bootlegging. As a son of God about his father's business, J. Gatsby is his own meretricious idol. Gatsby's self-divinity is the grandest totem in a novel replete with fetishes, a count of enchanted objects, as Nick describes the world in which he swans. The people and things in Gatsby comprise a universe of pecuniary phantoms, the silver pepper of the stars that dapple the firmament over Long Island, turkeys bewitched to a dark gold, Daisy's voice that is full of money, Nick's volumes on finance promising to unfold the shining secrets that only Midas and Morgan and Maecenas knew. Inanimate objects come to life. Slippers shuffle the shining dust. The cocktails at Gatsby's parties float through the twilight. Holding the wild promise of all the mystery and beauty in the world, New York, glimmering in the enchanted metropolitan twilight, seems built with a wish out of non-olfactory money. There are few, if any, references to the actual labor that makes this gilded cosmos possible. Waiters, mechanics, and domestic servants, like the butler who presses the button on Gatsby's juice machine. George Wilson, the gas station owner who kills Gatsby in the end, is the only character we actually see working. He's also the only one with any lingering belief in a just and omnipresent God. God sees everything, he tells his wife Myrtle, mistress to Tom Buchanan, who is killed by Daisy with Gatsby's car. All of the characters luxuriate in the radiance of Gatsby's commodity spectacle, but the protagonist himself remains a tawdry, duplicitous, and inscrutable deity. "I'll tell you God's truth," Gatsby swears to Nick as a prelude to a lie about his past, but truth and falsehood melt into each other in the glow of the magical glory. As Gatsby spins his tale, Nick remarks that his right hand suddenly ordered divine retribution to stand by. Nemesis does eventually crucify the gaudy son of God. Gatsby's romantic disappointment brought on by Daisy's rejection triggers a metaphysical crisis, the erosion of his divinity, and the disenchantment of his world. As it dawns on Gatsby that Daisy has rejected him, his lustrous universe dissolves into nothingness, and the palpable world turns ugly and vacant. Lying in his pool as his killer approaches, Gatsby beholds an unfamiliar sky through frightening leaves, and recoils from what a grotesque thing a rose is. Deprived of Gatsby's once enlivening powers, a new world, material without being real, drifted factitiously about. Material without being real, the world hangs suspended in a terrifying void once it is depleted of Gatsby's enchantment. Yet, Gatsby's death registers only a part of Fitzgerald's equivocal judgment on American enchantment. There are utopian, sacramental traces embroidered into Gatsby's garish metaphysical tapestry. Festivals of profligacy, Gatsby's parties resemble potlatches with their host in the roles of chief and shaman, divesting himself of his enchanted objects in the hope of winning love. Contrary to the flinty moralism of the Protestant proprietary ethic, the dissipation at Gatsby's parties is not merely a symptom of depravity. The orgies of consumption and self-indulgence originate in a desperate desire for happiness. As Nick observes with generosity and tenderness, the revelers came for the party with a simplicity of heart that was its own ticket of admission. In their amoral innocence, the party-goers resembled the Dutch sailors who constituted the first white presence on Long Island, and whose epiphanous rapture Fitzgerald recounts in the pensive conclusion of the novel, a reflection on America as the final, tragic refuge of pre-capitalist enchantment. Nick imagines their arrival 3 centuries ago to a verdant, seductive island, full of trees that pandered in whispers to the last and greatest of all human dreams. That America was the setting for the beloved community that had eluded the inhabitants of Europe. For a transitory enchanted moment, confronted by something commensurate to their ingenious capacity for wonder, the explorers encountered the mysterious, fructifying presence of material grace, the fresh, green breast of the New World, a force that compelled an aesthetic contemplation that was neither understood nor desired. Gatsby, too, Nick perceived, had partaken of that wonder and magical glory, but the dream was already behind him, buried where the dark fields of the Republic rolled under the night. However awestruck by natural beatitude, the Dutch sailors, like the Puritans, had proceeded to establish a commercial imperium, the prelude to Gatsby's fortune. The green breast had been ravaged in the rage to accumulate. The whispering trees had been felled and silenced to make way for Gatsby's house, the tabernacle of objects acquired in his self-destructive quest for self-creation. To Fitzgerald, the American dream, born in the transition from pre-modern divinity to the enchantments of capitalist modernity, was impossible from the beginning. Thus, The Great Gatsby is an exquisitely understated rejection of the American Jeremiad tradition. If the greatness of Gatsby is a glimmering abyss, the fame of the people in Agee's masterpiece manifests the presence of God. Scraping by as tenant farmers in northern Alabama, Agee's people resided in a valley of ashes far from the enchanted metropolis, but as he reminded readers on the very first page, "They are our world, brothers and sisters." Yet, Agee refused to reduce them to examples of wretchedness and oppression. In their poverty, they testified to a glory without magic, and in Agee they had a champion sensitive to the depth and variety of human sacrilege. Far more than a classic of documentary journalism, Let Us Now Praise Famous Men is a chorale of exaltation, a testament to the fleshy but ineffable reality of what Agee called human divinity. Like Fitzgerald's modern-day Satyricon, Agee's Book of Revelation has been routinely deprived of its metaphysical and religious import. It is read either in politically progressive terms as a cry against injustice, or in politically innocuous postmodernist fashion as evidence for the impossibility of representation. Both readings call attention to real facets of the book, but they also miss or misrepresent the point Agee set out to make. In the summer of 1936, while a staff writer for Fortune, Agee, accompanied by Walker Evans, embarked on what was supposed to be an investigation of living conditions among sharecroppers. After Fortune's editors rejected Agee's original submission, he enlarged it into a book, turning it into the most magnificent reportage of the Depression era. Though Famous Men sold poorly at the time of its initial publication, Lionel Trilling anointed Agee's and Evans's work the most important moral effort of the period, and it later became an almost required text among students in the early New Left. While the stature of Famous Men as a piece of social criticism is assured, Agee's anguish over its veracity especially his anxiety about exploiting the farmers like a leftish, self-righteous voyeur, raises perennial questions about the limits of any attempt to depict reality. But Agee's doubts about his venture were not, in the end, about the inherent limitations of art, and his misgivings about the book extended to the genre of social criticism itself. For Agee, the futility of representation stemmed from the holiness of humanity, a mystery whose acknowledgment lay, he believed, at the basis of any genuine and enduring revolution. For one who sets himself to look at all earnestly, at all in purpose toward truth, into the living eyes of a human life, Agee asks at one point, what is it he there beholds that so freezes and abashes his ambitious heart? What is it? He answers, but what one may faintly designate the human soul. Evans later recalled that to Agee, human beings were at least possibly immortal and literally sacred souls. As his friend, the poet and critic Robert Fitzgerald later wrote, the religious sense of life is at the heart of all of Agee's work. Read as a testament of religious humanism, Let Us Now Praise Famous Men becomes exactly what Agee described in the preamble, an effort to recognize the stature of a portion of unimagined existence, an independent inquiry into certain normal predicaments of human divinity. As poet, journalist, and flawed recording angel, Agee felt that he was revealing, not constructing or bestowing, the sanctity of the common people. More than the inadequacies of language, the fact of human divinity foiled any attempt to capture reality, and it also tripped up any movement for justice that denied this ineffable sacredness. Agee acknowledged and even seemed to relish the discomfort he knew this assertion would cause his secular, progressive audience, asserting that murder is being done against nearly every individual on the planet. He went on to suggest that there are dimensions and correlations of cure which not only are not being used, but appear to be scarcely considered or suspected. One such unsuspected cure, Agee thought, was the fear and joy of God. Agee's fear and joy of God began in Knoxville, Tennessee, where he was born in 1909. As a boy, he was sent to St. Andrew's, a rural Episcopal school run by the Order of the Holy Cross, where he met Father James H. Fly, who became his lifelong friend, confessor, and correspondent. After admission to Phillips Exeter Academy, where he befriended Dwight MacDonald, he spent vacations with the Cowley Fathers, the Anglican order that influenced Ralph Adams Cram and Vida Dutton Scudder. Although Agee later abandoned Orthodox Christianity while a student at Harvard, Anglo-Catholic liturgy left a permanent moral and aesthetic impression. He loved the leaden melodies of the Lenten hymns, he recalled, while destitute, despised, forsaken were words especially dear to him. He attended retreats with the Fathers while at Harvard, a field between devil and God, for Agee, where the spirit warred unsuccessfully against the temptations of sex, cigarettes, and booze. A typical Agee weekend included a gin-soaked bender on Saturday night, followed by choir on Sunday morning. After Agee graduated from Harvard in 1932, he moved to New York, where MacDonald got him a job on the Luce estate, writing articles and book reviews for Time and Fortune. While working for Luce, Agee published Permit Me Voyage, 1934, a short and precocious volume in the Yale Younger Poets series. So when he headed south, Agee seemed headed for a brilliant career festooned with literary accolades. But Agee was a turbulent and combustible soul, and the Christian faith that he never lost, however unchurched he remained, compelled him to be one of those, as he wrote in one of his poems, enraged that have beheld those practiced and gravely cumulated idiocies which, since this race began, have been committed of man on men, while at Fortune he witnessed quite a bit of the idiocy of bourgeois life. Writing on a wide and even laughably disparate array of topics, the TVA, modern furniture, carpet mills, cockfighting, cruise lines, and horse racing, Agee endured what he remembered as 3 years of exposure to foulness that nearly corrupted him into cynicism. Yet, Agee tempered his ferocity with hope for the salvation of the bourgeoisie. In Dedication, a prose poem in Permit Me Voyage, Agee implored the rich to repent of their hideous and lucrative sins, hectoring men who make it their business to destroy concord, and to incite war and to prolong it for their profit in the commerce of armament. Summoning the spirit of Hieronymus Bosch, Agee imagined their righteous afflictions. The loins thaw with a shrieking pain, slow nails in the skulls of each, the quintessence of pain very eternal. But the munitions makers could avoid their well-deserved fate if they repent themselves straightway and for good. Agee called on merchants, dealers, and speculators in the wealth of the earth who own this world, its channels of advertisement and converse and opinion, to repent their very existence as the men they are and change or quit it. Short of changing their ways, they would inexorably and rightly visit the just curse upon themselves. Agee's vision of the inferno matched the iniquity of the offender's crimes, but his hope for their redemption raised his rant above malice and lent it the quality of mercy. This refusal to hate the class enemy has led scholars to characterize Agee as an apolitical writer who looked to spiritual remedies for injustice. As one historian expresses the conventional indictment, Agee opposed reform and encouraged political withdrawal. There's certainly plenty of damning evidence. Agee recoiled from Popular Front culture, maligning Works Projects Administration artists in a 1944 Partisan Review essay as mock primitive and demagogic, and skewering Paul Robeson's Ballad for Americans as aesthetically execrable. Agee had no time for the wisdom of the common man, so thoroughly had it been tainted by the culture industries. Thanks to these machines for universal manure spreading, the folks so beloved by the left had been dangerously corrupted, being quite as vulnerable as the middle classes to the bourgeois folk art and advertising. Add to that Agee's avowed aversion to all factions and all joiners, and his skepticism about the motives of progressives, many of whom he considered naive and self-righteous. His basic instinct, inseparable from his Christian faith, was that the fallen human condition could not be essentially changed. As he told Father Fly while working on Famous Men, "I certainly have lost a great deal in faith, hope, and optimism in a few years. I have little if any hope left that the cancer will ever be even slightly alleviated, far less cured." Let us now condemn James Agee, but the guilty verdict should be set aside, not only because the prosecution ignores some of his explicit political statements, but also because it implies a view of religion that Agee himself was seeking to discredit. Agee supported the radical left quite openly, if not with a passion for all things proletarian. As he told the Guggenheim Foundation when he applied for a fellowship in 1937, he agreed with the ideas and basic procedures of communism. His application was denied. Later, in a short and acerbic section of Famous Men, he responded to questions from Partisan Review about the role of the writer. He had once felt forms of allegiance or part allegiance both to Catholicism and to the Communist Party, he replied, but he felt less and less at ease with them, and was now done with them. Still, he expressed a basic sympathy with the far left, though he couched it in an irony that no true believer would have shared. "I am certainly for an intelligent communism," he wrote in parody of progressive posturing. Agee backed away both from the populist boilerplate of the Popular Front and from the self-importance of partisan review, opining that the political tendency of American literature smells no more nor less to heaven than any other trend. Agee kept a principled distance from the American left, not because he opposed revolution, but because he thought the revolution they envisioned was not radical or transformative enough. As he explained to Partisan Review, the achievement of a communist society should be only a part of much more and a means to an end. Agee feared that by making communism into an ultimate good, the left was endangering a greater human blessing as well as the revolution. Even if they wanted only to avoid yet another form of barbarism, communists, he warned in Famous Men, would have to reckon with mortal sin, especially pride, which could wreck the human race as much as greed ever could. So when Agee declared in Famous Men that he was a communist by sympathy and conviction, his communism must be seen in the light of the two epigrams with which he opened his book. One is Marx's clarion call to the workers of the world to unite, a summons which, Agee asserted, is not the property of any political party, faith, or faction. But the other is from King Lear, where the foolish monarch, dethroned, disgraced, and naked, now knows to feel what the wretches feel. Embracing the wisdom of disaccumulation and redistribution to the poor, shake the superflux to them, Lear pronounces that charity will show the heavens more just. For Agee, the revolution would have to vindicate not the dialectic of history, but the glory, justice, and love of God. The most radiant of those glories was the creation of humanity in the image and likeness of God, and the ineffable splendor of Famous Men derives from this assurance of human divinity. Agee's sacramental vision illuminates the contents of the Gudger's home, this tabernacle, in his words, his portrait of which was so inadequate, he fretted, that it was a desecration on which he nonetheless proceeded reverentially. Agee chose as an epigram for the section on shelter a line from Psalm 43, "I will go unto the altar of God." Among the most precisely observed and graceful of the volume's passages, Agee's inventory of the Gudger's belongings comprised a sacramental catalogue, a doting roster of material graces that eluded the taxonomy of living conditions. Refusing to reduce the Gudger's misery to yet another advertisement for social reform, Agee's assertion that their space was sacred not to me but of itself implied that even the shabbiest objects were tokens of human divinity. But Agee's most powerfully sacramental prose appeared in his portrayal of the sharecroppers themselves. If the tenant farmers were undoubtedly an undefended and appallingly damaged group of human beings, they remained the icons and children of God. Seeking to employ but also transcend the categories of social science, Agee conceded their necessity but refused to consider them sufficient. Tenant farmers, or representatives of your class, social integers in a criminal economy, it is in all these particularities, he granted, that each of you is that which he is. Yet, Agee knew that these designations obscured or concealed the real magnitude of human suffering. To reduce his subjects to social integers would fail to yield their stature, meaning power of hurt. It would even be impious. In the farmer's tribulations, One found more than injustice. One discovered the true proportions of the savageness of the world. Once the farmers stood truly revealed in all their defiled quotidian holiness, the evils inflicted on them stood out as outrages on the body of Christ, generations upon generations unceasingly crucified. Propelled by his discernment of a transcendent presence in the dingy overalls and faces, the majesty of Agee's prose ascended when he turned to beleaguered divinity. Each embattled farmer became a furious angel nailed to the ground by his wings. In each desecrated man and woman he beheld the most sanguine hope of Godhead. Agee glorified and rued the birth of a child by noting that his globe is rounded upon him and is his prison, which might have been his kingdom. Like a long line of poets, from Milton through Blake to Auden, Agee knew that the dimensions of politics were broader than most writers or politicians imagined. Because he rooted politics and economics in their proper metaphysical soil, the predicaments of human divinity, Agee's apolitical work posed the largest political challenges of the era or of any time. If, on this side of heaven, our fallen state could not be essentially changed, nor the cancer of sin be removed, then communism could only promise, at best, a mild foretaste of the celestial city. For Agee, the modesty of that goal was no reason to abandon the struggle. It remained a sacrilege that a furious angel was crucified on the cross of property. But once that illustrious stature became clear, so would the impossible imperative of our efforts to repair its desecration. So if, like Agee, they grasped the true depth of their desire, communists would have to do more than contend for control of the means of production. In league with other terrestrial angels, they would have to transform their fury at injustice into the patient love of the unjust. To Agee, struggle is unavoidable. Ultimate victory is not our doing, and any triumph in the war against human profanation must be worthy of human divinity. Agee thought the prognosis for the cancer was gloomy. In Christmas 1945, 4 months after the end of World War II, Agee celebrated the birth of Christ by mocking the Christian nation's pretensions. The holy day would inspire the usual chorus of earnest and unfaithful pledges. All each heart holds of love resolves once more today in angry grief, enduring courage, and dissolves in unbelief. But in Agee's eyes, the unbelief of that heart took shape as the common faith of Fordism. Consumer culture had turned Yuletide into a season of spiritual graft. The Magi's gifts are subtle bribes, and those standing watch outside the manger were devotees of industrial idolatry. The shepherds worship clock and wage. In the burgeoning weapons of the victorious Allies, Agee detected the advent of a new order of profanation. In rattling arms, roared diatribes, wakes the new age. Agee saw an American empire, and he trembled. Chapter 24. God's in his heaven. All's right with the world. The political economy of containment and the economic theology of the Cold War consensus. By the end of World War II, Americans had endured nearly 2 decades of uninterrupted emergency and turmoil. The cataclysm of the Great Depression, together with the prolonged and horrific war against the Axis powers, had generated strong desires for security, peace, and economic prosperity. But with the worldwide resurgence of revolutionary Marxism, a threat compounded by the new possibility of nuclear annihilation, Americans quickly came to fear that the post-war world was spiraling yet again out of control. Yet, while the global containment of these upheavals marked U.S. foreign policy during the Cold War, the term also captures the tense confinement of domestic life in the 2 decades after 1945. As Elaine Tyler May has argued, containment served for Americans as an overarching principle that would guide them in their personal and political lives. Focusing on the suburban hearth, domestic containment attempted to bridle an array of potentially disruptive demands: of women for greater autonomy, of workers for workplace power, and of non-whites for legal and social equality. The corporate commonwealth was a political economy of containment. Under a bipartisan aegis, corporate business assumed the leading role in remaking American consumer culture into a gargantuan apparatus of containment, especially as New Deal liberals realized that high consumer demand could be an effective catalyst of economic growth, one that happily required a minimum of noisome interference with business prerogatives. As William J. Levitt, developer of Levittown, New Jersey, famously remarked in 1948, "No man who owns his own house and lot can be a communist. He has too much to do." Bankrolled by steadily rising wages for organized labor and a plentiful reservoir of credit, the corporate economy of containment underlay what Elizabeth Cohen has dubbed the Consumer Republic, an attempt to achieve the socially progressive end of economic equality without requiring the politically progressive means of redistributing existing wealth. The Consumer Republic depended on recalibrating the balance between frugality and consumer pleasure. Virtuous consumerism, in May's words, the concentration of spending and debt on the family that upheld traditional American concerns with pragmatism and morality rather than opulence and luxury. However tentative the relaxation of strictures against consumption, the Consumer's Republic also depended on a political economy of production, a post-war producer's republic, as it were. While historians have concentrated on the New Deal social truce, the military-industrial complex, the Fordist apparatus of mass production, and the Bretton Woods financial architecture, another condition for this Pax Economica was the containment of corporate stockholders by managers and executives. The managerial capitalism that characterized the corporate sector of the U.S. economy from 1945 to the mid-1970s. By the 1940s, the separation of ownership and control had given corporate leaders virtually unchecked mastery over the daily operations, investment strategies, and long-term objectives of the firms whose stockholders they ostensibly served. Corporate governance needed to keep a respectful but firm leash on the owners, as any unrestrained insistence by shareholders on the value of their equity could both disturb the fragile ceasefire between management and labor and foster unpredictable market conditions. For 3 decades, the effective disenfranchisement of the stockholders allowed management both to maintain the armistice with organized labor and to plan confidently for expansion and technological innovation. As John Kenneth Galbraith observed in The Affluent Society, 1958, the corporate manager was more interested in stability than in entrepreneurial valor. The development of the modern business enterprise, he reflected, was a comprehensive effort to reduce risk, adding for good measure that the owners had neither the time nor the talent to run the firm. While free market ideologues bewailed what Keynes had pronounced the euthanasia of the rentier, most liberals considered a resurgence of the owners both unlikely and undesirable. They consigned the bravado of the old-fashioned proprietor to the realms of history and myth, and dismissed the contemporary stockholder as a passive and functionless figure, legally empowered, but politically toothless. Echoing Thorstein Veblen, Adolf Berle, and Gardner Means, Galbraith regarded stockholders as vestigial relics, a purely pecuniary association who exhibited no real daring, contributed nothing in the way of ingenuity and expertise, and deserved little or nothing in the way of approbation. Even Marxists noted the unprecedented power and autonomy of capital's appointed stewards. Paul Barron and Paul Sweezy, then America's most distinguished Marxist economists, observed in Monopoly Capital, 1966, that control rests in the hands of management, and that responsibility to the stockholders, the banquet doggerel served up by executives, was a dead letter. Like Thurman Arnold before them, liberals such as Galbraith and Will Herberg perceived the ambivalence in the covenant theology of capitalism. Man cannot live without an economic theology, as Galbraith noted in American Capitalism, 1952. Despite their acceptance of administrative routines, middle-class Americans, Galbraith predicted, would continue to praise free enterprise and private property long after its substance had deserted them. Where Galbraith was droll, Herberg was outraged at the inclusion of free enterprise as a shibboleth of the American civil religion. In Protestant Catholic Jew, 1955, his study of the post-war religious revival, Will Herberg denounced the revival's shallowness as a feature of the American way of life. As the operative faith of the American people, the American way of life was a bona fide religion, Herberg argued, complete with its rituals, its holidays, and its liturgy, its saints, and its sancta. Herberg listed the doctrinal elements of the American way: capitalist economics, individual responsibility, a facile idealism, and noted its incarnation in a host of objects, from the flag to indoor plumbing to Coca-Cola bottles, the enchanted tokens of post-war capitalism. The American way of life found its proudest articulation in Fortune's 1951 USA issue, the announcement of permanent revolution that doubled as a statement of corporate ontology. To the editor's dismay, the nation's cultural and political leadership had sown intellectual and spiritual confusion at a time when clarity was necessary in the conflict with Marxism. Fortune resolved to dispel the confusion and clarify the meaning of America, drawing from the canonical repertoire of business apologetics: technical advance, human relations management, abundance, the cosmopolitan effects of trade and travel. Declaring that a vast dispersion of ownership and initiative now characterized American society, the editors announced that capital has become not the master of society but its servant, and that U.S. capitalism is popular capitalism, since the people as a whole participate in it and use it. Fortune's brief for popular capitalism swelled with confidence that the corporate commonwealth represented not only a true industrial democracy, but also an exalted vehicle for that mystery of the human spirit that was the ontological essence of capitalism. Fortune's permanent revolution dovetailed with the happy perception among intellectuals that, as Lionel Trilling put it in 1952, business increasingly displayed a tendency to submit itself to the rule of mind and imagination. Several venues for this submission appeared after the war. One especially prominent site was the Aspen Institution for Humanistic Studies in Aspen, Colorado, set up in 1947 by the Container Corporation's Walter Pepka. Distressed by the lack of taste and sensitivity among American business leaders, Pepka hoped to elevate the great intellectually unwashed of Americans, the businessman. Aspen was to be a Parnassus of corporate humanism, a summit where intellectuals, artists, and business people would have an opportunity to stimulate thinking and discussion about the good life, a subject infinitely more important than the pursuit of material gain. With enough money, Pepka was confident that he could lure the scholar and the businessman into the mountains and let them converse on a high philosophical level. The Institute's numerous festivals, conferences, and summer symposia attracted a retinue of luminaries from sages such as José Ortega y Gasset, Albert Schweitzer, and Reinhold Niebuhr, to architects and designers such as Louis Kahn, Buckminster Fuller, and Erik Saarinen. A similar Tony and illustrative thinkfest assembled in Corning, New York, in May 1951, a conference on living in an industrial civilization. Reminiscent of the Philosophy of Production Symposium in 1930, the gathering was sponsored by Corning Glassworks and the American Council of Learned Societies. It featured a cavalcade of notables from corporate business, academia, labor unions, and journalism. Taking a candid look at our industrial civilization from the standpoint of human values, intellectuals, executives, and labor leaders traded insight into the maladies of capitalist modernity. As what Harper's editor, Eric Larrabee, called an act of faith in the virtue of roundtables, the Corning Conference was an obvious success. Banalities made the spring air stale. Knowing platitudes about the constantly changing problems of our society, earnest and forgettable bromides about mutual understanding between management and labor. Charles Foss of the Rockefeller Foundation confessed to being thoroughly confused by the meandering conversations. The lingua franca in which the conferees discussed human values was the corporate parlance of accountancy and industrial relations. When Stanford economist Eugene Staley described Corning's own shop floor practices as a little accounting in human values, he betrayed the enterprise as an episode in the higher containment. Not all of corporate cognoscenti were as sumptuously vapid as the gatherings at Corning and Aspen. A virtuoso of corporate reportage, Fortune editor Russell Davenport was one of the last to practice business journalism as a form of humane letters. As a leading voice of the reformist, internationalist wing of the Republican Party, Davenport had served as an advisor to Wendell Willkie's unsuccessful presidential campaign in 1940. Urbane and irascible, Davenport was a magpie, dabbling in poetry, philosophy, history, and theology. He also had quirky spiritual interests. Though a practicing Episcopalian, Davenport was also an amateur astrologer who drew up horoscopes for his friends and colleagues. Although he was the leading scribe for a renowned USA issue in 1951, Davenport appears to have undergone something of a dark night of the soul in the years before his death in 1954. Where Carnegie, Calkins, or Filene had seen a virtually unlimited horizon of progress, Davenport parted from the tradition of corporate humanism by incorporating the tragic sense of life. In The Dignity of Man, 1955, his best-selling and posthumously published reflection on the human condition, Davenport expounded on what he perceived to be a growing spiritual crisis, not only in America, but also throughout the Western world. Beguiled since the 18th century into believing that man's lot is infinitely improvable, Americans were, Davenport feared, becoming shallow utilitarians for whom the only virtues were efficiency and accumulation. Echoing Lewis Mumford, Davenport considered the aesthetic shabbiness of American life a measure of the soul's disrepair. We do not care how ugly our towns are, how cluttered our highways, how uninspiring our churches, how drab our houses, how dismal our furniture, how tasteless our food. Mesmerized by quantity, modern man had repressed his anomie and desperation under the fury of his productive talents, creating a vivid contrast between the brilliance of his outer achievements and the darkness of his inner life. But now, even these achievements threatened to destroy humanity in the fiery ingenuity of atomic holocaust. For the editor of Fortune's most celebrated affirmation of capitalism, the discovery that the tragedy of human life on Earth is catching up with America was especially appalling. Abandoning Fortune's upbeat clichés, Davenport warned that middle-class Americans were drifting into a playland of desperation that identified the good life with the products of modern industry. More than any corporate humanist before him, Davenport suspected that the capitalist West was a glittering desert of nihilism. It is nothing that we must fear, the thought of nothing, the sound of nothing in our hearts, the belief in nothing. Davenport sought redemption in mystery, a felicitous relation of the inner and outer world, as well as the unacknowledged and irreducible basis of economic life. Since mystery did not passively await the end of a given line of investigation, it often arrived unbidden and unannounced. It comes to meet us, bearing with it the potentiality of revelation. As the radiant nexus of the person and the world, mystery resembled an older metaphysics of nature and grace, in which matter was a sacramental vessel. The rediscovery of mystery was, to Davenport, the only way to avert the spiritual and physical annihilation of Western civilization, and its full revelation was being hastened, in his view, by the emergence of a new kind of capitalism. The American way of life, of the permanent revolution, the incarnation of the mystery of the human spirit. Like earlier corporate humanists, Davenport ascribed an ecclesial significance to corporate capitalism, a redemptive mission whose fulfillment was portended in the managerial revolution. The individual finds his real self-fulfillment not just in himself, but in terms that are some sense social, and modern industrial society has greatly accentuated this truth. Davenport's idealized social or socialized individual, recognizing a spiritual brotherhood, recalled the hopes of Patton, Dewey, and other corporate progressives. Celebrating the dispossession of the capitalist from the center of capitalism, Davenport saw this bloodless revolution as the final stage in the fulfillment of mystery. Thanks to technology, the growth of corporate enterprise, and a new balance of power enforced by unions and government, the capitalist has been ousted from his classical position of unchallenged authority, Davenport contended, and so his single-minded concern with profit was no longer the only imperative of the corporation. Led by the new kind of social management heralded in USA, managerial capitalism now harnessed private initiative for social goods. In their gray flannel clerical garb, managers and professionals embodied mystery in the office suites of corporate modernity. Like Davenport, a host of executives, human relations specialists, and management writers believed that the managerial revolution had empowered business leaders who aspired to more than further enriching the already affluent. As the stewards of private initiative for social goals, many corporate leaders claimed a social responsibility for the material and moral welfare of America. On one level, the new keywords merely restated the aspirations of the new capitalism asserted by corporate humanists and other business progressives since the early 20th century. But the apparent achievement of managerial control over stockholders lent these declarations a new credibility. Crafted in part to counter popular portrayals of business people as boorish and avaricious tyrants, corporate creeds, philosophies, and professions of social responsibility multiplied over the 1950s, becoming so numerous and earnest that one business journalist remarked in 1953 that they were not only acceptable in leading business circles, but even fashionable. Even though skeptics of the trend abounded, Fortune's Peter Drucker wondered late in 1954 when the managers of American business had any time for business, as they proclaimed their devotion to the commonweal. The corporate assumption of social responsibility seemed to entail, as Drucker himself had suggested, a more Mandarin executive elite. If moral and spiritual problems were now a division of corporate operations, then business people required all the erudition appropriate to a new breed of humanists. As Crawford Greenwald of DuPont wrote in the Saturday Review in 1957, just as no sensible academician would refuse corporate largesse, no sensible businessman could eschew the critical and analytical activity of the academic man. Leading business periodicals featured articles on the cultivation of Renaissance executives who, in the manner of Walter Lippmann's progressive industrialist, combined managerial acumen with liberal education. Seeking to counter or mitigate the effects of professionalization, Fortune recommended the wholeness provided by liberal education as a way to overcome the ill effects of training in our highly specialized society. There was no more idol to corporate journalists, as managerial capitalism was, in their view, setting the economic stage for a new era of executive mandarins. Since, according to Fortune, the rough and tumble days of corporation growth are over, business had no further need for robber barons or industrial daredevils. The domineering but unlettered captain of industry had to give way to the diplomatic and cultivated steward of human community. If human relations is now the key to company peace and business success, then the new corporate leader needed what nation's business jokingly called that stuff called culture. Not that the task would be easy. As Fortune ruefully acknowledged, even the upper strata of American business were a dismally parochial lot. Surveying the reading habits of executives in the spring of 1954, Fortune recoiled from the dreadful tastes of corporate management, most of whom were apparently supervising the permanent revolution with minds full of middle-brow history, inspirational tales, adventures, and detective stories. Mickey Spillane was a favorite. They almost never read drama, great fiction, the philosophers, the poets, and those few who did were looked upon by their colleagues with mingled awe and incredulity. In short, Fortune concluded, the all-too-typical executive simply didn't do the reading he doesn't think is necessary to his success. Admonishing corporate managers about their slovenly mental habits, Fortune also reminded them of the sublimity of their calling. Their minds littered with the offal of popular culture, executives had defaulted on what Fortune considered their two primary obligations outside of accumulation: cultural leadership in the broadest sense, and the maintenance of moral and philosophic standards. To recapture the commanding heights of culture, the corporate elite needed to substitute Dostoevsky for Spillane, Shakespeare for Hollywood, Cézanne for the appliance advertisements. Indeed, Fortune's idealized post-war managerial elite was a new Platonic ruling class, discussing the affairs of the free world in a creole of Christian morality, human relations, and liberal democratic humanism. The ideal corporate leader read the Wall Street Journal in the morning, perused divisional reports in the afternoon, opined on the Lake poets over dinner, and studied the brushstrokes of the Impressionists in the evening. By the end of the decade, even the most sardonic critics of corporate life were praising the slightest trace of humanist learning among the managerial elite. A businessman who reads Business Week is lost to fame, Galbraith wrote, but one who reads Proust is marked for greatness. Even the anarchist poet Kenneth Rexroth mused that so many American businessmen are insecure that we forget that they aren't all Babbitts. Pointing to Wallace Stevens, the insurance company lawyer whose work, in his view, represented Santayana, civilized and interpreted by the Harvard Business School, Rexroth reflected that America would be a far less naughty land if the habit of reading poetry would spread in the upper echelons of the power elite. In line with this anxious attention to executive moral formation, Fortune's renowned profiles of corporate executives took a less edgy and ironic turn after the war. A typical portrait was that of Fowler McCormick, president of International Harvester. Though introduced as a self-made man, McCormick bore little resemblance to the scruffy, bootstrap-pulling heroes of yore. Thanks to his glamorous upbringing and his Princeton education, McCormick attended to matters more esoteric and ennobling than quarterly profits. His reading was an impressive bricolage: Elton Mayo, Carl Jung, and John Dewey jostled in the symposium of McCormick's mind. So, despite McCormick's hard Rockefeller core, his stony business sense was wound round with softer stuff. Like the stories of other savant executives, McCormick's offered a case study on how the caricatured capitalism of his forebears could be transformed into a harmonious and lasting way of life. Human relations specialists and executives appeared to vindicate this portrayal of the corporate clerisy. Business leaders represented human relations as the consummation of efforts to compose industrial conflict, humanize the corporate world, and sanctify our daily labors. Douglas McGregor, professor of management at MIT's Sloan School of Management, asserted in 1948 that, since the factory was a microcosm of the larger society, human relations specialists could find answers to some of the fundamental problems of modern society. Around the same time, Clarence Francis, chairman of General Foods, discoursed that since people are composed of body, mind, and spirit, all of these, but particularly spirit, should be trained to execute assigned tasks if maximum productivity is to be attained. Writing in the Harvard Business Review in 1951, Frank W. Abrams, chairman of Standard Oil, declared that managers could now discharge their positive duty to work for peaceful relations and understanding among men, for a restoration of faith of men in each other. Management textbooks displayed a similar sacral ambition. In Human Relations in Business, 1957, one of the most widely used and respected introductions to the field, Keith Davis rhapsodized about the infinite potential of the human mind, which had enabled mankind to advance from caveman to modern man. With its battery of audits, surveys, and interview techniques to appraise and elevate morale, human relations hastened the ascent of humanity from rocky hollow to climate-controlled office. But Davis cautioned managerial students that the beloved community of the corporate workplace could not interfere with production schedules and cost-benefit analysis. Distinguishing the human values of harmony and fulfillment from the technical values of efficiency and productivity, Davis employed the language of equilibrium to obscure the primacy of the latter. The goal of human relations, he clarified, is to balance human and technical values rather than to replace all technical values with human values. The mechanization of communion remained, in the end, a project of pecuniary reason. As the most respected of the post-war corporate humanists well into the 1960s, Drucker idealized the managerial moral character and the promise of corporate selfhood. In The New Society, 1950, a volume that amounted to a long managerial manifesto, Drucker recounted a revolution whose vanguard was the new industrial middle class: technicians, engineers, supervisors, accountants, statisticians, and branch managers who, having secured a victory of the Secretariat over stockholders and corporate directorates, stood ready to carry the West beyond capitalism and socialism. With a very high, almost unprecedentedly high degree of imaginative and intellectual ability, the new managers deserved the respect once conferred on the nobilities and clericies of old. Echoing Lippmann, Mayo, and Follett, Drucker asserted in The Practice of Management, 1954, that if vision and moral responsibility define the manager, then perhaps management merited the standing of a genuine aristocracy, such as the Confucian scholar in China, the senatorial class in Republican Rome, or the gentleman in 18th and 19th century England. In The New Society, Drucker asserted that the proper study of mankind is organization, and the moral lexicon of the managerial society was human relations, which provided an indispensable diagnostic tool in the workplace and a vernacular for the whole area of the social life of the industrial society. Unlike his predecessors, Drucker rooted human relations in a vague Christian theology. In hiring a worker, he wrote, in The Practice of Management, one always hires the whole man, an indivisible human personality whose relationship with his Creator underlies all of his life and achievements. But, like any good evangelist, Drucker was unsatisfied with mere acquiescence to corporate imperatives, and he strove to impart the spirit as well as the letter of the law. Drucker argued that managers needed to inculcate a managerial attitude in the worker, not a directive capacity, to be sure, but rather an identification with the goals of managers. Such management by objectives, he insisted, would enable managers to induce workers to convert objective needs of the firm into personal goals and foster an aggressive esprit de corps, a common faith, as Dewey might have put it. Though disenfranchised by management and automation, all workers, down to the last sweeper and wheelbarrow pusher, could internalize a managerial attitude toward their work and toward the enterprise, and embrace the corporation as a democracy of industrial citizenship. Clear and unapologetic about its moral and religious ambitions, Drucker's management writing crowned a generation of corporate humanist literature. Indeed, thanks to his conflation of managerial technique, moralism, and religiosity, Drucker's humanistic penumbra extended far beyond the business elite. W. H. Auden recommended Drucker as an example of Christian thought applied to management. In his brief, For the Sane Society, 1955, the psychoanalyst social critic Erich Fromm appealed to Drucker's corporate studies both for evidence of worker alienation and for advice on its eradication. The political scientist Clinton Rossiter included Drucker among the thankless persuasion of American conservatism. These encomiums suggest that Drucker's later reputation as a guru of management theory began not with New Agee business writers, but among the most respected post-war intellectuals. While Drucker represented the corporate magisterium and its apogee of magnanimity, other cultural professionals wrestled with doubts about the wisdom of prevailing orthodoxy. Insider critics of corporate business produced some of the richest social criticism of the 1950s, portraying the consensus as a decorous camouflage over alienation and resentment. Behind the facade of corporate amity lay a snake pit of antagonistic cooperation, in David Riesman's words, a maelstrom of malice, envy, ambition, and cynical acquiescence. Yet, the Machiavellian jockeying of corporate politics wasn't everything. In their keener moments, insider critics offered a glimpse of the longing for beatitude in the offices and suites, the crystal palace of business, as Alan Harrington put it, the citadel of the Fordist necropolis. Insider criticism seemed to rehearse some of the gloomy themes of the mass society literature that migrated from the preserve of alienated intellectuals into middle-brow culture in the 1950s, when books such as Riesman's The Lonely Crowd, 1950, C. Wright Mills's White Collar, 1951, Russell Lynn's A Surfeit of Honey, 1956, and Erich Fromm's Escape from Freedom, 1941, and The Sane Society were widely read or frequently cited in mass circulation magazines of opinion. Readers learned that America either bore or was coming to bear the marks of a mass society, the absorption of more and more activity by bureaucratic institutions, the depersonalization of relationships by bureaucracy and mass communications, the conformity required for the effective functioning of the entire bureaucratic apparatus. Yet, where most intellectuals deplored these developments, insider critics accepted them as irreversible or even applauded them as positive. If, as Daniel Bell observed, mass society theory lodged a romantic protest against contemporary life, its corporate retailers registered an unromantic, ambivalent affirmation. Though corrosive of individuality, mass society, they suggested, made up in security and plenty what it lacked in adventure, excitement, and daring. As they saw it, to a generation buffeted by the Great Depression and World War II, Obedience to administrative norms, however subservient, plodding, and even perilous to the soul, paid its own kind of existential dividend in peace, stability, and pensioned longevity. Thus, the most popular examples of insider criticism were also the most innocuous. Sloane Wilson's The Man in the Gray Flannel Suit, 1955. Eric Hodgins' Mr. Blandings Builds His Dream House, 1946, and Blandings Way, 1950, and William H. White's The Organization Man, 1956. Though critical of corporate conformity, all of them wound up as sympathetic, reassuring comedies of suburban manners, which goes a long way toward explaining their success. All were written by workers in the culture industry about the denizens of corporate business. Wilson was a reporter for Time who also drew on a friend's experiences in advertising. Hodgins was an editor at Time and Fortune. White was a managing editor and roving reporter for Fortune. Wilson's Tom Rath is a public relations writer for a corporate broadcasting firm. Hodgins's James H. Blandings is an advertising copywriter. White's subjects were corporate professionals and managers living in Park Forest, Illinois. Rath comes across as an affable cynic afflicted with a case of the bourgeois blues. The important thing is to make money, he laments as he commutes from Westport, Connecticut, to work in New York one Monday morning. Money buys the bigger house, the bigger car, the private schools, the department store accounts for Betsy, his wife. Rath accepts the metaphysics of money without question, but not without complaint. The important thing is to create an island of order in a sea of chaos. And an island of order obviously must be made of money, for one doesn't bring up children in an orderly way without money, and one doesn't even have one's meals in an orderly way, or dress in an orderly way, or think in an orderly way without money. Money is the root of all order, he told himself, and the only trouble with it is it's so damn hard to get, especially when one has a job which consists of sitting behind a desk all day doing absolutely nothing. Quietly acquisitive and tastefully conformist, Rath, his colleagues, and his neighbors run the rat race in pursuit of a bigger house and a better brand of gin. Through much of the novel, he maintains this ironic distance, calculating the price of everything and the value of nothing. By the end, after rejecting a promotion and rekindling his love for his wife, Rath sees the way to his island of order on a path of resignation and rectitude. I may not be able to do anything about the world, he sighs, but I can set my life in order. Now that God's in his heaven, all's right with the world. The Raths and Wilson's readers discover they can prosper with a usurious mortgage on their souls. Hodgins's James Blandings is an erstwhile novelist who now suffers the painless torment of churning out jingles for an advertising firm, laboring among the hard-working, highly competent, and deeply miserable men who, in another century, might have written sonnets. Still, Blandings is determined to reap whatever damages he can from his anguish, using the blood money paid for his talents to do something in my personal life that's going to help me compensate for what I have to do in my professional life. Namely, invest in a country dream house that soon becomes a money pit. Blandings shows a bit more courage than Rath, but succumbs as fully to the seductions of accommodation. Tired of living on the depressive slope of his psychic curve and writing copy for companies such as International Screw, he becomes his town's resident liberal gadfly, a role he abandons after the town's conservatives successfully brand him a communist. Returning to the agency with something less than enthusiasm, Blandings has a secular epiphany in a hamburger joint on Lexington Avenue. Life is more easily endured, he tells himself, if I narrow my focus to include only that for which I have demonstrated capacity, like singing the praises of International Screw. Victory over despair and injustice requires a revolution of lower expectations. He promises himself to scale my peak 3 words at a time, 3 words at a time until at last I achieve my summit. A place from which, as Hodgins writes chillingly, Blanding's hopes, there is no longer anything visible at all. White was more incisive than the novelists, but in the end, he proved just as ironic and acquiescent. A graduate of Princeton, a former salesman for Vicks Vapo Rub, and an intelligence officer for the Marine Corps during the war, White was no radical railing against the system. While he criticized the mindlessness of bureaucratic routine in his first book, Is Anybody Listening?, he also lauded the human relations capitalism of 1950 and complained that critics such as Reisman and Mills were almost psychopathic in their vituperation. Charged by Fortune's managing editor, Hedley Donovan, to examine the lives of corporate managers, White embarked in 1952 on a 3-year sojourn through office suites and suburban developments, interviewing hundreds of managers, executives, professionals, technicians, and their wives. Publishing a few preliminary articles in Fortune, White pulled together his material in The Organization Man, a sprawling, satirical, but charitable report on the lives of the corporate middle class. Far from an Isaiah railing against the abominations of conformity, White chose the role of Erasmus, a sage in a gray flannel suit, and produced a praise of corporate folly. As Thomas Frank has observed, while The Organization Man may have been astute social criticism, maybe even one of the first sparks of the counterculture, it was definitely a management book, a sweeping study of American business and its problems. How could one of the most popular documents of post-war social criticism also be a primer for corporate business? The answer lies in seeing White as a cleric of the post-war consensus, a sophist reaffirming the covenant theology of corporate capitalism. White opened The Organization Man with an explicit and oft-overlooked disclaimer. This book is not a plea for nonconformity. Scourges of middle-class life should take no aid or comfort from his work, he warned, for he delivered no censure of the fact of organization society. He denounced the litany of strictures against ranch station wagons, or television sets, or gray flannel suits, exhibited no fondness for the bad old days of rugged individualism, and disavowed any misplaced nostalgia for unfettered markets and small proprietors. In his view, modern American history was not a woeful tale of declension that opens with a paradise lost in some idyllic 18th century and ends in the air-conditioned nightmare of a dehumanized 20th. The humanoid mass man, loathed by European critics, was a person the author has never met. Rejecting the folklore of populism, White found it difficult to see the 3-button suit as more of a straitjacket than overalls, and trusted that the Buick owner could resist the organization as bravely and effectively as any bohemian or radical firebrand. As a member of the corporate clerisy, White pronounced a benediction on the religious and moral aspirations of the organization men. On the very first page, he observed that the typical management student at a business school was blood brother to the seminarian, a devotee poised to take the vows of organization life. Later, he compared the same fledgling manager to a bright young medieval man off to join holy orders. After interviewing college seniors majoring in business administration, White characterized their image of a personnel manager as a blend of YMCA worker, office Solomon, and father confessor, a nicely ecumenical and pluralist ideal straight from the work of Peter Drucker, a colleague at Fortune. For all his queasiness about the spiritual fealty sworn to the corporation, White found, somewhat to his surprise, that corporate work and social life provided a great deal of brotherhood to the men in gray flannel suits. White's discernment of religiosity informed his appraisal of the social ethic, a secular faith, as he described it, almost a secular religion. In the social ethic, the organization man seeks a redefinition of his place on earth, White declared, something that will do for him what the Protestant ethic did once. Though fragments of that proprietary Protestant symbolic universe still lingered in the organization man's vocabulary, free enterprise, private property, individual, etc., the realities of large-scale business bureaucracy rendered them ever more notional and nostalgic. In contrast, the social ethic was a vibrant, utopian faith with shrines erected in business schools, corporate firms, and suburban neighborhoods. The corporate humanist tenets of the social ethic, the group as the source of creativity, belongingness or togetherness as the highest good, social science, and especially management theory as the canons of earthly beatitude, all encapsulated the soul's economy of the corporate commonwealth. The religious quality of the social ethic was especially evident in human relations management literature. White noted that Elton Mayo and his protégés were evangelists as well as researchers, heralds of the good news of industrial harmony. White was struck by the quasi-religious overtones with which organization men endowed human relations theory, and he described one convention of managers and industrial relations specialists as a convocation of believers. Indeed, White found that human relations ideology now impersonated theology, and that a polite, unobtrusive pragmatism had obscured formerly sharp denominational differences. Residents of Park Forest wanted a useful church, White wrote, dwelling on the more useful parts of doctrine, as one minister proudly told him. Despite these perceptively mordant comparisons of corporate ideology to religious conviction, White's sympathy to managerial objectives undercut the indictment of conformity that made his reputation as a critic of business culture. To be sure, he feared that organization men were imprisoned in brotherhood, and that while the old authoritarian proprietor wanted primarily your sweat, the corporate manager wants your soul. But to White, these represented abuses, not fundamental problems, with the social ethic. Even the appendix, Advice on How to Cheat on Personality Tests, underlined White's critical limitations, giving the most conventional, run-of-the-mill pedestrian answer possible was nothing compared to challenging the organization's right to administer the test in the first place. More circumspect than spirited, White's call for a bit more nonconformity amounted to a plea for the reinvigoration, not the destruction, of corporate humanism. Some of White's more perceptive critics were not fooled by his urbane and ironic prudence. Deriding White's org prose, Harold Rosenberg dismissed his book as a dreary professional's ruse for holding on to the best of both worlds. Paul Goodman bluntly called White a cynic, but went further in probing the nihilism at the core of the nonconformist genre. Goodman saw the essential fraudulence and conservatism in White's advocacy of private rebellion. Under the circumstances, White's individuality was, he wrote, a form of one-upping, a specious brand of resistance that could easily be absorbed, redesigned, and marketed. The only hope, Goodman implied, lay with individuals who organized against the organization, people who created collectively a political and religious alternative to the consensus. Part of that vision, Goodman argued, should partake of art and craftsmanship, that is, an individuality forged partly through truly creative and necessary work, an ideal hallowed in the sacramental consciousness of the Romantic and arts and crafts movements. Bureaucratic savvy would never compensate for the absence of worthwhile objects, Goodman wrote, invoking the standards of poesis to take the measure of White's pseudo-dissident. As he noted, the necessary, useful, and pleasant, and the good, true, and beautiful are not much mentioned in this book. Bereft of these transcendental truths, White could offer only a knowing pedagogy in the wisdom of the higher conformity. A more trenchant, if still ultimately futile criticism, came from Alan Harrington. Harrington exemplified a generation of well-educated, conscientious, and disillusioned corporate employees. Harvard class of 1939, Air Force pilot, wire service correspondent, and a brief but sobering career in advertising and public relations with Standard Oil. His two books on corporate life, The Revelations of Dr. Modesto, 1955, a novel, and Life in the Crystal Palace, 1959, an autobiographical novel cum anthropological report, portray the business world as existential melodrama, a quest for religious meaning that reflected Harrington's personal history. When he was a boy, his mother, an eccentric Boston Brahmin, had abandoned her marriage and family for several years in search of spiritual renewal. After traveling in Brazil and Haiti, she surfaced in Arizona, married to a Tohono O'odham shaman. A seeker himself, Harrington befriended some of the notables of the post-war counterculture, Jack Kerouac, Neil Cassidy, Allen Ginsberg, and Timothy Leary. Enthralled by advances in cryogenics and biotechnology, he came to consider death an imposition on the human race, and authored a treatise, The Immortalist, in 1969, in which he called on scientists to perfect the engineering of man's divinity. Harrington died in 1997. Harrington's criticism of business was much more modest, but equally metaphysical. Dr. Modesto centers on the hapless Hal Hingham, a struggling life insurance salesman who hates his job and his dingy boarding house. Kerouac turned Harrington into Hal Hingham in On the Road. Despondent and close to suicide, Hingham finds hope in an ad for centralism, the philosophy of a Dr. Modesto from Broadview, Nebraska, who identifies happiness with complete, mind-numbing, self-obliterating communion with others. Explaining how to lose the intolerable burden of self, Modesto's centralist brochure outlines a contemplative mysticism of mediocrity that doubles as a philosophy of will to power. Stare at one object. Stare at it until you lose yourself. Then begin the centralist's walk through the streets. There will be a hush all around you. Hear the people. All the faces have bright eyes. Their voices come through the uproarious silence and whisper in your ear. You will obtain an instantaneous fix on many lonelinesses. Louts meditate for you. A cry of anxiety rings out of a horse laugh. After a while, all the ideas that inhabit the town inhabit you. When the sleepwalk is over, you wake up the central man in town, and this gives you practically limitless power over others. By practicing centralism, Hingham turns his life around. He posts record sales for the company and rekindles his waning romance with his girlfriend, Rose. But he founders when his boss sends him to the company's annual sales convention, and Rose begins to find him so eerily predictable that she ends their love affair. When Hingham travels to Broadview to meet Dr. Modesto, he discovers that his guru is an inmate in an insane asylum. The revelations that ignited Hingham's success have been the promulgations of a lunatic. Dr. Modesto gained enough critical attention that, with help from Carrie McWilliams, editor of The Nation, and a grant from the Fund for the Republic, Harrington left business altogether to write Life in the Crystal Palace, a sardonic but not bitter account of his years in the consciousness industry. Taking his title from Dostoevsky's Notes from the Underground, whose protagonist lavishes contempt on a world of steady but soul-killing progress, Harrington recounted his days as a corporate apparatchik. Handsomely landscaped and expensively upholstered, The hilltop corporate headquarters provoked Harrington to ask himself the same question that haunted Dostoevsky. Does not man, perhaps, love something besides well-being? Not that Harrington protested too much, thankful as he was for the private socialist system that his firm provided, decent hours, insurance, help with moving expenses, picking up half the lunch tab, and then a pension. Indeed, Harrington conceded that he might simply be flippant in denouncing this kindly capitalism, an earthly paradise whose comforts and protections were as widely coveted as they were easily derided. But the costs were real, and they mounted with every year Harrington remained safely ensconced in the palace. Buoyed by disposable income and expense accounts, corporate men contended with other poverties, deficits of desire and expression. Part of the price was aesthetic, as the corporation formed a protective league for the small talents that sponsored a lifelong apprenticeship in mediocrity. But the heaviest toll was spiritual, as the gray-flanneled men were alive but not kicking. They harbored a secret but well-repressed longing for the disheveled and unpunctual life of Bohemia. We never heard guitars strumming on the dirty doorsteps. Harrington sighed. Moderate to the point of listlessness, they lacked the divine impatience that quickens the arts, confronts injustice, and enlivens religion. Akin to Hodgens's James Blandings, the frustrated writer, a troop of timid and withering spirits, wandered through the palace labyrinth. Harrington, nonetheless, saw much that was divinely inclined among his fellow incomplete rebels, and he underlined the continuities between religious life and corporate culture. Branches they bore of that enchanted stem, as he quoted Tennyson on Ulysses's crew. Tracing the ancestry of corporate magnificence back to the medieval church and the palace alike are sanctuaries in the jungle of unbridled competition. The corporation, he wrote, was thus the inheritor and vessel of a mighty tradition. The corporation had its own metaphysics of finance, exemplified in Jim Lent, an accountant who judges things as they are in accordance with the rise and fall and shuffling of numbers. Harrington likewise pointed to the corporate world's scientific substitute for spiritual formation, the personality test, a new kind of confessional. Instead of confiding to God through a priest, or to himself via a psychoanalyst, corporate man bared his soul to the form, in the hope of adjustment, not redemption. Confident in the benevolence that came with the package, Harrington could wax in a psalm of thanksgiving for the luxury of his discontent. A mighty fortress is our palace. I will not want for anything. I am led along the paths of righteousness for my own good. I am protected from tyrants. It guards me against tension and fragmentation of myself. It anoints me with benefits. Though we pass through hard times, I will be preserved. These strong walls will surely embrace all the days of my life. But the most striking evidence of corporate enchantment was a cornerstone ceremony. The rituals of enlightened capitalism are interestingly pagan, he remarked. Gathering to dedicate a new shrine, a crystal palace to the future, the employees formed a circle around the excavated site, eager to insert their own sacred objects in the cornerstone. Into the mortar went pieces of earth, rocks, and metals from the company's branch areas, sacramental tokens from the grounds of numerous office plazas that symbolized our present-day unity and drive toward a bountiful future. Harrington was admirably bereft of contempt for this frail eschatological hope, but he saw no exit from the palace. Uneasy, but not divinely impatient, he made clear that he wouldn't disrupt the system. long as he might for those dulcet guitars, Harrington concluded that it was wiser to accept the compensation package of resignation. Chapter 25. Machines of Loving Grace. Auguries of the Corporate Counterculture. However acquiescent, Harrington's incomplete rebels still nurtured dreams of rebellion in their wood-paneled offices. Indeed, one lesson in White's ironic pedagogy was that the organization itself needed eccentrics and rebels in order to prosper. In an age of all too smoothly functioning bureaucracies, he wrote, individualism is more necessary, not less, than it ever was. Convinced that a return to the Protestant ethic was both impossible and undesirable, White called for a new kind of individualism that was compatible with the imperatives of the organization, pointing to the research laboratories at Bell and General Electric as prototypes of corporate-sponsored unorthodoxy. Tolerant of individual differences, patient with off-tangent ideas, scientists and engineers at these firms produced exceptional work with a minimum of supervision and fraudulent bonhomie, while their executives cared not a whit if scientists' eyes failed to grow moist at company anthems. Still, though the consequences of profit for the organization are secondary to the scientist, White reminded readers that eventually there are these consequences. Individualism was more necessary than ever for profits. The volume of surplus value still determined the parameters of nonconformity. White's kudos for off-tangent ideas adverted to a nascent corporate counterculture, self-styled rebels who hoped to harness the energies of nonconformity for American business. Well before the appearance of beatniks, hippies, and radicalized students, the corporate counterculture was generating what Luc Boltanski and Yves Chiapello have called the new spirit of capitalism, an ideology of autonomy, liberation, teamwork, and vision that enlisted aesthetic and spiritual desires in the service of new forms of labor discipline. Theorized in the military science of cybernetics, automation embodied the beatific visions of its designers and corporate sponsors. The mechanization of production and communion envisioned by industrialists and scientific managers. New brands of managerial thinking, Theory Y, as they were dubbed collectively, anticipated a post-Fordist workplace where employees were given greater autonomy in devising the means of their own exploitation. Meanwhile, the creative revolution in advertising both roused the industry from aesthetic fatigue and inaugurated a brave new era in the rituals of commodity fetishism. Automation, Theory Y, and the new advertising were auguries of a new business culture, a novel brand of capitalist enchantment that constituted the American society of the spectacle. Automation entered the popular imagination in the early 1950s as automated processes began to spread throughout American industry, from electronics, petroleum, and engine manufacture to telephones, banking, and baking. The proliferation of articles and books on the subject reached such a crescendo that it triggered an automation hysteria, in the words of one skeptical economist. Like earlier American fascination with technology, the excitement surrounding automation fused anxiety and utopian hope. Acolytes of automation heralded the newest and most breathtaking chapter in the story of progress, the ascent to an even higher, more ingenious and productive magnitude of technological sublimity. The fabled, hard-boiled sobriety of the business intelligentsia gave way to romanticism. The editors of Business Week featured automation several times in the 1950s, hardly able to contain their wonder at the precision and dexterity of the new technologies. Automatic tools prove virtuosos, as they marveled in a typical 1959 article. Fortune eagerly predicted the automatic factory and a golden age of machines without men in November 1946, convened a celebratory roundtable of scientists, engineers, executives, and reporters for its October 1953 issue, rushed to muffle technological alarms in May 1955, and argued that automation portended more jobs and a sounder dollar in November 1958. One of Fortune's eminent clerics, Peter Drucker, waxed on the promise of automation in Harper's in April 1953. Far from signaling technocracy under another name, automation, he insisted, would upgrade the typical worker into a highly skilled and knowledgeable technician. Countering the myths of automation, 1966, Fortune writer and editor Charles Silberman maintained that its most significant and irreversible effect had been to enlarge, not to restrict, the sphere of human action and choice. Silberman's affirmation echoed that of Gerard Peele, publisher of Scientific American and a tireless popularizer of science and technology. In essays for Saturday Review, The Nation, and The Atlantic, as well as Scientific American, Peele proclaimed that automated abundance meant both that human want is obsolete and that the end of toil was nigh. If most assumed that automation would enlarge the domain of leisure, some observers argued that it would intensify work and extend the realm of necessity. Thomas Watson of IBM looked to job enlargement as an antidote to alienation. But job enlargement compensated for the erosion of skill by merely multiplying the number of things for workers to do, which may well have been part of the attraction of automation all along. Ralph J. Kortner, president of General Electric, held that automation created employment, spawned new products and industries, and exerted a stimulating and stabilizing effect on the economy. David O. Woodbury, a science journalist highly regarded in business and technology circles, contended that the most inspiring promise of automation was not to increase leisure, but to prolong the life of the Protestant work ethic. Woodbury rejoiced that technological progress would enable us to work even harder, not less. It would be better, he argued, if workers did not attempt to work less, but to become more ambitious instead. Rather than annul or mitigate the curse of incessant toil, automation would bestow an ecstatically Promethean character to labor. Peering out to the horizon of technological possibilities, Woodbury declared that there was practically no limit to the progress automation can make. Progress, defined, that is, in terms of ever-escalating production. This hope that advanced technology would enforce a new regime of work appeared to belie the Elysian reveries of the corporate business intelligentsia, and it suggests why not all observers were sanguine about the effects of automation. Recalling Lewis Mumford's invective against the mega-machine, European students of automation such as Georges Friedman, Siegfried Gideon, and Jacques Ellul feared that the replacement of human beings in the industrial workplace would trigger a cultural and political crisis. In their view, the triumph of the machine might augment the surveillance and destructive power of the state, impose a regime of instrumental rationality that would subsume all standards of beauty and purpose, and erode the use of intelligence in work, one of the indispensable foundations of personal creativity and political freedom. Claims that automation would liberate humanity from toil and inaugurate an epoch of leisure were technicians' abstractions, Friedman wrote, which the evolution of the capitalist workplace had cruelly contradicted. Though often maligned as technophobes or Luddites, European skeptics of automation were attempting to redefine rather than inhibit technological progress. Never has mankind possessed so many instruments for abolishing slavery, as Gideon concluded in Mechanization Takes Command, 1948. But the promises of a better life have not been kept. All we have to show so far is a rather disquieting inability to organize the world, or even to organize ourselves. Automation and automation hysteria had their American naysayers. After conducting field research in factories and interviewing more than 300 manufacturers and technicians, James R. Bright of the Harvard Business School concluded in Automation and Management, 1958, that claims about the upgrading effect of automation on skill were unfounded. In the January 1965 issue of the New York Review of Books, Columbia sociologist Daniel Bell, former Marxist, former labor editor of Fortune, and future herald of post-industrial society, dismissed as absurd the claim that technology is making manpower redundant. Economist Ben Seligman declared in 1966 that automation represented technology's notorious victory, a triumph over toil that threatened nonetheless to destroy the essential human qualities that have been thus far characteristic of man. Technological unemployment augured a desolate and antiseptic world of useless human beings. With humans automated out of the factory and office, only the archon and his machine will be left to contemplate with equanimity the mountain of reports flowing out of the computer. Whatever foreboding appeared among the business and technical intelligentsia was allayed by acquiescence in the sheer inevitability of automation. John von Neumann of Princeton's Institute for Advanced Study, for instance, asked whether humanity could survive technology in a June 1955 Fortune essay that was uncharacteristically equivocal for the magazine. One of the intellectual architects of cybernetics, the preeminent science of automated processes, von Neumann feared that the scale and complexity of contemporary technology was outstripping humanity's political and imaginative capacities. Yet, von Neumann, a starstruck admirer of business people and a zealous, even rabid Cold Warrior, never questioned the desirability of automation, as technological modernization remained a necessary condition for productive efficiency and value. Conceding the silent conquest of cybernation, Donald N. Michael, a consultant to the Brookings Institution and a research associate at the Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions, concluded in a 1962 report that despite the dilemmas produced by unemployment and material abundance, we have no choice but to encourage the development of cybernation. Because technological innovation continued to be considered an unrelenting force of history, both elite and popular opinion about automation remained ambivalent and even muddle-headed. As philosopher and novelist Gerald Sykes observed in The Cool Millennium, 1967, a man rushes first to be saved by technology, then to be saved from it. We Americans are front-runners in both races. Hysterical or not, the widespread concern about automation obscured more fundamental and intractable issues, as the fetish of technology diverted attention from its origins in capital's need to achieve complete mastery of the production process. Contrary to the portrayal of the post-war era as a period of relative peace between the classes, the decade after World War II witnessed numerous skirmishes between capital and labor. There were, between 1945 and 1955, more than 43,000 strikes involving 27 million workers, and more strikes during the Korean War than during the pugnacious years, 1935 to 1939, of the birth pangs of the Congress of Industrial Organizations. Seen against this background, the introduction of automated machinery was, as David Noble has demonstrated, an essentially political and pecuniary maneuver. Capital's will to power was most bluntly exemplified in Lemuel Boulware, the pugnacious vice president of General Electric, who rapidly became notorious as the pinstriped Ajax of corporate management. The employees got the idea that they were in the driver's seat, he told a management convention in 1946, reflecting on the GE strike. This is the attitude, gentlemen, that must be reversed. This is the fantasy that must be eradicated. The spurious peace between corporate capital and organized labor provoked top management to turn to automation as the ultimate weapon in class warfare. Well aware of technology's role as an agent of disciplinary power, labor economist Neil W. Chamberlain observed that business leaders were focusing attention on types of machinery and equipment. Labor officials realized that management's mystification of technology was a ruse in the battle over workplace hegemony. Recalling numerous battles over automation with General Electric, one district president of the United Electrical, Radio, and Machine Workers asserted that if they can make it a mystery, we are helpless in dealing with them in negotiation. We have to take away the mystery that the company likes to make of this stuff. Executives and engineers were candid about their intention to use automation to bring labor to heel. As the editors of American Machinist, the machine industry's leading magazine, confirmed in 1952, automation is a philosophy of control. Alfred Teplitz of U.S. Steel lauded MIT's servo-mechanical laboratory in 1952 for its invention of numerical control, which empowered the control equipment itself rather than the operator. Nils Ollaston, head of the numerical control department at Rohr Aircraft, hoped that automation would bring the decision-making in many manufacturing operations closer to management, while Alan Smith, a prominent management consultant with Arthur D. Little, foresaw capital's complete emancipation from human workers. Like Andrew Urey a century before, American business leaders sought in automation an instrument with which to teach docility to the refractory hand of labor. Yet, if capital employed automation to forever dispel labor's fantasy of control, it thereby sought to consummate its own dream of absolute, opulent dominion. By promising to eliminate labor as both an existential necessity and as a factor of production, automation transcended even the mechanized ideal of the Fordist heavenly city. Releasing business from its nettlesome dependence on labor, corporate automation could realize the ambition embedded in pecuniary metaphysics, the complete transfiguration of all things into the venal image and likeness of capital. The GE engineer's reference to the mystery of automation hinted at this esoteric metamorphosis. This aspiration toward mercenary enchantment has not been lost on historians. As Noble perceived, primitive enchantment and capitalist greed assumed the severely logical appearance of technical necessity. Although Noble rightly traced this corporate enchantment to the ancient desires for divine control over nature and liberation from physical drudgery, he missed the deeper connection between primitive enchantment and capitalist greed, as well as the link between post-war automation and the mechanization of beatitude. Automation was a beatific vision suffused by an ontology of corporate power explicated most mysteriously in cybernetics, the most powerful and sophisticated idiom of technological animism yet articulated. As with earlier forms of capitalist mastery, the inscription of managerial will into the new industrial technology was bound up with a perverted aspiration toward a sacramental way of being. These entangled political and metaphysical longings surfaced in the more elusive industry celebrations of automation. A 1955 National Association of Manufacturers pamphlet anointed automation a magical key to creation that unlocked the fairyland of the world to come. Guided by electronics, it continued, the magic carpet of our free economy heads for distant and undreamed-of horizons. Even the urbane editors of Fortune proclaimed the metaphysical charms of automation in their issue on The Permanent Revolution, explaining that the mission of scientists and engineers was not to enchain the human soul, but rather to increase its power and scope. They allayed fears that the individual human spirit would become as standardized as tools and machines by recalling that Americans considered technological dynamism a special cosmic arrangement, an ontological proclamation as grandiose as that of any traditional theologian. Fortune's perception of a special cosmic arrangement took its own reportage to a new level of grandiosity. In the November 1946 issue, Fortune had featured 2 articles on automation: The Automatic Factory, an editorial that proclaimed that computerized production signaled the advent of yet another industrial revolution, and Machines Without Men, a longer, more reflective piece co-authored by 2 Canadian technicians. The latter essay was a minor masterpiece of corporate humanist technophilia. The new machinery, the authors conceded, may well loose waves of temporary unemployment and degrade the worker to an unskilled and tradeless nonentity. Prices for progress that Fortune considered well worth paying. Besides, the automated factory outstripped human beings in existential as well as productive superiority. Machines could, in their words, see better than eyes, calculate more reliably than brains, communicate faster and farther than the voice, record more accurately than memory. Automation would thus embody, in capitalist conditions, the achievement of divinity through technology. Corporate machinery, as animate being with prodigious powers of consciousness and control incarnate in computers, thermocouples, magnetized tapes, and photoelectric cells. As one of the theoretical craftsmen of post-war automation, Norbert Wiener was a remarkably penetrating but ultimately equivocal critic of its enchantments. A professor of mathematics at MIT, Wiener had worked with the U.S. Army during World War II to improve the accuracy of anti-aircraft guns, and his ballistic research led him, by several winding turns, to information theory, neuropsychology, and biophysics. Along with von Neumann, Wiener developed cybernetics as a science that conceived both machines and human beings as flexible and ever-changing structures of information, incessantly incorporating and responding to feedback to achieve new levels of homeostasis. Yet he worried that cybernetics afforded an expansive and potentially insidious power to government and business. Appalled by the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Wiener attributed the willingness of scientists and engineers to join the Manhattan Project both to racism and the desire of these popes and cardinals of applied science to acquire a new ace in the hole in the struggle for power. More skeptical than von Neumann of the military and corporate interest in cybernetics, Wiener refused to engage in military research, bravely explaining his reasons in The Atlantic in January 1947, kept a wary distance from industry, and even resigned from the National Academy of Sciences on account of what he considered its stifling impact on independent research. Wiener's earliest expositions of cybernetics, 1948, and The Human Use of Human Beings, 1950, the latter a bestseller, were studded with passages of prophetic alarm. The pervasive tone reflected the cool positivism of the mathematician, impatient with such words as life, purpose, and soul. Wiener dismissed these ancient phantoms as question-begging epithets, hoary gibberish, grossly inadequate to precise scientific thinking. By transforming life or soul into the measurable data of information, cybernetics dispelled such metaphysical palaver. As insipidly inanimate as this worldview appeared, its dispassion enabled Wiener to discern the inexorable effects of cybernetic technology on workers, observing that the machine plays no favorites between manual labor and white-collar labor. Wiener warned enthusiasts of automation that intellectual workers enjoyed no protection from its corrosive impact on skill. Precisely because they could be programmed with any conceivable form of information, cybernetic devices could arrogate and degrade professional and managerial skills. Indeed, as machinery decomposed and reabsorbed more ingenuity, the trajectory of capitalist automation accelerated toward a future of universal human stupefaction and subjugation. Because the automatic machine is the precise equivalent of slave labor, anyone who competes with it must accept the economic conditions of slave labor. Wiener's ominous forecast of technological servitude was even more prescient than his eschewal of military research and his diatribe against megabuck science. Yet, Wiener was at least as compelling when he reflected on the religious and metaphysical implications of cybernetic technology. In cybernetics, he likened automatic machines to archaic technologies of magic and compared his fellow scientists and engineers to the legendary Rabbi of Prague, who awakened the golem, a large statue of clay, through Kabbalistic incantation. Years later, more disillusioned and apprehensive, Wiener parlayed this analogy in God and Golem, Inc., 1964, a long essay on the perils of industrial and military technology. Many of his friends and followers, the gadget worshippers who staffed the research laboratories of corporate industry, were also priests of power who, contemptuous of fleshly limitations and evasive of personal responsibility, sought perfect subordinates who never disagreed, showed fatigue, or organized unions. These shamans and priests of modernity pursued their quest for absolute power with automated machinery, the modern counterpart of the golem. Those who suffer from a power complex, he had written in 1950, find the mechanization of man a simple way to realize their ambitions. In God and Golem, Wiener was a repentant cybernetic magus, subjecting the science he had pioneered to a pre-modern moral and metaphysical critique. The cybernetic postulate that biological reproduction and mechanical self-replication are, of the same order of phenomena, brought with it, somewhat rightly, he now seemed to think, something of the reprobation that attached in earlier ages to the sin of sorcery. Turning to the language of question-begging epithets that he spurned as a scientist, Wiener rued the hubris and avarice that impelled the refinement of machinery, calling it sin to use the magic of modern automatization to further personal profit. Thus, Wiener insisted that cybernetic heresy also pointed to a truth about capitalist automation. If human beings and machines could make likenesses of themselves, then the rapacious purposes programmed into automated machinery revealed the iniquity of human beings, not the technology per se. For Wiener, the malevolence of contemporary cybernetics resided in its deployment for labor discipline and capital accumulation. The corporate sorcery of automation was a form of pecuniary enchantment, the animation of technics with the spirit of capital. More feasibly than earlier ideologies of mechanization, cybernetics appeared to herald the most thorough pecuniary animation of technology ever achieved, invaluable both for its scientific literacy and its eschewal of any facile technophobia. Wiener's philippic against the inhuman uses of human beings still fell short of a truly radical critique. Although he realized that the sorcery and magic of automated technology were fundamentally pecuniary, Wiener never suggested even a moratorium on automation, and he never called on scientists and engineers to mount a concerted resistance to corporate control of technological design. To be sure, his one overture to organized labor had come to nothing. Writing to United Automobile Workers President Walter Reuther in the summer of 1949, Wiener had conveyed his alarm at the very pressing menace of the large-scale replacement of labor by machine. These ideas are very much in the air, he emphasized, adding that his own refusal to work with industry would not likely be emulated by other scientists. Reiterating his warning that workers competing with machinery would be reduced to what amounted to slavery, Wiener urged Reuther to steal a march upon the existing industrial corporations and develop an alternative technological policy that would secure the profits and benefits of automation for labor. Although the two men met in March 1950 and agreed to formulate a strategy for dealing with technological change, they never met or corresponded again. Without support from organized labor, Wiener could do little more than make heartfelt appeals to the professional managerial elite. Hardly a propitious prospect, given his own acknowledgment that most scientists and engineers were eager to assist in the technological enslavement of workers. Besides, Wiener's prophetic rage against servitude to the machine had no convincing purchase on the moral imagination. Near the end of his life, Wiener invoked the common sense of humanity as accumulated in legends and in myths as an alternative to the mercenary alchemy of corporate managers and technocrats. But that common sense arose from a worldview profoundly antithetical to Wiener's positivism, an ostensibly disenchanted account of reality, but one that cloaked the cupidity of monetary metaphysics in the dispassionate lexicon of scientific rationality. The positivism that underlay Wiener's rejection of question-begging epithets was a philosophy almost tailor-made to serve as a Trojan horse for capitalist enchantment. An heir to and critic of the Promethean trajectory of science, portended by Sir Francis Bacon, Wiener, unlike Lewis Mumford, could not affirm or envision an ontology that might shake the foundations of corporate neo-technics. He could only hope that the cybernetic machinery to which humanity's fate was being linked would be superintended by benevolent technicians and their overlords. A similar ambivalence leavened Player Piano, 1952, Kurt Vonnegut's futuristic novel about Dr. Paul Proteus, a brilliant but troubled engineer and manager. Player Piano grew out of Vonnegut's mounting unease while he worked as a technical writer at the GE headquarters in Schenectady, New York. He was one of the first to see a fully automated milling machine, a secret then, he recalled later, for the obvious reason that it was a weapon in the hands of management. They wanted no publicity that time, he recalled. But while Proteus's growing misgivings about automation form Player Piano's main storyline, Vonnegut traced the drive to dispossess and mechanize to a deeper, more pernicious aspiration to mastery. That desire to control, Vonnegut suggests, is a bid for godhood on the part of Ilium General Forge and Foundry, the great omnipotent and omniscient spook, the corporate personality, where Proteus is a rising star. Governed by a technocratic cabal, Ilium is divided into three sections: a pleasant enclave for scientists, engineers, and managers, a factory complex for the machines, and Homestead, an obvious reference to the 1892 strike, populated by what remains of the industrial working class and those displaced by automation. The experts exhibit a contempt for Homestead that reveals the underside of Fortune's automated idol. The goddamned people, as a colleague complains to Proteus. If it weren't for them, Earth would be an engineer's paradise. Homestead's residents are indeed goddamned, as the corporate system exhibits many of the attributes of divinity. Though Ilium's rulers speak in the secular idiom of progress, their devotion is irreducibly religious. As one of the technocracy's surreptitious critics observes, the experts possess a crusading spirit, and their extension of automated production is a holy war against scarcity and inefficiency. The managers and professionals do indeed think of themselves as a new kind of clerisy. Matheson, a manager in charge of testing and placement, goes about his job with the air of a high priest, while Kroner, a duplicitous executive, seeks to stiffen Proteus's ideological backbone by reminding him that there is no higher calling than professional labor. And like the religious orders of old, the ranks of trained specialists have a commitment to the corporation that fuses erotic passion and spiritual ardor. In their lovers' devotion to the unseen, the organization men remind Proteus of Nun's symbolic marriage to Christ. Likewise, corporate technology, exemplified in Epicac 14, the system's master computer network, embodies a panoptical parody of godlike vision and productive potency. Vonnegut almost certainly modeled the network after ENIAC and UNIVAC, two of the first high-speed computers developed for military and commercial purposes. Epicac 14 is a veritable deity who rivals Calvin's God with its powers of predestination. Dead right about everything, it determines production quotas, job distributions, and aptitude levels. Though Proteus recognizes that Epicac devaluates human thinking, his colleagues are so enthralled by its powers that they praise its prowess endlessly. Only a visiting African dignitary discerns the evil incarnate in the computer's digital enchantment. After a tour of Epicac's mainframe, he warns his hosts that their creation is a false god who will eventually betray and destroy them. Seeking to recapture the pride and strength and important mystery that he believes was once possessed by artisans, Proteus quits his job and joins the Ghost Shirt Society, a secret brotherhood dedicated to industrial sabotage. The Ghost Shirts take their name from the late 19th century Lakota adherents of the ghost dance religion, who believed themselves impervious to bullets. As one of Proteus's new comrades explains, they long for the reappearance of a magic that will restore the old values, the old reasons for being. Finally emboldened to launch a revolution, the Ghost Shirts fail, not only against the superior firepower of the corporate technocracy, but also against the stubborn enchantment of the goddamned people who cannot, in the end, seem to imagine a life without their televisions and soda machines. Already eager to recreate the same old nightmare, Proteus sighs. With many of their brethren slaughtered, like the ghost dancers at Wounded Knee in 1890, Proteus and the remaining Ghost Shirts surrender to the forces of progress. Hands up, forward, march! Although Vonnegut appears to suggest that resistance to automation is futile, the defeat of the Ghost Shirts is not what renders Player Piano an ambivalent critique of technological progress. As Vonnegut suggests, the goddamned people, despite their poverty and demoralization, are as beguiled by machinery as the engineers. Proteus recoils at what thorough believers in mechanization most Americans were, even when their lives had been badly damaged by mechanization. Enchanted by techno-fetishism, Americans cannot imagine a different kind of magic or mystery to set against the new order of mass consumption and technological dispossession. Vonnegut himself strikes a note of vacillation before the tale even begins, as his foreword reads like a prayer for divinely enlightened technocracy. Our lives and freedom depend largely upon the skill and imagination and courage of our managers and engineers. Vonnegut writes, "And I hope that God will help them to help us all stay alive and free." A different kind of ambivalence about automation marked the whole of Marshall McLuhan, whose Delphic pronouncements on the media would make him a celebrity in the 1960s. McLuhan was an unlikely clairvoyant of automation. As he mused in 1966, "I am resolutely opposed to all innovation." Educated in Canada and Britain in the 1930s, he was also a devout convert to Catholicism. A close friend of Wyndham Lewis, one of Britain's most vitriolic reactionaries, and an admirer of G.K. Chesterton, Hilaire Belloc, and other theologians of distributism. As a young scholar and teacher at the University of Toronto, he vilified modern industrial humanism for its mechanistic tyranny over nature and its swift obliteration of the person. Add his later animosity toward the counterculture and feminism, and McLuhan's aversion to cultural modernity seems obvious, but also incongruent with his subsequent renown as a herald of the global village, a planetary community achieved through the enlargement of consciousness by media technology. McLuhan's own personal attitude toward contemporary technological developments is less important than the imprimatur he appeared to bestow on electronic media and production. His oracular and impressionistic writing style made his account of impending technological transformation seem much more celebratory than it was. Yet, McLuhan was not always the improbable Emerson of the cybernetic age. His first book, The Mechanical Bride, 1951, was a bemused and sardonic foray into the soul of capitalist culture, combing for signs of spiritual longing in the iconography of the consciousness industries, the folklore of industrial man, as he called it, expressing longings for divinity as urgently as the legends of archaic and medieval peoples. Noting the religious intensity of modern technology and business, he argued that the monthly publication of Fortune was a major religious liturgy celebrating the feats of technological man, a Bayreuth festival in the most megalomaniac style. Advertising, he told a gathering of academics in 1954, was pictorial and verbal magic, invoked by the modern descendants of primitive witch doctors. Like advertising, popular entertainment conveyed the market-researched charms of corporate enchantment. Hollywood means sacred grove, he pointed out, and from this modern grove has issued a new pantheon of gods and goddesses to fashion and trouble the dreams of modern man. Yet, unlike many other reactionaries, McLuhan abstained from agrarian sentimentality and expressed an impatience with the technophobic moralism of his fellow humanists. As he later observed in Understanding Media, 1966, the moral point of view, so often adopted by critics of machinery, too often serves as a substitute for understanding in technological matters. McLuhan acquired his own education in technology in the 1950s as, in the wake of praise for The Mechanical Bride, he embarked on a lucrative career as an academic and cultural entrepreneur. He chaired the Ford Foundation's Seminars on Culture and Communication, one of the highest-profile corporate venues for prominent intellectuals, politicians, and business people, became director of Toronto's Centre for Culture and Technology, another ongoing synod of the high-profile intelligentsia, and transformed himself from a critic of industrial folklore into a well-paid corporate consultant, hobnobbing with executives and media strategists at General Electric, AT&T, and IBM. So McLuhan's augury of a new age in The Gutenberg Galaxy, 1962, reflected a long and remunerative sojourn among the clerisy of corporate enchantment. Though still capable of remarking on the incantatory spells of advertising, McLuhan had grown more expansively visionary as aspersions on modern industrial humanism yielded to omens of cybernetic communion. McLuhan declared that the world has become a computer, an electronic brain, and that electromagnetic discoveries, by fostering ever greater simultaneity in communication, had reshaped the human family in such a way that it was now a global village. Given McLuhan's status as an academic impresario, it was inevitable that his central claim, that the Gutenberg galaxy of print and scientific rationality was yielding to some new, more tribal cosmology of electronically mediated relationships, would be read as an affirmation of corporate-sponsored technology. Indeed, pointing to the miracles of mass production, he now praised industrial society for creating the plateau from which all can now share the awareness of new scope and potential for everyday beauty. McLuhan seemed even more hopeful that cybernetics would undermine the hierarchies of Fordism, enabling new structures that would pivot around democratic dialogue and participation. In our electronic age, he marveled, the specialist and pyramid forms of structure are not any longer practical. Automation appeared to McLuhan to promise a communal paradise of leisure, workless and propertyless communities free from the selfish and venal gravitational principles of the Gutenberg galaxy. However anxious about the global village, McLuhan beckoned to a new communion achieved through the liturgies of cybernetic techniques. McLuhan's gloomy prognosis for pyramid forms of structure echoed contemporary managerial ideology. Unsettled by popular social criticism of conformity, management mandarins had been drafting a new post-Fordist corporate humanism that celebrated the social and technological novelties spawned by automated production. Automation appeared to call for a legion of highly trained technicians, maintenance workers, and operators. The techno-structure, as Galbraith dubbed them in The New Industrial State, 1967, whose intellectual and creative skills made them both indispensable to the corporate apparatus, but also potentially more disruptive of corporate society. Because, it was thought, such workers would chafe at the restraints imposed by enormous, lethargic bureaucracies, management would have to charm as well as exploit their critical and iconoclastic capacities. Thus, the new aversion to large-scale structures among management writers stemmed, in part, from a sense of affinity with the frustrated poets languishing in the offices of the Crystal Palace. As Thomas Frank argues, many in the elite sectors of corporate America saw in White, David Reisman, Vance Packard, and other critics comrades in their own struggles to revitalize American business and the consumer order generally. Eager to revivify what they considered a stifling, sclerotic monolith, the post-war generation of managerial intellectuals assembled a new portfolio of authority, seeking a soulful but agile corporation that fused the camaraderie of mechanized communion with the fury of creative destruction. They created a hip producerism, a rejuvenated moral economy that contained a key element of contemporary business ideology. The entrepreneur as existential vanguard of the species, a being whose creativity channels the truth and goodness of the pecuniary metaphysic. As the paramount corporate philosophe, Drucker took the lead in constructing a novel paradigm for management. Though wary of criticism of the organization man, he conceded by the late 1950s that enlightened executives should heed White's warnings about conformity and over-centralization. Thanks to automation and a perceptive avant-garde of business leaders and management consultants, Drucker saw new possibilities for a felicitous merger of high productivity, technical innovation, and participatory work relations. The future of capitalism lay, in Drucker's view, with conservative innovators, savvy pioneers who harnessed the creative energies of the marketplace without direction from on high. Resembling economist Joseph Schumpeter's swashbuckling capitalist heroes, who emerged triumphant from the maelstrom of creative destruction, conservative innovators combined the rationality of the bureaucrat with the brashness and ingenuity of the entrepreneur. Conservative innovation would, Drucker predicted, inaugurate a new era of faster, smaller, more flexible structures that engaged in a continuous process of organizational evolution. Like the dinosaurs, the bureaucracies of Fordism were lumbering toward extinction, guided to their graves by management. Conservative innovators could rely on an expanding repertoire of psychomanagerial techniques. Kurt Lewin's Group Dynamics, for instance, developed at MIT's Research Center for Group Dynamics, and Robert Tannenbaum's sensitivity training, forged at UCLA's Graduate School of Business Administration. Both group dynamics and sensitivity training incubated a new managerial culture characterized by attention to the emotional texture and nuance of the workplace. Because both sensitivity training and group dynamics were seen as overtly technocratic by many in the corporate intelligentsia, the bromides of humanistic psychology appeared less overtly managerial and manipulative. Ranging from Gestalt theory to the revisionist psychoanalysis of Karen Horney and Erich Fromm, the humanistic psychology represented by Rollo May, Viktor Frankl, Abraham Maslow, and Carl Rogers had arisen in the 1930s out of dissatisfaction with orthodox Freudianism. Downplaying sexual and aggressive impulses and renouncing Freud's intractable pessimism, humanistic psychologists focused on what Maslow called the potentialities, virtues, and achievable aspirations latent in human nature. The ideal self, in this view, was almost infinitely protean, displaying, as Rogers explained in On Becoming a Person, 1961, an absence of rigidity, of tight organization, a maximum of adaptability, a discovery of structure and experience, a flowing, changing organization of self and personality. Maslow and Rogers, whose books, along with taped interviews and conferences, began to circulate widely in business circles in the early 1960s, proved especially adept at evangelizing the new psychology to middlebrow readers. Discoverers of banality, as Russell Jacoby once described them, they peddled a farrago of uplift packaged as the latest psychological science. Maslow in particular was a virtuoso of platitude, a master in pawning off nuggets of cliché as extraordinary pearls of insight. Yet, for all its empty profundity, humanistic psychology also represented a metamorphosis of the sacred, a translation of religious aspirations into the existentialist vernacular of being and authenticity. At the top of his celebrated hierarchy of needs, Maslow placed self-actualization, the expression of human potential uninhibited by enervating inner conflicts or unnecessary external restraints. Self-actualizers, Maslow wrote in Toward a Psychology of Being, 1962, comprised a different breed of human beings, an existential elite of kinder, gentler Übermenschen, who had scaled the highest reaches of human nature. Represented best by artists, writers, Olympic athletes, and other achievers, they perceived reality more efficiently, fully, and with less emotional contamination than lesser breeds below them in the anthropological hierarchy. At the most celestial level of personal development, self-actualizers would have what Maslow anointed peak experiences that resemble encounters with divinity recounted by seers, mystics, and saints. In its preachy, etiolated fashion, humanistic psychology preserved what had previously been considered the experience of enchantment. Indeed, Maslow and others openly admitted that terms such as peak experience and self-actualization mimicked the traditional therapeutic vocabulary of religion. Humanistic psychology was a larger, more inclusive science, Maslow argued, because it included what he called the data of transcendence. While the reduction of transcendence to data exemplifies Maslow's Philistinism, it would be unfair to dismiss humanistic psychology as merely an ideology of conformity, social amnesia, as Jacoby dubbed it. The utopian longing for communion in labor had surfaced before in management theory, as well as in anarchist and artisanal evocations of joy in self-directed creativity. Though it ultimately sanctioned therapeutic acquiescence in a new managerial culture, humanistic psychology addressed desires for liberation from the bureaucratic routines of Fordism. Growth and self-realization possessed a powerful critical import from Fromm, who devoted a good deal of The Sane Society, 1955, and The Art of Loving, 1956, to analyzing the destructive impact of corporate capitalism on the conditions for genuine self-realization. If, as Fromm believed, love sought the self-realization of others, and if work was an indispensable mode of self-realization, then humanly authentic work was impossible or perverted in a capitalist society that was incompatible with the principle of love. Although Herbert Marcuse excoriated him as a peddler of conformism, Fromm pointed to the anarchists and syndicalists of Spain and France as models for a beloved community of labor. Centered around the idea of workers' participation and co-management, their conception of work fostered personal development rather than sheer productivity. Yet, humanistic psychology also proved useful to a new generation of management theorists and business chieftains. Maslow and Douglas MacGregor oversaw the full inclusion of humanistic psychology in the corporate portfolio of hegemony. A professor of management at MIT's Alfred P. Sloan School of Management, MacGregor conducted extensive field research among numerous firms in the late 1950s, summarizing his discoveries in The Human Side of Enterprise, 1960, one of the most celebrated documents in the managerial canon. Clearly indebted to Maslowian psychology, MacGregor complained that we are a long way from realizing the potential represented by the human resources we now recruit into industry. The chief culprits in this waste of human talent were the Fordist and Taylorist principles of what MacGregor disparaged as Theory X, rigid hierarchy, centralization of command and authority, and meticulous specialization of tasks. Under the specter of Theory X, managers and executives led corporate structures full of repressed and alienated employees, the timorous inhabitants of the Crystal Palace. To unleash the potential blocked by Fordist monotony, managers needed to draw on the latest psychology and social science to fashion an organizational climate conducive to human growth, which would, of course, raise profits as well. MacGregor dubbed the new philosophy of wealth Theory Y, promising developments with respect to the human side of enterprise comparable to those that have occurred in technology. Automated technology, to be precise, whose designers and operators were the brave new artisans of the cybernetic era. Blessed with such intrepid and imaginative specialists, managers, he advised, should relax their grip, loosen and diversify their bureaucracies, and trust rather than command their employees. Maslow provided a sanctimonious psychological complement to Theory Y. As the chief middle-brow preacher of growth and self-actualization, Maslow was courted in business circles, and his reflections in Utopian Management, 1965, grew out of his brief stint as a managerial consultant. In the summer of 1962, Maslow worked as a sort of visiting fellow with Nonlinear Systems, NLS, a Southern California digital manufacturing firm. An avid reader of MacGregor, Maslow, and Drucker, NLS's founder and president, Andrew Kay, grouped his workers into production teams of 6 or 7 members who set their own pace, kept no records, and made their own internal rules, while an executive council set overall policy but refrained from supervision. As Kay explained to one of the many business reporters who trekked to his factory in search of the future, "We control the process, not the people," having already controlled the people by rearranging the process. Kay was so proud of his industrial democracy that he invited Maslow to analyze the firm's management and human relations policies. Required to come only one afternoon a week, Maslow studied his own ideas in action and was, unsurprisingly, astonished by the refreshing and remunerative transparency of NLS's corporate ecology. Unlike conventional corporations with their stodgy autocracies, NLS was like a well-integrated basketball team with a coach confident enough to let his talented players exercise their skills with a minimum of oversight. Workplace harmony and efficiency weren't the only virtues that Maslow discerned in what he dubbed Utopian management. In his view, NLS heralded the advent of an eschatological epoch in which capitalism would finally resolve the contradictions of history. What is good for General Motors is then good for the United States. What is good for the United States is then good for the world. What is good for me is then good for everyone else. By empowering workers, humane management, synergy, in Maslow's words, was a utopian or revolutionary technique, the final rapprochement of political democracy and capitalist economics. But it also represented a religious consummation, since, with all the vapid sincerity of humanistic psychology, it took religion seriously, profoundly, deeply, and earnestly. Since salvation is a byproduct of self-actualizing work and self-actualizing duty, then the labor of the new economy could rightly be called mission, calling, vocation, in the priest's sense. Uninhibited by fear and unhindered by hierarchy, the new corporate self was an utterly transparent, creative person, a glorious self-actualizer who could unleash himself, show his talent or genius or skill without building up defenses or guards. Maslow augured an unending peak of experience, a life in which a race of thriving Übermenschen, unshackled from the need to take thought for the marrow, would be totally immersed in the here and now. Yet, despite immersion in the here and now, the new management theory remained, in the end, fixated on the bottom line. McCarraher never pretended otherwise. The fundamental goal of any Theory Y manager was, he reiterated, demonstrating to people how they can satisfy their own needs best by working toward organizational objectives, namely, capital accumulation. While Maslow was more adept at expressing corporate objectives in psychoexistential twaddle, he was also chillingly honest about the Hobbesian underside of Utopian economics. Despite Maslow's frequent allusions to post-war material abundance, an ontology of scarcity lurked behind the humanist bombast of self-actualization. You can trust people in an affluent society with plenty of money, plenty of goods, and plenty of food. But all bets were off if things get tight. If, Maslow imagined, there were 100 people, and there was food for 10, and 90 of these 100 would die, then, he announced with unsavory candor, I would make mighty goddamned sure that I would not be one of those 90. Standing atop a bloody heap in the hierarchy of need, there surely was a peak experience. Maslow advised the creative person to cultivate the art of the higher duplicity to avoid the fate of the uncreative 90. Even in good times, he cautioned, the synergistic leader ought not to be as expressive and open about himself as other people are permitted and encouraged to be. This was the sordid Machiavellian denouement of Maslowian managerial synergy. Maslow underlined the persistence of conflict in the political economy of Utopiskia, cautioning that the humanistic principles he and McCarraher outlined held primarily for good conditions rather than for stormy weather. Alas, just as Maslow was finishing his book, stormy weather was hitting NLS. In the summer and fall of 1964, orders began to decline as more conventionally structured competitors made inroads into its aerospace market, and Kay had to lay off some of the people over whom he claimed to have no control. The Executive Council terminated the experiment in synergy, and NLS reverted to a rigidly structured hierarchy, featuring greater managerial supervision. Apparently, Utopiskia would quickly retool as a dystopian oligarchy when profits were down, and the Theory Y manager would need to perceive and control reality more efficiently. As Kay later confessed to Business Week, he had lost sight of the purpose of business, which is not to develop new theories of management. For all the lissom palaver about openness, growth, and opportunity for self-actualization, the new managerial style continued to rely on deceit, repression, and ferocious competitive discipline. A similar conservative revolution was underway in advertising, an industry in turmoil precisely at the zenith of American prosperity and confidence. With the waning of corporate modernism in the 1930s and 1940s, firms took fewer aesthetic risks. The hopes of occultans that advertising could usher in a business millennium gave way to more prosaic concerns. Advertising, so the new wisdom went, was a thoroughly mercantile enterprise, founded on the latest scientific expertise. Artistic adventurism was for abstract expressionists. As journalist Martin Mayer wrote in 1958, The best ad men relied not on genius, but on rigorous logical analysis of surveys, polls, and questionnaires. The very title of Rosser Reeves' Reality in Advertising, 1960, encapsulated the rejection of modernism's insistence on autonomy, eccentricity, and brilliance. Engaged in the scientific production of images, the institutional apparatus of advertising was aligned with the nostrums of scientific management. Most agencies were Theory X bureaucracies, models of utilitarian and monetary rationality. As a result, advertising in the 1950s was a dry-bones desert of creative sterility. Having managed successful ad campaigns for Shell gasoline, Rolls-Royce cars, Schweppes tonic water, and Hathaway shirts, David Ogilvy, co-founder of Ogilvy and Mather and former researcher for George Gallup, felt justified in asserting in his Confessions of an Advertising Man, 1963, that most advertisements are infernally dull. An unmistakable consciousness of professional and aesthetic fraudulence came to pervade the field by the late 1950s. Many ad men could have seconded Vic Norman, the protagonist of Frederick Weissman's The Hucksters, 1946, who, fed up with compromising with clients and consumers, implores his colleagues, "Christ, we ought to face it. We're hustlers." So when Allen Ginsberg lamented that the best minds of his generation cranked out blasts of leaden verse in their offices on Madison Avenue, he both roared in prophetic dudgeon and recounted his experience in the consciousness industry. The author of Howl had endured a stint as an ad man in New York and San Francisco in the early 1950s. Yet, just as Ginsberg was howling, a new cohort of theorists and professionals was replacing the leaden verse of scientific advertising with a brash new poetry of consumer desire. What industry leaders and historians have called the creative revolution began in the mid-1950s as an institutional and aesthetic upheaval against the Fordist dream factories in advertising. Just as management writers denounced Theory X bureaucracies and leadership styles for their hindrance of entrepreneurial innovation, more and more advertising writers berated the leaden institutions that stifled their artistic freedom. The creative revolution featured a shift to boutique firms, outposts of Theory Y that lavishly advertised their independence from aesthetic conventions. Creative revolutionaries incorporated public distrust of advertising into a brash new universe of commercial imagery that relied on clever copy, ironic humor, and derision of propriety and stuffiness. In what Frank has dubbed the conquest of cool, the creative revolution marked the bourgeois bohemian convergence of Madison Avenue with the counterculture. While creativity appeared to supplant scientific research as the chief mode of legitimation, it obscured the persistence of the century-old ambition to merge instrumental reason with aesthetics, the freedom of the artist with the necessities of the vendor, the longing for a sacramental way in the world with the mandates of pecuniary metaphysics. These structural and symbolic revolutions in advertising were accompanied by changes in what marketing researcher Ernest Dichter dubbed the strategies of desire. The most prominent and controversial strategy of desire was motivational research, pioneered by Dichter, George Katona, Burleigh Gardner, Louis Cheskin, and Pierre Martineau. Drawing on group dynamics, sociological surveys, and psychoanalytic theory, motivational researchers assembled a sophisticated repertoire of psychic inquisition, Rorschach inkblots, interviews, psychographs, thematic apperception tests, and demographic studies. Diagramming the vectors of longing, motivational researchers lambasted conventional advertising, a dull, uninvolving chant of mechanica and ingredients, as Martineau complained, and admonished the industry to remember that humans do not live by information alone. Men live by symbols, Martineau observed, and the job of the new inquisitors was to fathom the allegories of the restless heart. Business journalists recognized that motivational research was more intrusive than any previous advertising method. Madison Avenue is preparing a concerted onslaught on the consumer to find out what makes him tick. Businessweek alerted readers in 1953. A year later, the Wall Street Journal noted apprehensively that advertisers were venturing into the strange wilderness of the unconscious mind. Robert Graham worried in The Reporter that, in addition to prostituting their talents, social scientists would feed dangerous material to an irresponsible ad man. Yet, despite the umbrage of critics such as Vance Packard, whose popular diatribe against The Hidden Persuaders, 1957, portrayed Dichter and his colleagues as a shoddy Orwellian cabal of master manipulators, advertisers and their clients were eager to enter and profit from the libidinal labyrinth. The creative process requires more than reason, as Ogilvy asserted. Most business people and advertisers were unoriginal, he contended, because they paid too much fealty to the tyranny of reason. Echoing humanistic psychologists, Ogilvy traced the banality of most advertising imagery to psychic repression. Their imaginations are blocked, he wrote of his cohorts, and motivational research allowed them to escape both their own and the public's neurotic confinement. By the mid-1950s, the new science of desire was all the rage in agencies and corporate advertising departments, with researchers plumbing and charting the volatile id of the marketplace. As Graham reported, motivational research became the Appian way of the advertising world, with a reputation so impeccable that it constituted the new liturgy of the consciousness industry. With advertisers leading a return of the repressed, virtuous consumerism was marked for extinction. As the principal celebrants of this new liturgy, Martineau and Dichter expounded the metaphysics and humanism of motivational research. In articles published in the Harvard Business Review, as well as in his textbook, Motivation in Advertising, 1957, Martineau, director of research and marketing at the Chicago Tribune, offered an elementary introduction to the science of libidinal inquiry and manipulation. His recognition that men live by symbols was bound up with a commodity humanism, an account of human identity as an evanescent and kaleidoscopic ensemble of consumer purchases. Pointing to research on market segmentation, the idea that there is not the market, but rather markets subdivided into segments or niches, he asserted that the individual consumer is an integer in a market niche, profoundly different from those in other segments, in his mode of thinking and his way of handling the world. Where he buys and what he buys will differ not only by economics, but in symbolic value. Hence there was, for example, an automobile for every personality. Thus, the mission of the advertiser was not to provide information about the product, but to conjure a halo of psychological meanings, to fabricate an aura out of longings identified through the techniques of motivational research. Seeking to mystify, not explain, the commodity, the successful magician of consciousness constructed a powerful symbol capable of lifting the brand completely out of the long parade of faceless products. Even something as apparently mundane and unromantic as gasoline, Martineau argued, could be bathed in the radiance of the psyche as refracted through the mercantile science of passion. Yet, if color schemes and designs have an intrinsic meaning to consumers, he wrote, their meaning to sellers was wholly pecuniary. Though aimed at the collective unconscious of consumers, motivational research was ultimately a form of training in sensitivity to capital. If Martineau addressed his fellow image professionals, Dichter engaged the wider public, assuming Calkins's role as advertising's most passionate moralist and metaphysician. Dichter's rise in the marketing and advertising world was meteoric and immensely lucrative. Born in Vienna in 1907 and trained as a psychoanalyst by Alfred Adler, Dichter escaped Nazi Germany with his wife and arrived in New York in 1938, finding work with a market research firm in Manhattan. Riding the rising wave of American interest in psychoanalysis, Dichter wrote to several agencies introducing himself as a young psychologist from Vienna who had some interesting new ideas which can help you be more successful, effective, sell more, and communicate better. One of the firms, the Compton Advertising Agency, hired Dichter to work on its Ivory Soap account. After conducting 100 non-directive interviews in which he asked subjects to talk about their bathing habits and experiences, Dichter concluded that soap was not about hygiene, but rather about erotic self-indulgence. One of the few occasions when the puritanical American was allowed to caress himself or herself, lingering in the bathtub, gratified the basic impulse of primary narcissism. Thus, Ivory needed to understand that it wasn't selling soap. It was selling sexual allure, voluptuous ecstasy, fleshly beatitude. Dichter advised Ivory to renounce the somber, utilitarian, thoroughly cleansing character it had attributed to its product and to give it a more sensuous, luxuriant personality, one more like that of a competitor, Cashmere Bouquet, which projected a more glamorous image. After Ivory took Dichter's advice, be smart and get a fresh start with Ivory Soap, his profile became so prominent that other corporate clients enlisted his services. Chrysler, Procter & Gamble, Exxon, General Mills, and DuPont. Dichter's remuneration and professional renown grew rapidly to the point where, in 1946, he established an Institute for Motivational Research in Montrose, New York, which soon had a dozen branches in North America and Europe. It would be easy to dismiss Dichter as a cynical peddler of statistically sanctioned hedonism. One psychologist-turned-marketing director advised clients to use this guy, use his ideas, milk him, but for Christ's sake, don't tell me it's research. Packard made this mistake in The Hidden Persuaders, where his Protestant proprietary indictment of Dichter and motivational research not only missed but misunderstood its target, so thoroughly, in fact, that he inadvertently made Dichter into a celebrity. A year after Packard's book appeared, Dichter thanked its author for making the whole world motivation research conscious. Upholding self-restraint and frugality, Packard excoriated Dichter and his fellow strategists of desire for their encouragement of materialism. Dichter's retorts to Packard and other scourges of consumerism were pointed and astute, certainly much more subtle and searching than Packard's tightwad moralism. In Dichter's view, laid out in The Strategy of Desire, 1960, while Packard garnered easy applause by thundering against materialism, he and other self-appointed censors seldom bothered to tell us what they really mean by material or spiritual values. If and when they did, he continued, it quickly became obvious that their idealism entailed some kind of material expression. Justice, for instance, required redistribution of money and goods. Love, family, or religion needed roses, home-cooked meals, or collection envelopes to be taken seriously. Dichter's conclusion was resolutely materialist. In theological terms, incarnational. The division between materialistic goods and idealistic goals is an erroneous one, he wrote. There is no sharp dividing line between materialistic and idealistic values. If, as Martineau had realized, men live by symbols, they lived by those symbols through material objects, anointed by a halo of meanings. As Dichter's riposte to Packard and other champions of prudence and sobriety indicated, Dichter was more than a huckstering psychoanalyst. Ensconced at the Institute for Motivational Research, he was also a formidable philosopher of futility, a worthy heir of Nystrom and Calkins. Offering a commercial cryptography of the id, motivational research, Dichter confidently asserted, constituted a new and revolutionary way of discovering the soul of man. Human desire is the raw material we're working with. He reminded admin and marketers, business is selling not only products and services, but also a positive philosophy of life. In numerous articles and in a trilogy of books, The Psychology of Everyday Living, 1947, The Strategy of Desire, and his Handbook of Consumer Motivations, 1964, Dichter mounted a defense of commodity fetishism, laying a libidinal groundwork for a new pecuniary metaphysics of morals. In Dichter's view, affluent societies like the United States were entering what he called a psycho-economic age, in which high levels of employment and production required an exponential expansion of consumption. But to educate the public in the strange new moralism of consumer desire, image professionals had to counter the static and antiquated psychology of scarcity, the rationality of inhibition that sanctioned the now obsolete virtues of thrift and self-denial. Basing their invective against advertising on this archaic model of psyche and economy, Packard and other scourges failed, Dichter argued, to recognize that needs are plastic and expansive, and that improvements in modern technology enabled and even mandated their satisfaction. At the same time, if change and variation are necessary for human flourishing, then perpetual dissatisfaction should be fostered, not lamented. An escalating cycle of disappointment and fulfillment was a healthy goal of persuasion and education. What Nystrom had named futility, Dichter repackaged as constructive discontent, the creative destruction of desire that fueled ever greater investment and innovation. In the age of psychoeconomics, when advertising would come into its own as an industry devoted to the production of consciousness, the restless heart would stay forever restless, finding an evanescent repose in the eternal obsolescence of commodity culture. Dichter's psychoeconomic age entailed the creative destruction of personal identity through consumption, a search that ceaseth only in death, or lack of money, which amounted to the same. Defining the human in terms of consumer activity, Dichter reduced identity to an ensemble of commodities. In the tables of market research, a middle-class white male, he pointed out, was someone who wears an Adams shirt, drives a Plymouth car, drinks PM whiskey, and wears arrow ties and shirts. But to Dichter, commodities were more than makers of taste or signifiers of status. They awaken, liberate, and permit us to discover more and more about ourselves. Things indeed preach to us, as Emerson had thought. The world was filled with friendly objects, as Whitman had hoped. Combining psychoanalysis, Gestalt psychology, and cultural anthropology, Dichter outlined what he called a phenomenology of goods, a capitalist theory of commodity fetishism in which objects have a soul, the soul of their prospective consumers. Enchanted by projection, objects are vessels of desire, tokens empowered by our futile search for fulfillment in the commerce of longing. Dichter's meticulous attention to the psychic and sensuous nature of desire enlivened his tales of market research, the emotional facets of glass, the soul of metals, the secret life of a fruit, the erotic messages of cigarette lighters. The conclusion of Dichter's phenomenology was inexorable. A soul thus projected is redeemed through consumption, a consummation afforded only through the ritual of purchase and the sanctifying grace of money. Thus, Dichter's philosophy of futility restated the foundation of pecuniary metaphysics. As the criterion of reality in capitalist life, money is the root and quintessence of all things. And as money must move for capital to accumulate, Dichter emphasized that the ceremonies of consumption must be constantly reenacted. Since people inevitably project themselves onto objects and perpetually suffer from constructive discontent, advertisers should promote and orchestrate this dynamic relationship of constant interaction. Dichter realized that constructive discontent would be the axis of a new moral imagination, mandating a transvaluation of values as profound as any ever envisioned by Nietzsche. Echoing Calkins, Philene, and Frederick, he predicted that as motivational researchers opened up to view the vast lands of the human soul and spirit, consumers could explore those regions once considered the domains of religion and philosophy. Indeed, those realms touched on metaphysical sublimity. The more adroitly corporations employed the strategies of desire to identify and satiate our longings, the more we approach a God within ourselves. But that pliable deity could achieve its omnipotence only by erasing the memory of transgression. To savor the unremittingly transient bliss of constructive discontent, we have to learn to forget the guilt of original sin. With this memory repressed, Augustine's restless heart could be an engine of progress in unceasing, acquisitive motion. With greater flair and audacity than his predecessors in the perennial philosophy of futility, Dichter had identified the sacramental desire that animates the fetishism of commodities, the passion for communion with divinity in the sumptuous plenitude of the material world. Equipped with a deliberately elusive cure of souls, advertisers and marketers were spiritual directors, with their charts and questionnaires comprising a corporate breviary of capitalist enchantment. The priest had departed. The divine advertiser had come. Dichter's open and unambiguous challenge to conventional morality indicates that the more advanced sectors of the corporate world were poised to assimilate the counterculture that was coalescing in the early 1960s. In both popular consciousness and academic scholarship, this counterculture encompasses a kaleidoscopic realm of dissidents. Beat writers and artists and their descendants among hippies, rock music and the drug culture, experiments in communal living based on artisanal and small-scale agricultural labor, the sexual revolution that culminated in the revitalization of feminism and the emergence of gay liberation, the new interest in Zen Buddhism and other forms of spirituality outside the compass of Judeo-Christianity, and an unprecedented concern for the ecological health of the planet that revived the environmental movement. Both popular and academic narratives of the counterculture account for its appearance in much the same way: bourgeois boredom and disgruntlement, alienation from the bureaucratic conformity and technocratic rationalism of industrial society, and revulsion at the racism, violence, and sexual repression of American life, all condensed in the opposition to the war in Vietnam. Demanding release from the Apollonian prison of instrumental rationality, the counterculture beckoned to Orpheus and Dionysus unbound, a Gemeinschaft of festivity, pleasure, and mysticism embodied in communes, rock concerts, be-ins, handicrafts, and organic farming. Sponsoring a profusion of experiments in consciousness, it practiced expressive individualism, in Robert Bella's words, another romantic celebration of unrestrained feeling and sensuality. Yet, one of the more remarkable aspects of American culture in the 1960s was the popularity of countercultural apostasy, the affirmation and embrace of its mutiny and flamboyance not only by youth, but also by many of their middle-class elders. The sheer ubiquity of sympathetic books and articles on the counterculture in the popular press, capped by Yale law professor Charles Reich's dulcet paean to The Greening of America, 1970, suggests that the counterculture may not have been as counter as both contemporaries and later observers thought. Reich's proclamation that a revolution was already spreading with amazing rapidity captured an inchoate but pervasive transformation of American culture as a whole. To be sure, the counterculture remained unsettling enough to mute and bridle its immediate impact. The specter of antinomian revelry, or the dangers of pharmaceutical rapture, or the dread of post-Christian anime prevented most white middle-class Americans from fully enlisting in the cultural revolution. But if the hesitant changes in bourgeois mores were any indication, modernism had found its way into quiet suburban lanes as well as noisy metropolitan streets. Bohemia, once an enclave for an elite of disaffection, was now becoming a democratic vista. Thus, like the new prophets of corporate iconoclasm, the counterculture grew out of very real frustrations. It reflected a general crisis of capitalist enchantment. Yet, it harbored two very different legacies. One continued the romantic lineage of anti-capitalism, repudiating the ideal of commodified abundance, rejecting the dogmas of pecuniary metaphysics, and calling for an enchanted, sacramental alternative to the counterfeit disenchantment of corporate modernity. The other, complicit with the conquest of cool, dovetailed perfectly with the stylistic, moral, and metaphysical lineaments of the nascent corporate counterculture. Often merging seamlessly and enthusiastically with automation, managerial synergy, and the creative revolution, the cybernetic counterculture was not so much co-opted as it was recognized fraternally by the cultural and technological vanguard of corporate capitalism. It embodied a corporate assimilation of romanticism, a foreclosure on Bohemia, a copyright infringement on the sacramental imagination. The counterculture merged with corporate Bohemia most clearly in technology and advertising circles, as many of its adherents and fellow travelers were utopian enthusiasts of science and technological progress. Often pointing to the electric guitars, recording equipment, and amplifying systems essential to rock music, even sympathetic accounts noted the countercultural affinity for the products of corporate industry. In The Making of a Counterculture, 1969, his friendly but critical study, Theodore Roszak pointed out that when heroes of the drug culture such as Timothy Leary advocated better living through chemistry, they mean it the way DuPont means it. Convinced that there exists a technological solution to every human problem, the blissed-out knights of what Roszak called the Great Psychedelic Crusade shared the same faith in the technological sublime that animated Fortune and other mavens of automation. Although Reich rehearsed many of the standard complaints about technology, he believed nonetheless that the machine itself was the material basis of consciousness. 3. The emancipatory sensibility of sensuousness, self-discovery, and communal elation adumbrated in the counterculture. Reich's ecologically resonant encomium to the greening of America stemmed in part from his belief that cybernetics and automation were eradicating scarcity, abolishing the need for alienating labor and permitting a more selective use of technology that would diminish despoliation of the environment. Originally designed to further an acquisitive and conformist way of life, the machine itself has begun to do the work of revolution, he wrote exultantly. Richard Brautigan agreed. By the mid-1960s, Brautigan was one of the most prominent and revered poets of the counterculture, and his All Watched Over by Machines of Loving Grace, 1967, swiftly became a classic of techno-romanticism, a felicitous, cyber-pastoral vision of harmony between nature and technology. Brautigan dreamed of a cybernetic meadow where mammals and computers live together in mutually programming harmony, as well as a cybernetic forest filled with pines and electronics where deer stroll peacefully past computers as if they were flowers with spinning blossoms. This cybernetic ecology was Marx's realm of freedom, unshackled from the realm of necessity, but beautifully intertwined with its myriad creatures. We would be free of our labors and joined back to nature, relieved from toil by a naturalized technology and reunited with our mammal brothers and sisters. The entire planet would be guarded by an angelic presence, all watched over by machines of loving grace, a state not of insidious superintendence and control, but of blissful camaraderie and security. Brodigan peppered his eschatology of technological communion with hints of historical inevitability. "It has to be," as he declares at one point, "the sooner the better." As Brodigan suggested, the countercultural Orpheus could be in league with the corporate Prometheus. The psychedelic longing for earthly rapture was not at all incompatible with the cybernetic quest for untrammeled mastery. As Andrew Ross, Fred Turner, and others have demonstrated, high-tech hippies and countercultural ideologues who experimented with non-Western religious traditions were among the key progenitors of the cyberculture that shaped the discourse surrounding computers, digitalization, and eventually the Internet. In their view, the metaphysical tenets of Judeo-Christianity had been discredited by modern science, and its institutions had been compromised by their allegiances with the forces of avarice, imperialism, and conformity. Convinced that Asian and Native American religions provided the basis for a reconciliation between traditional enchantment and the world revealed by contemporary physics, writers such as Fritjof Capra, Gary Zukov, Robert Pirsig, and Stuart Brand contended that cybernetic technology portended a world in which personal autonomy and spiritual unity could be fostered through the unimpeded flow of information, the metaphysical substratum of the universe, even if apprehended differently by swamis, shamans, and scientists. So when Pirsig wrote in his best-selling Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance, 1974, one of the canonical texts of the countercultural imagination, that the Buddha, the Godhead, resides just as comfortably in the circuits of a digital computer as he does at the top of a mountain or in the petals of a flower, he hinted not only at the romance of cybernation, but also at the ideological affiliation of countercultural mysticism and the emergent corporate world of research, networking, and techno-entrepreneurial zeal. One of the first and most tireless impresarios of the cyberculture, Brand was a prescient harbinger of the new technological sublime of capitalist enchantment. After graduating from Stanford and serving in the Army, Brand embarked on a spiritual odyssey in the early 1960s that led him to abandon Christianity and embrace the metaphysical wisdom of the Blackfoot, Navajo, and Hopi tribes he visited in Arizona and New Mexico. Perusing McLuhan, Wiener, and rising stars of futurology such as Buckminster Fuller, Brand synthesized an eclectic blend of Native American spirituality and technological utopianism. As he wrote in 1964 in the personal journal he kept, the modern world was growing out of the desiccated Protestant unconsciousness of his youth and entering, with the help of electronics and automation, an era of tribal endeavors and cosmic consciousness. Eager to experiment in post-Protestant sensibility, Brand dove into the nexus of the drug culture and the music industry, taking up with Ken Kesey and the Merry Pranksters to arrange the first Trips Festival in San Francisco in January 1966. Staged with the help of rock promoter Bill Graham, who together with Brand and Kesey cobbled together the LSD and the stroboscopic lights, the festival's psychedelic pageantry was a premonitory spectacle of hippie capitalism, replete with electronic media, sensory surrealism, and slick, chromatic promotion. But Brand aspired to more than acid tests and rock concerts. Between 1966 and 1968, he led a campaign to force NASA to release what was then rumored to be a satellite photograph of the planet taken from space. The Whole Earth Picture, as it was called. At the same time, Brand and his then-wife, Lois, ran a mobile Whole Earth truck store out of a 1963 Dodge truck. Traveling around the country, they enjoined hippies and other refugees from industrial perdition to start another back-to-the-land movement. Peddlers of countercultural yeomanry, they sold easy-to-use agricultural tools and domestic appliances to communes, and they allowed customers to order larger implements through an informal catalog they kept in the truck. Yet, neither Brand's ruralism nor his promotion of what was then labeled intermediate or alternative technology, that was friendlier both to the user and to nature, signaled a repudiation of his earlier infatuation with cybernetics. Along with several prominent computer engineers and programmers associated with the Augmentation Research Center at Stanford, Brand participated in a December 1968 demonstration project, the mother of all demos as it was later remembered in the cyberculture, that showcased many of the features of contemporary personal computers: word processing, hypertext, and video conferencing. Brand's mélange of aboriginal spirituality, ecological solicitude, and technological progressivism represented a vibrant amalgamation of the most popular and enduring currents of the counterculture, and like McLuhan, he became an entrepreneur of ideas. In the Whole Earth Catalog, 1968, and the Co-Evolution Quarterly, 1974, Brand and other techno-hippies both retailed alternative technologies and espoused a credo of cybernetic romanticism that echoed the transcendentalist enchantment of Emerson. We are as gods, and might as well get good at it, as Brand declared on the inside cover of every edition of the catalog. Declaiming in the anti-hierarchical rhetoric of the New Left and the counterculture, rhetoric that morphed into market populism, and the libertarian vernacular of Silicon Valley Übermenschen, Brand explained that he was interested in the catalog format being used for all manner of markets. I'm for power to the people and responsibility to the people. Responsibility is individual stuff. Indeed, the catalog read as a Sears and Roebuck for Emersonian divinity, hawking products that would enable the consumer to enter a realm of intimate, personal power in which he could conduct his own education, find his own inspiration, and shape his own environment. Advertisements for gardening tools or calculators lay alongside visionary rhapsodies to information systems as beloved communities, replete with citations of Wiener, McLuhan, the I Ching, and Navajo folklore. Still, though presented as the savior from the Protestant malevolence of Fordist bureaucratic rationality, Brand's cyber-romanticism remained capitalist, albeit inflected with the flippancy of cool. I've yet to figure out what capitalism is, he told an interviewer in 1970. But if it's what we're doing, I dig it. Writing a new chapter in the technological sublime, Brand and his fellow cyber mystics were indeed trying to figure out what capitalism is. Conservative innovators of the technostructure, they forged the material and cultural milieu of post-Fordist accumulation. At its most grandiose, the cyberculture echoed McLuhan's pronouncement in a 1968 interview with Playboy that computers were creating a Pentecostal condition of unity in diversity. The computer, he rejoiced, promised a state of absorption in the Logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. But cyber-cultural mysticism would find its ultimate incarnation in the predatory figure of Steve Jobs, whose status as a techno-visionary rested on the harshest conditions of industrial exploitation. Although Brand clearly hoped that the supersession of Protestant industrialism and the spread of cybernation would inaugurate an age of digitalized communion, he assisted instead in creating a template for neoliberal technologies of the self and in writing the ideological circuitry for the rise of a bohemian, technocratic plutocracy. The machines that would watch over all of us would not be imbued by any loving grace. A similar preview of the new sensibility of capitalist enchantment was on display in advertising, the premier iconographic factory of the spectacle. The creative revolution, launched in the late 1950s, accelerated over the ensuing decade, bringing the new strategies of desire into headlong embrace with countercultures outside the corporate world. For many younger image professionals, this meant substituting marijuana, LSD, or peyote for the standard elixirs of whiskey, gin, or martinis. Gesturing to the day-glow aesthetics associated with hippies, rock music, and hallucinogenic drugs, Dichter argued in a 1967 issue of Advertising Age that, to bring the product alive with new, more exciting meaning, ad men need to practice mind expansion that would enable them to use animation with psychedelic colors and motion. The elder statesman of market research wrote, just as more and more artists, copywriters, and art directors were adopting the sartorial, recreational, and vernacular styles of the counterculture. Agencies and corporate art departments increasingly saw employees decked out in denims, flowered ties, Nehru jackets, and miniskirts, with men sporting longer hair, mustaches, and sideburns. The prevalence of drugs and therapy on Madison Avenue was less significant than the new sense of professionalism and aesthetic ambition that animated the creative revolutionaries. Especially in the boutiques, creative antinomianism was the flip side of a revitalized conception of advertising as a profession. Advertisers in the 1960s were no less reliant than their predecessors on the scientific acumen of behavioral psychologists, market researchers, and other technicians of consciousness. This heightened awareness of professional stature dovetailed with a rehabilitation of aesthetic aspiration, the desire to wed commerce and fine art, to elevate the kitsch of mercantile imagery into the empyrean of the avant-garde. Creative revolutionaries admired the visual strategies of Roy Lichtenstein, Andy Warhol, and other pioneers of pop art, enlisting them both to associate their products with contemporary art and to validate their own sense of aesthetic sophistication. Like their corporate modernist forebears, creative advertisers compared their work favorably to the museum art of the day. In a typical proclamation in a 1965 issue of Advertising Age, one industry journalist likened the portfolio of Doyle Dane Bernbach to the best not only of pop artists, such as Warhol, but also of Paul Klee and earlier modernists. Yet, ad men eager to claim the mantle of fine art met Warhol and his confreres at precisely the moment when pop artists were forsaking the modernist vocation of vanguard, erasing the boundaries between serious art and evanescent kitsch, and reveling in what critics had dismissed as the vulgarity of mass-produced commodity culture. Relinquishing the ideal of aesthetic autonomy that energized Jackson Pollock, Mark Rothko, and Barnett Newman, they also eschewed their implicit disdain for the voluminous commodities of everyday life. Like the industrial designers of the interwar era, pop artists ratified the aesthetic possibilities residing in mass production. As Warhol later explained, they took as their subjects whatever anybody walking down Broadway could recognize: comics, picnic tables, men's trousers, celebrities, shower curtains, refrigerators, Coke bottles, all the great modern things that the abstract expressionists tried so hard not to notice at all. Pop artists rejected the fervent and heroic spirituality of high modernist existentialism, emulating the works of mechanical reproduction that threatened to put an end to the age of art. But pop art's enthusiasm for commodity culture was not always what it seemed. Especially when engaging Warhol's work, both detractors and celebrants of pop art have focused on its flatness or erasure of effect, its cheerfully empty replication of the glitzy aesthetics of celebrity culture. Warhol's quip that, in the future, everyone will be famous for 15 minutes becomes either a herald of cultural democracy or a spectacular falsehood of late capitalism, an oracle of, if there can be such a thing, the pathos of post-modernity. But one could also interpret Warhol's prophecy as a burlesque of eschatological hope, a metamorphosis of exaltation into the luminosity of marketing and promotion. As Robert Hughes once observed of Warhol's silver-papered factory, where so many lost souls came seeking approval and forgiveness, it provided fame and absolution in the only form American capitalism knows how to offer. publicity, whose gorgeous redemption from banality is, Hughes noted, a parody of Catholicism. Warhol's own pictures of Elizabeth Taylor, Marilyn Monroe, and other stars represented, in Hughes' words, a sly and grotesque parody of the Madonna fixations of Warhol's own Catholic childhood, an upbringing he never altogether rejected. Warhol's fondness for the great modern things partook of a fervent, postmodern devotion. A consummate entrepreneur, Warhol was a celebrant in the liturgy of the spectacle, merging the machinery of mass-produced aura with the aesthetics of the sacramental imagination. He certainly made no secret of his mercenary estimation of art. As he put it flatly in The Philosophy of Andy Warhol, 1975, being good in business is the most fascinating kind of art. Good business is the best art. Indeed, Warhol pronounced in art historical fashion that business art is the step that comes after art. He underlined the point with a might of wisdom deduced straight from the tenets of pecuniary metaphysics. If you want to buy a $200,000 painting, you should take that money, tie it up, and hang it on the wall. Then when someone visited you, the first thing they would see is the money on the wall. According to the narrative of Disenchantment, this would seem to mark the utter secularization of art, its complete absorption into commerce, and the final annulment of its critical capacity. But if capitalism itself is a metamorphosis of the sacred, and if the spectacle represents a sacramental vision refracted through the lens of ironic detachment, then another account becomes possible. Warhol as iconographer of the spectacle, a virtuoso of prefabbed, disposable aura, and its trashy pastiche of enchantment. Warhol's commodity sacramentalism originated in the Byzantine Catholic religious culture of his youth. Born in 1928 in a working-class suburb of Pittsburgh, Andrew Warhol grew up in an impoverished Carpathian Russian immigrant family. His mother, Julia, liked going to church better than material things, filling the Warhol home with icons and attending a Byzantine Catholic church. Like the icons of other Orthodox traditions, those of Byzantine Catholicism were believed not only to represent the divine or its emissaries, saints, holy men and women, in addition to Christ and the Virgin Mary, but also to establish their real presence to the viewer, the kind of contact with the supernal afforded even more viscerally by the bread and wine of the Eucharist. The making of the icons was never considered an aesthetic activity to be pursued for personal expression. Icons were intended to be unoriginal copies of earlier images. Byzantine iconography had a variety of formats: circles, ovals, diptychs, and triptychs, and its premier color was gold, the consecrated hue of holiness and eternity. After he graduated from the Carnegie Institute of Technology in 1949, Warhol left Pittsburgh for New York, dropped the A, and became Andy Warhol, and worked throughout the 1950s, doing commercial illustrations for Bonwit Teller, Tiffany's, McCall's, Harper's Bazaar, and Glamour, populated by gold-embossed birds, cherubs, angels, magi, and holy families. Warhol incorporated the formal aspects of Byzantine iconography into pop art, evoking the sacramental power of icons for the American denomination of the spectacle. Rooted in the modernist shibboleth that art must stand athwart the world of mass production, the incomprehension and derision that pop artists elicited indicated that their critics missed the point. As Warhol explained, pop art is a way of liking things, a celebration of those great modern things that comprise the humble matter of everyday life, a realm where, in Orthodox tradition, the divine always manifests itself sacramentally. On the simplest level of imitation, his Campbell's soup cans and Coca-Cola bottles, mass-produced objects with no personal signature, recalled the anonymity and deliberate repetitiveness of Byzantine iconographers. The reworking of Byzantine sacramental aesthetics is even more evident in Warhol's gilded, silk-screened portraiture of celebrities. The shooting stars in the firmament of the spectacle, the simulacra of Marilyn Monroe, Elizabeth Taylor, Jackie Kennedy, Elvis Presley, and other idols of the marketplace constituted a portfolio of postmodern enchantment. Yet, while Warhol transubstantiated the elite of mass culture into a communion of saints and Madonnas, the silk screening also highlighted the artifice of celebrity, underlining their status as creatures of mass production. The pecuniary imagery of the spectacle never procured so sincere and grotesque a consecration. Warhol's Eucharistic parodies remained largely the chic of museums and galleries, but the work of his friend Peter Max reached a broader, less ferociously modish audience. Despite his adulation of celebrities and commodities, Warhol was never quite condemned as a sellout. Pop art's conflation of art and consumerism was still provocative enough to absorb the cachet that still clung to the notion of the avant-garde. Max never impressed the aesthetic aristocracy, but he did outrage countercultural ideologues. Even in the 1960s, critics vilified Max as a flamboyant traitor whose talent for psychedelic and lucrative illustration betrayed the aesthetic and spiritual ideals of the counterculture. Yet, this verdict presumes that Max indeed violated some countercultural essence or ideal. As Max often asserted, even at the peak of his fame and imitability, he never perceived the slightest contradiction between spiritual self-discovery and pecuniary aggrandizement. Like Maxfield Parrish, Max was an audacious vendor of enchantment, impervious to the sneers of the cultural elite. Born in Berlin in 1937, Max was brought by his Jewish parents to Shanghai in the following year to escape persecution by the Nazis. While growing up in Shanghai, Max lived near Buddhist and Hindu monasteries, an obvious source of the spiritual ambiance of his later illustrations, and developed a lifelong fondness for Chinese and Japanese art. His father moved the family to Haifa when the State of Israel was formed in 1948, and then to Brooklyn 5 years later. Enrolling in the Art Students League in 1956, Max soon switched to the School of Visual Arts, where, like many of his friends, he was torn between the aesthetic heroism of the modernist avant-garde and the siren appeals of the advertising business. Though professing to seek a new form of expression that was not limited by the constraints of the market, Max followed other graduates into advertising. Once passionate to emulate Picasso or Pollock, "We discussed dynamic concepts," he later recalled, but now, for ads, books and magazine covers, record albums, and posters. Max never apologized for being an adept and well-remunerated professional producer of images. In the early 1960s, he ran a small advertising studio with a friend from the School of Visual Arts, making ads and illustrations for book publishers and record companies that garnered considerable attention in the industry. Yet, while finding inspiration, like Lichtenstein and Warhol, in the pulpy ephemera of mass culture, comic books, movie posters, and billboards, Max found himself seeking out larger, more transcendent sources. Though not religious, in an orthodox sense, he felt stricken by some spiritual malaise in the midst of his success by the middle of the decade. In the summer of 1966, Max spent 3 straight 16-hour days working on a collage that he hoped, in representing a cosmic truth, would afford him a glimpse into the grand scheme of things and the meaning of life. Exhausted and frustrated by his inability to see into the scheme, Max experienced an epiphany. As he remembered the episode some years later, a white-bearded man appeared out of a cloud and nodded, as if to say, "It's all right. I will come." The man in the cloud soon arrived, and Max finally understood the grand scheme of things. A week after his vision, anticipating something wonderful, his friend Conrad Rooks, heir to the Avon Cosmetics fortune, introduced Max to Swami Satchidananda, an Indian yogi then living in Sri Lanka. Though Max was reluctant to help Rooks make a movie with the Swami, Allen Ginsberg, and William S. Burroughs, he relented when his friend handed him a very large check. Under the Swami's guidance, Max took his first lessons in yoga and opened up a vast creative reservoir, an interior space that seemed just as vast as the enormity of outer space. Indeed, they seemed to be one and the same. Although the Swami was supposed to return to Sri Lanka, Max insisted that he remain and share his spiritual enlightenment with other Americans. Bringing the Swami to the United States was, Max later claimed, the most spiritual and patriotic thing I have ever done. Max's spiritual renewal, sanctified by very large checks, was a truly Aquarian moment. After meeting the Swami, all the planets lined up for me. The acres of diamonds once promised by the Protestant God were now sown by Yogi. By the late 1960s, Max's ad illustrations and posters were netting him a multi-million-dollar income. Madison Avenue was a great education. He later mused, I learned what the world was about. Hired by General Electric, Wrangler, Burlington Mills, Coca-Cola, and other corporations, he owned 5 advertising and design companies and licensed 50 others to use his work on dishes, napkins, belts, gloves, and shopping bags. He swanned through parties with Donovan, Andy Warhol, and the Beatles, and he mugged with Ed Sullivan and Johnny Carson. The peak experience of Max's celebrity came in September 1969, when Life profiled him in an admiring portrait of the artist as a very rich man. On the day the issue appeared, Max was sitting in Time Life's boardroom with the magazine's editors, and Warhol, "Oh, Peter, now you're a household name." The elfin Warhol sighed. Thanks to his meteoric rise and enshrinement in the vault of popular culture, Max attracted widespread criticism and mockery as a countercultural fraud, the hippie with the Midas touch. One writer in Esquire tagged him in December 1970 as a hip capitalist whose fame and fortune demonstrated conclusively that the counterculture had been co-opted by the corporate order. While this account assumed a pristine counterculture, it could have pointed to the secret of commodity fetishism, the desire for enchantment that was so obviously an element of Max's prolific imagery. As Max cheerfully told Life, I try to give warmth to machine-made objects, a description that makes sense not only of his work for corporations, but also of his even more popular posters as well, all of which floated in serene continuity with the oldest aspirations of advertising. Composed in a Fauvist variation of pop art, Max's posters depicted a cosmopolitan, anarcho-psychedelic, beloved community, gurus, gods, goddesses, flower children, cosmic butterflies, and levitating yogi, unfettered by the laws of gravity as they swirled over lakes, hills, meadows, and mountains. Like Maxfield Parrish's dreamy tableau of fairy-tale monarchs and idling lovers, Max's fluorescent community sought to capture or impute some spirit of the thing, to convey some blissful freshness permeating the grand scheme or meaning of life. In the dorm rooms, art galleries, and recording studios where Max's Republic of Beauty resided, the romantic sacramental imagination endured, on sufferance, for a price. Life's cover illustration for its profile underscored perfectly the commodification of enchantment. Max's big, toothy smile was superimposed over a riot of stars, clouds, planets, and rainbows. A poster that, peeled back slightly, revealed underlying columns of green dollar signs. As Max learned on Madison Avenue, The grand scheme of things and the meaning of life radiated with the monetary metaphysics of capital. Max's world of supple and iridescent mobility, powered, as life so crassly acknowledged, by the augmentation of surplus value, offered a spectacular premonition of the moral imagination of neoliberal capitalism. Draped in Brooks Brothers suits and accessorized with the latest electronic gadgetry, his figures could have stepped from the pages of Alvin Toffler's Future Shock. 1970, a best-selling ware in the middle-class market, in anxiety about the cultural and technological horizon. A former labor columnist for Fortune and a freelance consultant for IBM, Xerox, and AT&T, Toffler had spent a decade pursuing the latest developments in cybernetic technology, management theory, psychology, and social forecasting. Written with the bracing and relentless momentum of historical inevitability, Future Shock was a glossy, breathless compendium of the corporate counterculture, hailing the arrival of a new Atlantis in the midst of a super-industrial society and denouncing resistance to the cybernetic revolution as Rousseauite romanticism. Toffler studded his book of revelations with marvels invented or imagined in the laboratories of the scientific and technological estate, cyborgs, space travel, underwater cities, and cloning and other forms of bioengineering, wonders formerly considered the fantasy world of comic strips and science fiction. But the greatest prodigies were new human beings, the cybernauts of digitalized destiny, freelance professionals, Theory Y managers, technical designers and specialists, the advance agents of man, the avant-garde of the 21st century. Like Max's limber and sprightly gurus, they comprised a new race of nomads, modular men, as Toffler dubbed them, pathfinders on the super-industrial frontier whose personal and professional lives were incessantly changing, fluid, and varied. These were the icons of flexibility, outlined in countercultural management literature, the instigators of permanent creative revolutions in technology, culture, and business. In Toffler's avid prognostication, the emerging political economy was a Theory Y paradise of decentralization, pivoting on a social and personal plasticity unprecedented in history. Rapid job turnover, Toffler wrote, would reflect both technological displacement and the mergers and acquisitions mandated as industries frantically organize and reorganize themselves in response to market conditions. Convinced that top-down bureaucracies faced imminent extinction, Toffler predicted that capitalist firms would evolve into fast-moving, information-rich, kinetic organizations filled with transient cells and extremely mobile individuals. This was the creative destruction of capitalism at its most militant and irrepressible, and it echoed other popular books, such as Robert Townsend's Up the Organization, 1970, in which the author, a former executive at Avis, admonished the managerial fraternity to pulverize the bureaucratic behemoths of corporate America. Praising Ho Chi Minh and the Viet Cong, Townsend called for a permanent revolution in business. Managers and executives must cultivate a passionate hatred for institutions and their practices. Reminiscent of Marx's and Engels's tempestuous account of capitalist dynamism, uninterrupted disturbance of all social conditions, everlasting uncertainty and agitation, Toffler's account of super-industrial society pivoted on a new kind of selfhood. Like the market whose accelerating velocity cast everything and everyone into constant oblivion, modular man had to cultivate a talent for perpetual, remorseless self-transformation. Thanks to the escalating rate of change triggered by flexible capitalism, the stable and dependable self of the classic bourgeois moral imagination had to yield to a protean model of evanescent, serial selves, as Toffler put it. Needing to travel light in the world of hypermobility, modular men and women could not, and apparently would not want to, establish exclusive and enduring ties to companies, communities, or individuals, preferring relationships of medium or short duration and making numerous and rapid on-off clicks in their interpersonal lives. Professionally, the modular person was basically uncommitted to any organization. Personally, he sported a Whitmanesque multitude of identities, each expendable at the slightest dip in the market or fear of emotional entanglement. Exhibiting optimal flexibility, capacity for teamwork, and Upiskian personal agility, these elastic corporations and the cadres who staffed them fulfilled every dream of cybernetic and management literature. Thanks especially to cyber technology, they would also raise the spectacle to a new level of hegemony, reproducing the religious illusion with even greater sophistication and potency in the means of enchantment. Having moved from material to symbolic commodities, modular capitalism, Toffler wrote, would accelerate the psychologization of all production. On the level of mass culture, Toffler pictured great, globe-girdling syndicates, Psych Corps, specializing in the construction of super Disneys of a variety, scale, and emotional power that is hard for us to imagine. Crafting fantastic simulations and complex live environments, the professionals employed by psychological corporations would peruse the pages of Krafft Ebing and the Marquis de Sade for ideas. The Marquis might have reminded Toffler that the scrutiny of the psyche by experts promised not only new market research in desire, but also invaluable lessons in the science and technology of domination. Toffler himself extolled the merits of exact scientific knowledge, expertly applied to the crucial, most sensitive points of social control, noting that psychologists were already devising time and emotion forecasts to assess the energy invested in various activities. Conceding that these techniques were still crude tools for personal planning, Toffler trusted that further research would yield sharper instruments, more sensitive to differences in probability, more refined and insight-yielding. However democratic its rhetoric, the regime of flexibility possessed its own uniquely capillary forms of unaccountable power, suffused by the gorgeously obsolescent imagery of a cyber-capitalist oligarchy. Flexibility depended on a fabulous, panoptical machinery of entertainment and surveillance, the highest stage of alienation and fetishism yet reached in the history of the spectacle. Presenting the future in the present tense, Toffler's portrait of modular man was a kind of realized eschatology. The elastic personality of spectacular capitalism was already here, diminishing the corporate commonwealth. Chapter 26. The New Testament of Capitalism. The Resurgence of Evangelical Enchantment and the Theology of Neoliberalism. Toffler's modular man was not the only existential prototype of the corporate counterculture. Shortly before he died in 1970, Maslow had composed an encomium of postmodern strivers in Theory Z, a step beyond Douglas MacGregor's Theory Y, toward the final consummation of managerial philosophy. Theory Z idealized transcendence, the achievement of peak experiences that constituted the most precious aspect of life. As in Maslow's earlier work, transcendence and peak experience both restated traditional religious longings for sanctification and reduced them to vapid but uplifting cliches. Transcenders, as Maslow dubbed them, were highly creative or talented people, poets, mystics, seers, profoundly religious men, but they could be found among businessmen, industrialists, and managers, as well as among writers, artists, and musicians. Prone to being innovators, discoverers of the new transcenders, inhabited a celestial realm well beyond the uncreative, common clay. Indeed, they are more awe-inspiring, more unearthly, more godlike than their merely average fellow mortals. Gifted with a consecrating touch, they can sacralize anything at will. Endowed with exceptional wisdom, they could sit down and in 5 minutes write a receipt for peace, brotherhood, and happiness. Maslow's risible anointment of the capitalist class and its stewards reflected a revival of the entrepreneurial idea that was already well underway. One of the common criticisms of the organization Man was his aversion to risk and adventure, a preference for security that restrained the creative destruction endemic to capitalism. Among the most corporate countercultural ideologues, this criticism never rose to the level of a challenge to the New Deal. But criticism of conformity was not restricted to countercultural business reformers and liberal social critics. In the immensely popular novels and philosophical broadsides of Ayn Rand, for instance, the figure of the entrepreneur, stifled at least as much by mediocrity as by any Leviathan welfare state, connoted not only the creativity of capitalism, but also its existential sublimity as well. Rand's rehabilitation of the entrepreneur was bound up with a resurgence of belief in the moral and economic benefits of unregulated markets. Neoliberalism, as it is now called. The genealogy of neoliberalism stretches back at least to the 1940s, when an aspiring hegemonic bloc of intellectuals and business leaders hostile to the New Deal commenced an eventually successful crusade to recover the Holy Land of unfettered accumulation. Joined by conservative Protestant clergy and business people baptized in the evangelical dispensation, neoliberals, in this account, both undermined the New Deal order and reinstituted a pristine culture of capitalism. The relative prosperity and tranquility of the golden age of capitalism hindered their quest for recognition and power. But the global economic crisis of the early 1970s created auspicious conditions for an assault on American liberalism and European social democracy and the restoration of the Ancien Régime. Stagnation and falling profits provoked capital throughout the North Atlantic to unilaterally break the social truce. Spearheaded by Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan in the 1980s, and supplied with legitimacy by the new prominence and vigor of neoliberal academics and journalists, the ensuing 40-year assault on organized labor and the welfare state issued in a resounding victory for corporate business, brought to a head in the late 1990s by Bill Clinton and Tony Blair. In Thatcher's ominous declaration of triumph, there is no alternative, either in reality or in the imagination. As David Harvey writes, neoliberalism has been both a utopian project to realize a theoretical design for the reorganization of international capitalism and a political project to re-establish the conditions for capital accumulation and to restore the power of economic elites. Just how the utopian neoliberalism is has not been appreciated until recently. While Harvey emphasizes political economy, Wendy Brown and Philip Mirowski have argued that neoliberals are much more totalizing in their ambitions. For neoliberals, Brown argues, the market becomes a platonic epitome, the true form of all activity. They seek, Mirowski writes, to reweave the entire fabric of society by increasingly erasing any distinctions among the state, society, and the market. Much more than a paradigm of politics and markets, neoliberalism is an attempt to remake all of human life in the crucible of capital accumulation, right down to the recesses of personal identity. In the neoliberal imagination, a human being is, in Mirowski's words, an entrepreneurial self, a package of vendible talents and qualities, a product to be sold, a walking advertisement, a jumble of assets to be invested, an offsetting inventory of liabilities to be pruned, outsourced, shorted, hedged against, and minimized. Promulgating a catechism of perpetual metamorphosis, neoliberalism denies the existence of a true, invariant self and celebrates the eminently flexible personality, always willing to submit to the unimpeachable verdicts of the all-sovereign market. Encapsulated in Toffler's modular man, neoliberal freedom is absolute subservience to the dictates of the market. Murawski's characterization of neoliberalism as a catechism suggests that it constitutes a moral and metaphysical imagination. Neoliberals, he writes, admonish the individual to relinquish her self-arrogance and humbly prostrate before the wisdom of the universe, a wisdom contemplated with reverent awe by Friedrich Hayek and President Reagan. Justifying the ways of the market to mere mortals, Hayek insisted that the spontaneous order of competitive enterprise must not be disrupted by fallible human judgments. The wisdom of the market is inscrutable yet beneficent. As Reagan mused in 1982, there really is something magic about the marketplace when it's free to operate. Indeed, in an age when words took on magical properties, Daniel Rogers maintains, no word flew higher or assumed a greater aura of enchantment than market. This triumph of pecuniary enchantment in the form of neoliberalism marked the consummation of a quest that had animated the most visionary and energetic elements of Cold War conservatism. As DuPont executive Jasper Crane wrote to a friend near the end of World War II, Christianity made little progress until it had the writings of the New Testament. Communism got nowhere until Marx wrote Das Kapital. National Socialism needed Mein Kampf to be effective. What businessmen require, Crane concluded, was a New Testament of capitalism, a Bible of free enterprise that delineated the inerrant and inviolable edicts of the market. The victory of neoliberalism in the United States stemmed, in part, from the endurance of Protestant evangelical enchantment. Although the Great Depression and the New Deal had seemed to discredit the evangelical dispensation, in the South, an enormous beneficiary of New Deal programs, evangelical religious culture fueled a dogged suspicion of activist government, part of a selective aversion to large-scale institutions that reflected the populist legacy. Southern evangelicals affirmed what Darren Dochuk has dubbed a plain folks ideology, a modern evolutionary descendant of Herrenvolk democracy. White supremacy, patriarchal dominance, small government, antipathy toward cultural and economic elites, and the Protestant work ethic. They conflated the doctrines of Jefferson and Jesus and longed for the restoration of the middling splendors of the Protestant producers' republic. At the same time, as long as labor unions and big government were not perceived as threats to the sacred groves of the proprietary order, they were welcomed as envoys from a helpful providence. This Herrenvolk modernity enabled corporations in the South to prosper from what Bethany Morton has archly called federally subsidized free enterprise. After World War II, Southern workers and farmers rapidly shed their antagonism to corporate capital and embraced a newfangled version of the old evangelical gospel of wealth. Whether displaced by agricultural modernization or attracted by the prospect of escape from poverty, millions of white evangelicals migrated from the South to the West, and especially to Southern California, where federal military spending was bankrolling the erection of a corporate fantasia. Aerospace, electronics, and information firms, alongside services, entertainment, and recreation, a live diorama of the post-Fordist future stretching from Bentonville to Disneyland. Thus, when God's suburban warriors denounced what one preacher cursed as the New Deal's pagan Satanism, They vilified the same infidel colossus whose regular subventions underwrote their prosperity. Sunbelt evangelicals were not the abstemious folk of antebellum or populist producerism. Like suburban consumers elsewhere, they took their affluence to be manna from heaven, material grace of a providential market. When they railed against the welfare state and its socialist subsidies to heathen indolence and recalled the nation to the covenant theology of Christian capitalist enchantment, they recast the Jeremiad as a redemptive account of virtuous, domestic consumerism. As Lisa McGurr observes, they enjoyed the fruits of consumer culture, reveled in their worldly success, and found the suburban world of tract homes, private developments, and decentralized living space to their liking. In Orange County, as in Puritan Salem, religion and profit could jump together. The neo-evangelical city in a valley was, in Dochuk's words, a Christ-enchanted society, a promised land of high-tech abundance produced and ensured by the old-time religion. Embracing economic and technological innovation while holding on to biblical inerrancy, Sunbelt evangelicals were reactionary modernist pioneers of the new cybernetic capitalism. Evangelicals became, by the mid-1970s, the Amen chorus of corporate enchantment. The most extensive and exuberant promulgation of evangelical capitalism came from a right-wing lay intelligentsia, a cultural apparatus of colleges, universities, seminaries, para-church organizations, and publishing firms flush with money from Howard J. Pugh of Sun Oil and other Protestant business leaders. Proper religious indoctrination was central to the survival of capitalism. In Pugh's view, if business people want to be free to continue in business, the leadership of the people of our country must believe in the fundamentals of Christianity. Convinced that higher education was occupied by Satan's minions, that is, New Deal liberals and socialists, evangelicals formed an archipelago of Bible colleges and other academic venues where Christians were instructed in a modern synthesis of biblical theology and neoclassical economics. George Pepperdine, for instance, had founded Pepperdine College in 1937 to protect students from the cynical and materialistic professors who corrupted young Christians at secular institutions. Pepperdine explicitly conceived of his college as a school for workers. Under conservative, fundamental Christian supervision, all Pepperdine's students received intensive instruction in business administration and preparation for commercial life. The evangelical industrial educational complex churned out graduates who often joined lay church groups committed to building God's city of business. For example, the Christian Businessmen's Committee International included entrepreneurs, managers, and professionals who espoused an updated proprietary vision of stewardship and biblical paternalism. Protestant business crusaders could also join the American Council of Christian Laymen, the Committee for Constitutional Government, or Spiritual Mobilization, led by Reverend James Fifield, Los Angeles's apostle to millionaires, and funded by Pugh, Crane, and Hutchinson. Committed to fighting the accursed New Deal, Spiritual Mobilization published a journal, Faith and Freedom, that featured a vitriolic stable of contributors, including Reverend Edmund A. Opitz, who based his opposition to taxes and redistribution on the Eighth Commandment's injunction against theft, R.J. Rushdoony, the Calvin of Dominionist or Christian Reconstructionist theology, and Murray Rothbard, a secular libertarian who wrote under a pseudonym until his atheism was discovered. Many of these writers also belonged to the Christian Freedom Foundation, backed by Pugh and headed by Howard E. Kirshner, who also edited Christian Economics, the Foundation's periodical, or to the Foundation for Economic Education. The Foundation for Economic Education was supported by Pierre Goodrich and led by Leonard Read, a member of Fifield's congregation, general manager of the Los Angeles branch of the Chamber of Commerce, and editor of The Freeman, an ecumenical venue for religious and secular libertarians. Kirshner and Reed were the best-known evangelists of the good news of laissez-faire. A conservative Quaker who grew increasingly alienated from the Socialist Society of Friends, Kirshner had been a friend and collaborator with another Quaker, Herbert Hoover. After a successful career in real estate and manufacturing, Kirshner devoted himself to humanitarianism, working as director of European Relief for the American Friends Service Committee in the early years of World War II. Kirshner joined with Pew in soliciting money and support from Norman Vincent Peale and other right-wing pastors to found Christian Economics in 1950. A vehicle of free enterprise, the economic system with the least amount of government and the greatest amount of Christianity, Christian Economics peaked at 200,000 bi-weekly readers in the early 1960s. Until the Pew family stopped covering the magazine's losses in 1972, Kirshner occupied a national pulpit in the Church of Jesus Christ, free market economist, proclaiming that the laws of economics are part of the laws of God. Outlined lucidly in God, Gold, and Government, 1957, Kirshner's Christian Economics placed a biblical imprimatur on competitive, hard money capitalism, embedding the free market and the Protestant work ethic in a theometallic metaphysics and cosmology. Kirshner's world was charged with the grandeur of divinity. Hidden inside invisible atoms, he wrote, lies the infinite power of God. The universe is the handiwork of God, and since economics laws are divine legislation, conventional economic theory was not only science, but theology as well. Thus, as God's primer on all of creation, the Bible is the greatest book on business ever written. Those who lived in accordance with the business advice dispelled therein would be free, self-governing, and prosperous. Insisting on the moral and religious imperative of hard money financial policies, Kirshner considered a gold-backed dollar the only reliable currency of divine omnipotence. In Kirshner's gold bug theology, the defense of Christianity was inseparable from the restoration of the gold standard and the renewal of proprietary moralism. The revival of real religion, he asserted, went hand in hand with the re-establishment of honest money of intrinsic value and a return to the ancient values of hard work, thrift, and upright living. Kirshner's theometallic metaphysics found popular expression in Reed's strange essay, I Pencil, first published in The Freeman in December 1958, and soon a classic of free market philosophy. Born to an impoverished family in Michigan, Reed was a hard-scrabble businessman and autodidact, resentful of the condescension he felt from liberal political and cultural elites. Alarmed by the popularity of the New Deal, Reed joined Fifield, economist and Business Week editor Virgil Jordan, and other prominent Southern California businessmen in calling for a concerted intellectual insurgency against reform and regulation. And I Pencil was an accessible manifesto for the metaphysics of laissez-faire. Describing the production of a pencil as a global thaumaturgy of capitalism, I Pencil fused theology and commercial cosmology into a narrative of market animism. Declaring itself a complex combination of miracles, Reed's pencil avowed the miraculousness which I symbolize, a wonder deriving not only from God, but even more from human fabrication. Since only God can make a tree, the pencil insisted that only God could make me. God, apparently meaning the entire process of production, something Reed asserted was more marvelous than divine creation itself. I am a mystery, more so than a tree or a sunset. The metaphysics of the market imparted this sublunary glamour, to everyday objects, as well as reconciled the autonomy of individuals with the irrevocable laws of economics. When we hold a pencil as the outcome of an unplanned but beneficent mechanism, we find the invisible hand at work, orchestrating order from the apparent anarchy of self-interest. If plain folks' corporate modernity was the true and only heaven for millions of evangelicals, other right-wing intellectuals linked the proprietary legacy to what became known as neoliberal economics and political philosophy. The resurgent conservative movement that erupted in response to the New Deal, the new generation of neoclassical economists associated with the University of Chicago, the Mont Pelerin Society, and other venues, and a cluster of writers, especially Ayn Rand, who popularized entrepreneurial values and libertarian political ideas. These overlapping circles formed the rising hegemonic vanguard of neoliberal capitalism. The new American right was far from monolithic. Conservatives such as Russell Kirk and Richard Weaver looked askance on cosmopolitan corporations, and secularists such as Rand loathed Catholics such as William F. Buckley, Jr. But while they thought themselves besieged and persecuted by a phantom liberal consensus, their impact on the American moral and political imagination proved immense and indelible. Even, and perhaps especially where neoliberalism was purportedly secular or disenchanted, it served to divinize market forces and exalt the entrepreneurial self, affirming the most complete apotheosis of pecuniary metaphysics in the history of capitalism. Although Lionel Trilling once memorably dismissed post-war conservatism as a set of irritable mental gestures which seek to resemble ideas, its champions actually constituted a diverse and vigorous intellectual movement. Indeed, when Richard Hofstadter called in 1955 for a formidable and reasoned body of conservative criticism, he demonstrated a broader liberal illiteracy about conservative intellectual life. There was already such a reasoned body, one of whose major components was the agrarian localism of Richard Weaver and Russell Kirk. Weaver's Ideas Have Consequences, 1948, and Kirk's The Conservative Mind, 1953, were two of the canonical texts of post-war conservatism, both condensing dyspepsia at modern life and holding out the hope of reactionary restoration. Kirk and Weaver articulated a metaphysics of property, a materialism that rejected conventional economics and recast its successor as a handmaiden of theology. Believing that a divine intent rules society as well as conscience, a supernatural will anchored in a natural aristocracy of intelligence, morality, and vigor, Kirk concluded that political problems, at bottom, are religious and moral problems. Since property and freedom are inseparably connected, Kirk assumed that the bond was a godly decree, and that the status of property was emblematic of society's spiritual condition. At this point, Weaver took up the banner of the Southern agrarians, emerging as the exemplary metaphysician of conservative economics. Weaver asserted that humans fulfilled their nature, in part, through the use of matter, and so the acquisition and maintenance of property was a metaphysical right. Just as a man bore a likeness to God, so property originated in a mystery of imprint and assimilation through which man becomes identified with his things. Serving as a sanctuary for personality, property was a sacramental token, a medium through which the person is at once conscious of his relationship to the transcendental and the living community. Weaver's conception of property underlay his aversion to the corporation. The abstract property of stocks and bonds, the legal ownership of enterprises never seen, severed the connection between man and his substance, and reduced metaphysical right to abstract, diabolical power. In his view, only the restoration of actual working proprietorship over land and tools could heal the alienation between man and his sacramental nature. Weaver and Kirk might have been expected to call for the abolition of corporate capitalism and the revival of family proprietorship. Yet, however nostalgic they may have been for the dung-scented air of agrarian integrity, they, along with most other conservatives, made a separate peace with corporate business. On this score, they demonstrated the veracity of Corey Robin's analysis of the reactionary mind, that conservatism has been, at bottom, less a concern for the preservation of tradition than an animus against the agency of the subordinate classes, a determination that society remain a federation of private dominions, especially in the workplace and the family. Kirk proved more ready than Weaver to reconcile tradition and modernity. To be sure, Kirk railed against the age of the machine and the hellhole city and issued summary indictments, an indiscriminate destruction of variety by mass production, a disfigurement of loveliness by advertising, and a desecration of ancient rights by commercial freedom and unlimited democracy. These depredations were the work of the new, non-propertied elites in the professional managerial class, who were usually, he claimed, recruited from the mob of the spiritually impoverished. Kirk concluded that a new conservative order could take root only among a faithful remnant of small merchants, bankers, and manufacturers, and so he called for the rehabilitation of the old-style libertarian democracy, the Herrenvolk order of yesteryear, against the planners of the new order. This libertarian democracy would find its leaders, Kirk hoped, among small-town propertied notables whom he now discovered to be the great prop of American conservatism. As in the evangelical dispensation, male entrepreneurs played starring roles as executors of divine intent. Businessmen composed a branch of the natural aristocracy who comprehended the transcendent will that structured and leavened any healthy social hierarchy. With property as the token of natural nobility, socialism, or any other form of rule by the proletarian rabble, was perverse as well as calamitous, for domination by mediocrity is contrary to the will of nature. Of course, Kirk had to make concessions to the grubby realities of provincial business culture. Though often ignorant and inordinately vain, these local grandees respected hard work, self-control, concern for the future, and the responsibilities of property ownership. Even their prejudices were usually generous and sound. Diligent, faithful, and agreeably Philistine, Kirk's petty bourgeois archangel of Providence was a stock figure straight from central casting, walking and grumbling amiably right out of the Saturday Evening Post. Kirk's evaluation of small business owners into a natural aristocracy betrayed the perennial desire at the heart of the reactionary lineage, the protection of property and rank from democracy, not fidelity to tradition. More committed to hierarchy than to Edmund Burke's cake of custom, conservatives could make their peace with capitalism while weeping for a world lost to avarice. Kirk and Weaver's Herrenvolk enchantment was rejected by another, more acerbic and bellicose wing of the Cold War right. Business people, economists, political philosophers, journalists, and other writers who were the direct progenitors of neoliberalism. Corporate executives bankrolled a labyrinth of institutes, foundations, and periodicals. Economists extended the moral purview of neoclassical economics. Philosophers turned the market from a site of commerce and production into a fundamental ontological reality. Journalists and novelists spread the nascent evangel of laissez-faire to millions of middle-class readers. Yet, While they eventually aligned with evangelical modernists and conservative libertarians, an alliance of convenience convened beneath the sign of the hallowed entrepreneur, this movement constituted something far broader and more incisive than a revival of the old covenant theology. Neoliberalism marked a pure culture of capitalism, the most pristine regime of pecuniary enchantment, a covenant theology of pure market power first adumbrated in Emersonian transcendentalism. Hosannas to laissez-faire from business executives comprised a sizable portion of the market in middle-brow neoliberalism. Such volumes as Monsanto CEO Edgar M. Queeney's The Spirit of Enterprise, 1943, industrial consultant Ernest L. Klein's How to Stay Rich, 1950, and GM Customer Research Director Henry Grady Weaver's The Mainspring of Human Progress, 1953, added little but banal expressions of piety to the lineage of the philosopher-executive. A more sophisticated and deadly zeal for the market quickened the ranks of economists and philosophers devoted to vanquishing the welfare state and installing an untrammeled capitalist order. Associated chiefly with the Chicago School of Neoclassical Economics and the Mont Pelerin Society of Intellectuals, business people, politicians, and reformers pledged to the restoration of unregulated markets, what became known as neoliberalism appeared to originate in classical liberal anxiety at the growth of state power in the liberal and social democracies of the North Atlantic. Averse both to the term and to the ambiance of conservatism, many of the earliest neoliberals insisted that they were liberals, even radicals. Hayek referred to himself as an old Whig who cherished liberty, reason, and progress, and he berated the conservative lineage so beloved by Kirk for its wariness of science and its disparagement of technology. Besides, he pointed out, conservatism's modern votaries invariably find themselves appealing to authors, Tocqueville, Acton, or Macaulay, who regarded themselves as liberals. In Capitalism and Freedom, 1962, one of the charter documents of post-war libertarianism, Friedman capped his case against state certification of physicians by asserting that liberal principles do not justify licensure. Lamenting that liberalism had been stolen and corrupted by Keynesian enthusiasts for activist government, Friedman continued to use the term because, in his view, conservatism was not a satisfactory alternative. Indeed, the belligerent Friedman maintained, just as the 19th century liberal was a radical, so too must be his modern heir. As Friedman's polemical brio suggested, the new crusaders for capitalism were far more than combative custodians of the liberal tradition. Although neoliberalism is often considered synonymous with deregulation of business, its acolytes have sought not so much to limit state power as to redirect it toward the promotion and extension of market activity. Hence, the privatization of many state services, the reconstruction of those remaining public to resemble the institution of corporate enterprise, running government more like a business, the diminution of the state's welfare provisions, and the dramatic augmentation of its panoptical capacities for coercion, punishment, and surveillance, and the insulation of the market from the nettlesome scrutiny and interference by democratic governments. Faced with the modern realities of universal suffrage, labor unions, left-wing political parties, and decolonization, neoliberalism has been an attempt to reimagine governance in an age of mass democratic politics, an effort to, in Quinn Slobodian's words, inoculate capitalism against the threat of democracy. But these goals emanate from a project whose objective is far deeper than the revival of laissez-faire and the liberation of capital from burdensome restraints. Where traditional liberals thought of the market and the state as two separate and antagonistic spheres, neoliberals seek to remake the state, and everything else, into the image and likeness of the market. Aiming to refashion not only the state, but also the moral and metaphysical imagination as well, neoliberals elevated the market to a position of absolute ontological sovereignty. At the same time, if evangelicals called on the Christian God to sustain the ontological legitimacy of capitalism, American neoliberals represented an elusive repudiation of the Jeremiad tradition. Neoliberals realized that a beloved community could not be built on capitalist property, but rather than reject the property relations, they renounced and maligned the hope of community. Even when they invoked tradition and religion, neoliberals echoed the roseate transcendentalism of money portended by Emerson. In the neoliberal theology of the market, the world is a business. Money is the measure of all things. Mercenary, professional, or technical talent is the existential equivalent of sanctity, and the successful entrepreneur is the autocratic icon of morality and beatitude. The clerics and evangelists of neoliberalism reached a wide audience and enjoyed a lavish patronage. The Foundation for Economic Education, the Earhart Foundation, and the Volcker Fund sponsored a plethora of conferences, publications, and benefactions. The battle against the New Deal was waged from the pages of the Freeman, Modern Age, Human Events, Newsweek, the Wall Street Journal, and the National Review, the latter funded not only by William F. Buckley, Jr., but by other self-pitying patricians. Book publishers such as Leonard Read, Henry Regnery, and D. Van Nostrand complemented the periodicals. Several neoliberal classics rolled off the press of the University of Chicago, and Rand's best-selling, and still beloved, novels bore the imprint of Random House. The most celebrated neoliberal philosophes occupied impressive perches in institutes, think tanks, university economics departments, and business schools. Mises taught in New York University's Graduate School of Business Administration. Friedman taught at the University of Chicago and eventually received a Nobel Prize. Hayek went from the London School of Economics to Chicago, where he rued the drift toward egalitarian serfdom as a member of the Committee on Social Thought. Chicago was, of course, home to the Chicago School of Neoclassical Economics. Friedman, Frank H. Knight, Theodore W. Schultz, Arnold Harberger, and Gary S. Becker, analyst of Human Capital, 1964, and another Nobel laureate. The Vatican of free market economics, Chicago was the seminary for at least 2 generations of academics, policy wonks, and functionaries, offering instruction to Donald Rumsfeld, George Shultz, and a roster of neoliberal technocrats who turned Augusto Pinochet's Chile and United States-occupied Iraq into workshops of unfettered capitalism. At the summit stood the Mont Pelerin Society, the Mount Horeb of neoliberalism, what Mirowski has called a floating transnational agora of intellectuals and politicians. The neoliberal cultural apparatus exhibited a religious zealotry. To be sure, Mises dismissed reliance on any allegedly divine principle of justice and remained, according to his student and anarcho-capitalist Murray Rothbard, a caustic rationalistic critic of Christianity and all religion. Hayek was an unwavering agnostic who saw little but impediments to market freedom in the metaphysics and ethical codes of traditional religions. The growth of capitalism had been stunted, he wrote in 1979, by those very morals preached by prophets and philosophers. We must admit, he continued, that modern civilization has become largely possible by the disregard of these indignant moralists. Still, as defenders of modern civilization against both orthodox religion and socialism, neoliberals saw themselves as dogmatists and moralists, embattled catechists of capitalism. Although Friedman rejected his parents' Judaism, he once referred to himself as an old-fashioned preacher delivering a Sunday sermon, while his colleague Harberger described himself as a seriously dedicated missionary. The grand old man of the Chicago School, where he taught from 1927 until his retirement in 1959, Knight made religion a continuous theme of his work in economics and social philosophy. Born in 1885 and raised in a pious Illinois family, he had originally intended to enter the ministry, but after a brief and intense crisis of faith in college, he abandoned Christianity and decided to become an economist. In almost all of his books, especially in The Economic Order and Religion, 1945, Knight vilified Christianity as a morass of chicanery and delusion, sneering that its professed ideals of poverty and meekness amounted to a hypocritical pose. With negligible exceptions, he observed, religious people clearly admire competence and the active, courageous exercise of power and the quest for power. Still, Knight held unequivocally that enmity toward capitalist economics was deeply embedded in our religion, and that the Beatitudes sanctioned an antagonism to almost every feature of a free economic order. Christian ontology both underwrote a profligate generosity and precluded the instrumentalist standards of pecuniary reason. Still, Knight believed that if religion lacked economic realism, it abounded in ideological enchantment. Religious reformers advanced proposals informed by romantic prejudice and screwy thinking, which, it turned out, was precisely what capitalism required of religion. The social function of religion, Knight asserted, was to force men to accept the established order of things. If belief in providence inspired the inquisitive to labor for the glory of an illusory God, and if belief in heavenly rewards reconciled the losers to their subordination, then Christianity or any comparable brand of screwy thinking deserved respect and support from apostate economists. Economists, he insisted, must inculcate in their students the certitude that each element of laissez-faire theory is a sacred feature of the system, an inviolable network of laws, the economist's metaphysical surrogate for divinity. As the wisest mandarin of neoliberalism, Hayek turned laissez-faire from an economic principle into an ontology, identifying capitalist enterprise as an exemplary emanation of cosmic design. Scoffing at what they consider the epistemological hubris of social democratic and socialist planners, neoliberals and others have praised Hayek for emphasizing the limits of human understanding. In this view, the humility enjoined by Hayek is the enabling virtue of capitalist markets, permitting the efflorescence of entrepreneurial ingenuity and the attainment of a spontaneous order without the arrogant and peremptory ministrations of government. It is impossible, as he wrote in 1973, to improve or correct this order by interfering in it by direct commands. Yet, Hayek himself believed both that the spontaneous order of the market arose from human artifice, and that this artifice must be concealed within a stupefying haze of metaphysical enchantment. Like his Chicago colleague, Leo Strauss, Hayek advanced what Mirowski has dubbed a double-truth doctrine. One truth for the neoliberal intelligentsia and their sponsors, the fabrication of markets and property relations by corporate capital in the state, and another for the credulous mob, the natural and therefore inviolable status of capitalist markets and property. Hayek's cosmology of exploitation remains an archetype of capitalist ontology and moralism, a master work of pecuniary metaphysics. Hayek embedded his neoliberal economics in a social and political ontology that distinguished between cosmos, the realm of impersonal spontaneous order, and taxis, the realm of conscious, deliberate construction. To Hayek, the improvisation of cosmos constituted a higher, supra-individual wisdom greater than that of any single human being or collective. Indeed, It is because we normally do not know who knows best that most decisions should be left to a process we do not control. The metaphysical and vaguely theological character of cosmos could not be clearer, and Hayek capitalized on its import for political economy. He denounced as insane and murderous the conviction, essential, he claimed, to any form of economic planning, that reason is capable of directly manipulating all the details of a complex society. Because of the inherent limits of the human mind, even the most perspicacious experts could not foresee all contingencies, discern all connections, or identify all possibilities. Appalled at the insolence of bureaucrats, Hayek marveled at the felicitous ignorance of market competitors, how little the individual participants need to know in order to be able to take the right action. What he had called in The Road to Serfdom, 1944, the impersonal and seemingly irrational forces of the market became, in his philosophical writing, a cosmic, dispassionate but progressive providence. It was men's submission to the impersonal forces of the market that, in the past, has made possible the growth of civilization. As the most dynamic of the products of spontaneous social growth, the incalculable market of capitalism embodied the serendipitous quintessence of cosmos. If the market is a cosmic forum of spontaneity, then any attempt to accumulate knowledge or distribute it equally amounted, to Hayek, to an act of ontological impertinence. Refusal to yield to the wisdom of the market stems, Hayek argued, in The Road to Serfdom, from an incomplete and therefore erroneous rationalism. Thus, the erudite liberal insisted on ignorance and submissiveness as cardinal virtues. There is not much reason to believe, he asserted in The Constitution of Liberty, 1960, that, if at any one time the best knowledge which some possess were made available to all, the result would be a much better society. Although statements like these have induced his admirers to laud his insight into human limitations and their preclusion to economic planning, Hayek intended them to preempt any democratic restraint on the power of capital and its cadres of expertise. The best knowledge which some possess become a positive danger when exercised to regulate the economy in the interests of a democratic polity. It is at least possible, in principle, he mused in 1967, that a democratic government may be authoritarian. Authoritarianism, defined as any prideful attempt to obstruct or modify the impromptu order of the market. Hayek had no objections to democracy as long as it refrained from modulating the market or redistributing private property. Otherwise, as he clarified in The Road to Serfdom, it should engage in planning for competition, paving a road to liberty rather than a road to serfdom. The state, he asserted, should construct a legal and social infrastructure in which competition will be as effective as possible. If ignorance and submissiveness were, for Hayek, virtues of the democratic and presumably proletarian rabble, they were inexcusable vices in capital and its syndicate of managers and technocrats. Skilled in the legerdemain of economics, the upper echelons of corporate business and the state had to know that conscious political choice lay behind the magic of spontaneous order. As Hayek wrote in Law, Legislation, and Liberty, 1973, an order which would have to be described as spontaneous may in fact rest on rules which are entirely the result of deliberate design. Brandishing this license for duplicity, Hayek openly professed that liberalism was the most advanced form of class domination in history. A method of social control, he averred in The Road to Serfdom, that should be deemed superior because of our ignorance of its precise results. Who had deemed the market order superior? Everyone, according to Hayek. Once we have agreed to play the game and profited from its results, it is a moral obligation on us to abide by the results, even if they turn against us. Like earlier social contract theorists, Hayek never specified when this agreement had been concluded. Tracing the origins of liberal democratic capitalism to a contract enabled Hayek not only to endow it with an immaculate conception, unblemished by dispossession and violence, but also to erase the distinction between liberty and compulsion in mechanisms of the market. If we freely submit to the adjustments which the market forces on us, Hayek implicitly admitted that the market was a latticework of coercions from which the powerless were unable to dissent. If Rousseau had asserted that the general will could force us to be free, Hayek demonstrated that the capitalist market freed us up to be forced. Rerouting the road to serfdom onto the freeway of wage servitude, capitalism constituted a capricious and unfathomable command economy of freedom. But what if the market's losers refused to accept its decrees and move to abrogate or modify the contract? What if they blasphemously reject the edicts of the market and its erratic, unaccountable will? Hayek realized that capitalism needed to be protected from democracy not only by restructuring the state, but also by enlisting the resources of culture and religion to prevent any popular enlightenment about the artifice of capitalist spontaneity. To inoculate the masses against disenchantment, Hayek proposed that the authoritarian nature of free market economics could be shrouded most effectively in the incense of tradition, the spurious solemnities of Kirk and Weaver. If, elsewhere, Hayek had blamed tradition for raising impediments to accumulation, the indignant moralists of religion, for instance, he transformed it into a guarantor of capitalist liberty by conjoining it with market cosmology, submission to undesigned rules and conventions whose significance and importance we largely do not understand, or at least submission to those described as spontaneous. This reverence for tradition is indispensable for the working of a free society. Hayek acknowledged that the rules of competitive enterprise endure not because we honor a fictitious agreement to abide by a cosmological order, but because the groups who observed them were more successful and displaced others. The winners drape their triumph in the mendacious robes of tradition and custom, the raiment of reverence that repels the scrutiny of reason. And if tradition and custom fail, God can be recalled from his metaphysical oblivion. Dismissive of religion when it inhibited the progress of commerce and technology, Hayek conceded its utility in upholding the foundations of capitalist civilization. Religion itself depended on its instrumental value in preserving bourgeois morality. The only religions that have survived, he reflected late in his life, are those which support property and the family. Yet, if Hayek's instrumental attitude toward religion might suggest that neoliberalism represents the most thoroughgoing disenchantment of the world, his own commitment to an ontology of spontaneous order, epitomized in the capitalist market and its providential tokens of money and property, indicates that he and his neoliberal comrades were devotees of the pecuniary metaphysic. Rightly sensing that unbounded exchange could never proceed within a hierarchy of goods, Hayek pointedly objected to a complete ethical code in which all the different human values are allotted their due place. The spontaneous, competitive order of the market should determine the proper order of human values, not some common good defined by religious wisdom or democratic deliberation. Mises was even more blunt about the metaphysical and moral lineaments of neoliberal economics, vigorously reasserting the ontology of scarcity and the mercenary standard of value. As he pontificated with all the eloquence of a skinflint in his tirade against the anti-capitalist mentality, 1956, nature is not bountiful, but stingy. At home in this grubby and graceless world, neoliberals upheld a muscular moralism of achievement, measured and recorded in an austere and implacable ledger of ethical accountancy. The sway of the principle, to each according to his accomplishments, does not allow of any excuse for personal shortcomings. The accounting principles of that ledger were those of pecuniary reason. In his diatribe against socialism, Economic Calculation in the Socialist Commonwealth, first published in 1920, but revered among Cold War right-wing economists, Mises contended that the rejection of mercenary rationality was the fundamental problem with socialism, asserting that without economic calculation there can be no economy. Mises went on to argue that economic calculation could proceed only in monetary terms. In a competitive society, he wrote, money's central role was in determining the value of production goods. In the absence of a competitive market whose processes were quickened and ordered by money, there would be no means of determining what was rational. Thus, if, without money, it is impossible to speak of rational production, rational defined as profitable, then socialist production could never be directed by economic considerations. What was true of commodities applied also to people. Rationalized by money, pecuniary man deals with other people's labor in the same way he deals with all scarce material factors of production. He treats it as a resource bought and sold on the market. Because a socialist society would allocate goods and labor according to a different calculus of value, its economic rationality was not even genuine, in Mises's view, let alone productive, efficient, or just. The entire argument turned on a subtle and insidious conflation of reason with money. If, as Mises stated so unequivocally, money determined both the value and the rationality of human creativity, then both morality and reason were defined in its terms. The magnitude of this neoliberal transvaluation of values was evident to Mises, who realized how extensive the demolition of moral, aesthetic, and metaphysical conventions would have to be. As the accumulation of capital was a categorical imperative, all obstacles to efficiency and expansion had to be summarily obliterated. No religious or ethical tenet, he declared in 1958, can justify a policy that aims at the substitution of a social system under which output per unit of input is lower for a system in which it is higher. Mises's remarks on Adam Smith and John Ruskin underscored the breadth of the neoliberal metamorphosis. As imperishable as Smith's work would remain, even he, Mises lamented in 1957, could not free himself from the standards and terminology of traditional ethics, which set limits on material accumulation. Mises was more withering, even intemperate, when he excoriated Ruskin in the anti-capitalist mentality. Ruskin, Mises fumed, was a bigoted detractor of markets, a know-nothing who slandered economics, and a romantic eulogist of the guilds. Mises also belittled Ruskin's art criticism, declaring that judgment about the merits of a work of art is entirely subjective. There is no yardstick to measure the aesthetic worth of a poem or of a building. No yardstick, that is, other than money, the most efficient measure of loveliness. What counts in the frame of the market economy, Mises pronounced, are the valuations actually manifested by people in buying or not buying. Outside of money, there is no reality, let alone salvation. While Mises and Hayek aimed at intellectuals and policymakers, other writers, Rose Wilder Lane, Isabel Patterson, Cameron Hawley, and Ayn Rand, peddled middle-brow brands of libertarian philosophy and neoliberal capitalist romance. A prolific journalist and novelist, Lane was a strident merchant of Herrenvolk nostalgia and market individualism. Daughter of Laura Ingalls Wilder, author of the beloved Little House series, Lane wrote her own set of pioneer novels and contributed to Harper's, Good Housekeeping, Ladies' Home Journal, and Saturday Evening Post. Her best-selling magnum opus, The Discovery of Freedom, 1943, conveyed her visceral hostility to the New Deal. Although Discovery of Freedom celebrates capitalism's liberation of human potential, rooting it in fidelity to natural energies conjured into being by the Creator, she articulated her fundamental conviction more pithily in Give Me Liberty, redacted into a credo for Saturday Evening Post. Praising America's anarchy of individualism, Lane observed with approval that each of us has to be out to get all he could for himself and his family upon the simple rule and good old plan that he shall take who has the power, and he shall keep who can. A friend and libertarian comrade of Lane, Patterson preached the evangel of laissez-faire from a perch at the New York Herald Tribune, where her column in the book review section became a running fulmination against the New Deal. She refused to enroll in the Social Security system, dismissing it as a swindle. To Patterson, the New Deal and Soviet communism exemplified the evils wrought by altruism, as she wrote in her popular historical treatise, The God of the Machine, 1943, most of the horror done in the world is done by good people for what they consider a worthy object. Patterson's own Christian philosophy touted God as the source of energy, superintending an enormous and complex network for the creation of wealth and the flourishing of liberty. Fond of electromechanical metaphors, Patterson described society as a conduit of God's power, a long-circuit energy system in which private property is the inductor that initiates the flow. Real money is the transmission line. Private property, money, freedom, engineering, and industry are all one system, she contended, an apparatus charged with the grandeur of God. Patterson's amalgamation of capitalism, religious faith, and technical progress was so impressive that it elicited praise even from the atheist Rand, who gushed that it does what Das Kapital did for the Reds and what the Bible did for Christianity. Hawley and Rand went further than Wilder and Patterson, arguing for the moral rehabilitation of avarice and the utter repudiation of the Protestant covenant theology. Their leading characters are icons of Promethean willpower who insist on individual freedom and submission to the moral metric of the dollar. Writing athwart the lineage of anti-capitalist literature from Balzac to Dreiser, they pioneered a capitalist romanticism, a genre that not only depicted business life in epic, heroic terms, but also made money into a talisman of goodness, even a token of metaphysical ultimacy, enchanting the world through the lucrative self-divinization of the entrepreneur. Business as a paradigm for life was the animating conceit of Hawley's novels. After 24 years as an advertising executive with the Armstrong Cork Company in Pittsburgh, Hawley turned his hand to fiction, where in each of his two boardroom melodramas, Executive Suite, 1952, and Cash McCall, 1955, he imagined a night of capitalist valor. Unlike the alienated organization men who stalked the pages of Hodgins and Harrington, both Avery Bullard of Executive Suite and Cash McCall exhibit strength, dominance, and the ability to demand subjection. President of the Treadway Corporation, a successful furniture manufacturing company, Bullard is the archetype of the tough, straight-talking entrepreneur. One longtime friend harumphs that Bullard hadn't built the Treadway Corporation with his hands tied with red tape. Yet, for all his pugnacity and resilience, Treadway's founder is a disciple of sorts. Professing to disdain a merely acquisitive interest in business, a man can't work for money alone. Money is just a way of keeping score. Bullard, one vice president, remarks, is willing to give his whole life to a company, lay everything on the altar like a sacrifice to the god of business. Mammon exacts his final tribute in a particularly fitting way, as Bullard's sudden death from a cerebral hemorrhage fittingly ends his compulsive life. A tiny artery finally yielded to the incessant pounding of his hard-driven bloodstream. Unlike Bullard, Cash McCall's very name announces his brazen and unapologetic venality. Where Bullard's Treadway Corporation makes furniture, McCall makes money. A financier who buys and sells troubled companies, he is the platonic form of later corporate raiders, such as Carl Icahn and T. Boone Pickens. "You're a builder," one man tells Gil Clark, a management consultant who regards McCall with an awed revulsion. "He's a trader." McCall is in business purely for the lucre. Money is the whole game, not just the score. He shamelessly refers to himself as a thoroughly vulgar character. "I enjoy making money." Alluringly suave and amoral, McCall embodies all the meretricious properties of the postmodern monetary pirate. He is, as one envious competitor notes, the cleverest of all the jackals and vultures who prey upon the laggard members of the business pack. McCall would appear to be the model of disenchantment, bereft of any faith, even in the god of business to whom Bullard devoted his life. "It's a popular religion, this company of worship," he observes to Laurie, his girlfriend. "I couldn't accept the gospel." He recoils from Bullard's brand of zealotry, the terrifying fanaticism that would make a man offer up himself as a human sacrifice. A skeptic among the corporate faithful, McCall knows that capitalism thrives by inflating the markets in longing and credulity. As he tells the righteously diligent Clark, riches accumulate not through toil, frugality, and dedication, but by buying a company in which someone had lost faith and selling it to someone else who could be made to have faith in it. You have to own, not work, exploit belief, not share it. And yet, McCall is, in his way, a believer, telling Laurie that he admires the Hindu deification of wealth and prosperity in the goddess Lakshmi. At least the Hindus are honest, he implies. Unlike hypocrites, such as Christians, they consecrate their desires for money and possessions. At one point, McCall vents to Clark his impatience with the antique Christian hostility to riches. "We have a peculiar national attitude toward money-making. We maintain that the very foundation of our way of life is what we call free enterprise, the profit system. We're so serious about it that we'll fight to preserve it, literally go to war. But when one of our citizens shows enough free enterprise to pile up a little of that profit, we do our best to make him feel that he ought to be ashamed of himself." Oddly enough, McCall echoes Ruskin. He knows no previous instance in history of a nation's establishing a systematic disobedience to the first principles of its professed religion. But where Ruskin indicted the disobedience, McCall, and presumably Hawley, repudiated the professed religion. Rand rejected the religion with unequivocal scorn, and then sought to put a new one in its place. Rand and her work have attracted 3 generations of devotees, spellbound by her tales and philosophical defenses of passionate and unbridled egoism. Rand told an interviewer in 1957 that she was the most creative thinker alive. Like other post-war champions of nonconformity, Rand tapped into a motherlode of disaffection from the blandness and compromise of the managerial order. As she wrote in 1961, she recoiled from the grayness, the stale cynicism, the non-committal cautiousness, and the guilty evasiveness of public life, a sentiment shared by many a denizen of Haight-Ashbury or many a member of Students for a Democratic Society. Her heroes are rebels against some establishment, stalwart, lone individuals, in Rick Perlstein's words, who chose authenticity and autonomy and risk over conformity and prosperity and ease. Rand's contempt for the decencies of the corporate commonwealth percolated through the American right, and especially in fictional form. Her objectivism has made an indelible impact on the conservative moral imagination. What set Rand apart from traditional conservatives was the brazen vitriol of her atheism, an unbelief that she had the temerity to assert was fundamental to capitalism itself. Fusing the virtuous with the mercenary, Rand's moral alchemy dissolved the hoary Christian theology of capitalist enchantment, exposing its fraudulence with all the acquisitive bravado of her fictional paragons. But after smashing one idol, she crafted another, power, festooned in the moral and metaphysical investiture of money and commerce. In her way, Rand was a theologian, bringing to a graceless apogee the American divinization of power that began with Emerson. Like the Sage of Concord, Rand realized that the rage to accumulate required some new justification in the wake of the Protestant regime. A new faith is needed, as she confided in her journals, a definite, positive set of new values and new interpretation of life. "We will give people a faith," she once wrote to a friend, "a positive, clear, and consistent system of belief." Objectivism was, as she put it, a spiritual, ethical, philosophical groundwork for the belief in the system of free enterprise. One of many heralds of the death of God, Rand was indeed a pioneer in her nomination of the dollar as a worthy and durable surrogate. At the tawdry conclusion of Atlas Shrugged, Galt traces the sign of the dollar, not the sign of the cross, in the empty heavens. A true believer in the magic of the market, Rand joined Hayek as a pioneer of neoliberal capitalist enchantment. If Rand was, in Jennifer Burns's words, a goddess of the market, her divinity emanated from a combustible compound of resentment and misanthropy. Her hardcore commitment to capitalism stemmed from her arduous and turbulent life. Déclassé bourgeois in the early days of the Soviet Union, struggling screenwriter and playwright in Hollywood, hampered by poverty in her quest for recognition, right-wing artist embittered by the popular and critical success of her Popular Front peers. Loathing Marxism, or any other form of egalitarian politics, she idealized the glamour she saw depicted in American cinema, seeing in its ostentation the apotheosis of capitalist democracy. The success of The Fountainhead, 1943, capped by that of the film version in 1949, brought Rand not only the riches and celebrity she craved, but also an opportunity to strike back at her detractors, many of whom she denounced to the House Un-American Activities Committee in October 1947. Successful, despised, and still hungry for critical approval, Rand moved to New York, where she surrounded herself with obsequious acolytes, Nathaniel and Barbara Brandon, Leonard Peikoff, future Federal Reserve Board Chairman Alan Greenspan, and worked on Atlas Shrugged, 1957, the novel she conceived as the quintessential statement of the objectivist world view. The cultural elite of Manhattan proved no more welcoming than Hollywood's, so Rand promoted the formation of an intellectual cadre dedicated to the unadulterated supremacy of capital. She looked on embattled capitalists as the genuinely wretched of the earth, laboring under the yoke of popular envy and government regulation. Business people, she told a fawning executive shortly after the publication of Atlas Shrugged, were the greatest victims for whom I am fighting. Constituting, she lamented in 1961, a persecuted minority of exploited scapegoats. Calling for what amounted to a right-wing strategy of cultural hegemony, Rand envisioned a new intellectual, a hybrid of egghead and industrialist who would embody a reunion of the twins who should never have been separated, the intellectual, and the businessman. Rand's organic intellectuals of the capitalist class would offer their patrons the guidance of an intelligible theoretical framework. Unapologetically mercenary, the new intellectuals must fight for capitalism as a moral issue. Theorizing this moral crusade for capital into what she labeled objectivism, Rand promulgated the doctrine in essay collections. For the New Intellectual, 1961. The Virtue of Selfishness, 1964. Capitalism, the Unknown Ideal, 1966. The Romantic Manifesto, 1969, while she and her associates disseminated the gospel in The Objectivist Newsletter, 1962 to 1965, The Objectivist, 1966 to 1971, and the Ayn Rand Letter, 1971 to 1976. Models of haughty didacticism, Rand's most memorable fictional characters were new intellectuals as well. In the long speeches that bestrew the narratives of The Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged, both Rourke and Galt descant on the philosophical principles of objectivism. On the surface, objectivism appeared to recapitulate the utopian vision of classical liberalism, individuals pursuing their own interests free of interference from one another or the state. Civilization is the progress toward a society of privacy, as Rourke tells Ellsworth Toohey, an architectural critic whose socialist politics legitimate his own inferiority and self-loathing. Rand's ideal is a society of cupidity, not of fellowship. No exemplary human being was ever prompted by a desire to serve his brothers. Rand depicted such a promised land of privacy in Atlas Shrugged, where Galt and other renegades from altruism form an intentional community of self-seekers in the Rockies. Outraged when his employer, the 20th Century Motor Company, moves to freely share his invention of an electrostatic motor that would revolutionize the production of energy, the charismatic Galt quits the firm and rouses other individualists to create Galt's Gulch, an Atlantis or utopia of greed for disaffected but radical entrepreneurs. A faithful remnant of private property and free enterprise, Galt's Gulch, located on land leased out by the aptly named Midas Mulligan, a banker and closet libertarian, is an enclave of proprietary capitalism where men conduct their business unhampered by government supervision and onerous taxation. Galt's Gulch is an Eden of Promethean striving, a radiant state of existence. Its eponymous guru waxes, a paradise which is yours for the taking. Yet, Rand ventured well beyond the boundaries of classical liberalism, which still relied on traditional moral sanctions to prevent market society from descending into an inferno of egotism and rapacity. The moral ecology of objectivism is thoroughly mercantile. Commodity exchange is the exclusive and unforgiving paradigm of human life. As the copper tycoon Francisco d'Anconia echoes Emerson in Atlas Shrugged, money is the barometer of virtue. Like Hayek and the principle of cosmos, Rand sublimated the trucking and bartering of the market into a universal catechism. Trade, she believed, is the only rational ethical principle for all human relationships, personal and social, private and public, spiritual and material. The Randian individual does not seek to be loved for his weaknesses or flaws, only for his virtues, registered in dollars and cents. A meticulous accountant of morality, he earns what he gets and does not give or take the undeserved. Unlike saints or other wastrels, Randian individuals seek the only real meaning of life. We exist for the sake of earning rewards, as Galt explains to a puzzled audience. This is skinflint proprietary moralism, draped in the venerable robes of philosophy, but it takes that dispensation to an extremity that Puritans and evangelicals would never have countenanced. As Rand's disquisition on love demonstrates, neoliberal morality is market activity without the market's Protestant God. For Rand, the most intimate affairs find their finest consummations in a monetary nexus. Love and friendship, she argued, constitute spiritual payment tendered for the personal, selfish pleasure which one man derives from the virtues of another's character. With a soul reduced to the utility preferences of asset and liability calculation, Rand's conditional lover is an austere precursor of the neoliberal entrepreneurial self. Yet, in pushing pecuniary reason and morality to their logical, if grotesque, culmination, Rand revealed, and even reveled in, the malevolence that always lurked in the capitalist moral imagination. Rand's dramatis personae often act in despicable, even hideous ways that she clearly commends or romanticizes. In Atlas Shrugged, she describes Ragnar Danaskjöld, a pirate who commandeers relief ships, sells their cargoes, and gives the proceeds to the wealthy, as a policeman and an avenging angel reuniting the rich with the hard-earned money they lose to tyrannical humanitarians. More horrific still are the infamous rape scenes in both The Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged, in which the protagonists violate or degrade women whom Rand depicts as desiring their own humiliation. Rourke assaults Dominique Franken like a master taking shameful, contemptuous possession, the kind of rapture, Rand writes, she had wanted. She eventually marries him. In Atlas Shrugged, Danconia attacks Dagny Taggart in a shocking intimacy that needed no consent from her, no permission. Later, Hank Reardon, a mill owner, informs Dagny the night after their first tryst that, "I wanted you as one wants a whore," to which she replies that her proudest attainment is to have slept with him, adding, with impeccably Randian moral propriety, "I had earned it." Disdainful domination and gorgeous obedience. Such is love among entrepreneurial selves, taking and being taken in accordance with the tempests of alluring and ferocious power. This specter of universal exploitation suggests that Rand's atheism scandalized the post-war right because it threatened to rupture the alliance of American Christianity and capitalism. Rand denigrated Christianity, the best kindergarten for communism possible, for its exaltation of charity. In her journals, she railed against charity, as well as altruism and philanthropy, as a dangerous and even sinister practice. In their intellectual sloppiness, she fumed, Christians and other promiscuous lovers of humanity threatened to erase those distinctions of merit necessary for any social order. Charity, Rand asserted, should be bestowed like coins from a tightwad's purse. It should mark and augment both the power of the giver and the impotence of the recipient. Charity to an inferior does not include the charity of not considering him an inferior. She explained, the lowly object of charity should remember and acknowledge his position. Charity, for Rand, is a strategy of domination, not an expression of love or a sacrament of conviviality. And yet, to a degree unrecognized by William F. Buckley and other religious intellectuals of the right, Rand fathomed the magnitude of the moral revolution provoked by charity. If charity, or mercy, is the conception of giving someone something he has not deserved, if, as she added with palpable horror, charity grew out of pure kindness or pity, and if this is considered good, then the wisdom of the work ethic would be unveiled as foolishness. The moral edifice of merit would tremble and collapse on the heads of the diligent. To give anyone something for nothing was a kind of cruelty, Rand argued, an act of malice inflicted on the meritorious. The ultimate viciousness of charity, she reflected, lay in its cavalier indifference to achievement as a criterion of human worth. Ignoring his actual worth as a man, a worth determined, as in Mises's Moral Economy, on the competitive marketplace, one hands to the weak the moral and spiritual benefits such as love, respect, consideration, which better men have to earn. Rand was frightened more by the incalculable extravagance of charity than by anything else in Christianity, for it threatened not only to sanction a massive redistribution of wealth, but also to demolish the moral infrastructure of capitalist property relations. Charity contravened Rand's Manichaean axiology of producers or creators, business people or professionals who survive and flourish in the strife of the marketplace, and the lumpen humanitas of moochers, looters, parasites, second-hand souls, and incompetents of the earth, those defeated and captured in mercantile conflict, reduced to the deservedly servile status of wage labor or unrelieved poverty. Rand's producers, such as Rourke, an architect, and Galt, an engineer, exemplify a haughty and virile professionalism, a swaggering genius impatient with the acquiescent banality of organization men. The moochers, or second-hand souls, represent the nadir of mediocrity. Whether fearful, decadent, or untalented, they hide their envy of success behind both their imprecation against money and their rhetoric of compassion. As D'Anconia warns, St. Paul's indictment of the love of money as the root of all evil is the leper's bell of an approaching looter. As her abhorrence of this morality for weaklings indicated, Rand echoed Nietzsche in maligning charity as the masquerade of resentment, and she appropriated for her fictional heroes the aristocratic hauteur and willpower of the Übermensch. With their indomitable volition and cavalier disregard for the lives they unsettle in their quest for self-expression, Galt, Rourke, and other Randian entrepreneurs are capitalist supermen, imperious and obdurate masters of their trades, portrayed as existential prodigies engaged in a capitalist transvaluation of values. Although Rand portrays them as romantic heroes of creative self-actualization, they resemble Carlyle's archetypes of wonder much less than they mirror fascist avatars of steely, unyielding power. Indeed, as Corey Robin has observed, there is a chilling homology between Rand's glorification of the entrepreneur and fascist panegyrics to the leader. She and the Nazis share a patrimony in the vulgar Nietzscheism that has stalked the radical right, whether in its libertarian or fascist variants, since the early part of the 20th century. Vulgar or not, her Nietzschean adoration of power and its vessels partook of an obsequious deference that can only be described as worship. For Rand's characters, power is an ontology as well as an aphrodisiac. As Whittaker Chambers observed while eviscerating Atlas Shrugged in the National Review, Rand consistently mistakes raw force for strength, and the rawer the force, the more reverent the posture of the mind before it. Chambers's attribution of a reverence suggested a religious quality to the novel, an enchantment toward which Atlas Shrugged only gestured, but which Rand's earlier work had made explicit. Chambers noted that, like all prophets, Rand proclaimed what he sardonically called the message, and divided the world into the saved and the damned, the children of light and the children of darkness. The children of light were, of course, the producers in Galt's Gulch, standing at the center of a godless world, and therefore acting in effect as the gods of a godless world. Moreover, Rand's concluding episode with the sign of the dollar, the emblem and touchstone of the new producerism, was for Chambers both a sophomoric blasphemy and a great commission to go forth and exploit all losers. If Atlas Shrugged depicted a beatific vision of capitalist Übermenschen, even more compelling evidence of a covert Randian theology lay in her earlier novels. In The Fountainhead, Rourke, whom his victim cum spouse Dominique describes as having the face of a god, concurs with one critic who observes that he is a religious man, in your way. I can see that in your buildings. Rourke's religion is his own creativity. Creators, he declares, have never depended on anyone, as the whole secret of their power is that it is, like divinity, self-sufficient, self-motivated, self-generated. Every creator is a prime mover, but Rand's most explicit theological avowals, appeared in Anthem, a seminal if little discussed book written in 1937, but published in 1946 by Leonard Read, head of the Foundation for Economic Education, author of I Pencil, and acolyte of evangelical enchantment. Set in some unspecified place and future, Anthem narrates the journey of its first-person narrator, Equality 7-2521, from selflessness to freedom. After the unmentionable times, a period apparently characterized by free market capitalism, robust individuality, and stupendous technological innovation, the world has become a stifling hive of cooperation, conformity, and bureaucracy. Scraping by on the material remains of the unmentionable times, the post-capitalist order is ruled by councils, guild-like colloquies of elders who tightly regulate economics, science, and technology. Humanity languishes in this prison of benevolence, where individuality is warped and repressed in the name of the common good. That is, the welfare of the losers. Personal distinctiveness is so virulently feared that the very word I is forbidden. All citizens must use the plural pronoun we when speaking of themselves. Though inquisitive and technically proficient, equality has been forbidden by the Council of Vocations from embarking on a scientific career. Undaunted, he discovers and explores an abandoned subway tunnel where he begins to conduct forbidden scientific experiments in his free time. Eventually, he rediscovers electricity and reinvents the light bulb. Meanwhile, Equality falls in love with Liberty 3000, a golden-haired peasant girl he sees working in the fields outside the city. Emboldened by his passion, Equality brings his scientific discoveries to the World Council of Scholars, who recoil in horror from the challenge his work poses to the stability of their mediocre world. When they attempt to destroy his invention and suppress his findings, Equality escapes into the mountains outside the city, where he rejoins Liberty and settles with her in an abandoned cottage whose walls are covered with books. In one of the books, they read the forbidden word, I, and attribute it to a revolutionary significance, the identity of humanity and divinity. Equality renames himself Prometheus, thief of the arts of civilization, from the stingy Olympians, while Liberty takes the name Gaia, Earth Mother of the early Greeks. Like all subsequent Randian heroes, Prometheus recites a creed of undaunted individualism, tracing his moral and metaphysical roots to the mundane fact of his existence. Prometheus is one of Maslow's transcenders, sacralizing everything he touches, first of all, himself. My happiness needs no higher aim to vindicate it, he reasons, since I need no warrant for being, and no word of sanction upon my being. I am the warrant and the sanction, which thereby makes him his own object of worship. This miracle of me is mine to own and keep, and mine to guard, and mine to use, and mine to kneel before. Thus, Rand bestows divinity on the individual ego, this God, this one word, I. Likewise, Gaia is to be the mother of a new race of gods. Where Christian charity emanated from thanksgiving for the gift of existence, Promethean liberty stems from a principled ingratitude. I owe nothing to my brothers, he announces, and I do not gather debts from them. Like Rand herself, Prometheus redefines brotherly love as a reward for achievement or services rendered. Other people must earn my love, he says with all the lyricism of a miser. This free market of love required the insulation of divinity from contaminating contact with other deities. In the temple of his spirit, each man is alone. Prometheus says of his tabernacle to himself, "Let each man keep his temple untouched and undefiled." This insistence on purity helps explain not only why the sexual couplings in Rand's novels are so devoid of fleshly exuberance and delight, but also why they never produce children. Needy, helpless, and unproductive, children are the ultimate moochers. For all her bloviation about production and creativity, Rand's Promethean ideal is the most strenuous and barren beatitude ever imagined. Chambers predicted that Rand's popularity would be a brief, if nasty, episode in cultural history. Like many a patent medicine, he mused, Rand's brew is probably without lasting ill effects. Alas, over half a century later, Rand's tonic of avarice and power-lust continues to beguile the American imagination, blending with other brands of corporate moonshine to form a febrile elixir of enchantment. Though written at the meridian of the New Deal era, Rand's hateful and sanctimonious fables of selfishness supplied an intoxicating fillip for later captains of neoliberal depredation. Emboldening the piracies of finance capital, feeding the cyberculture's exhilarant ambitions of technological sublimity, and bracing a new plutocracy with a conviction of its own existential superiority, her kitschy and melodramatic tributes to greed augured an epic of spectacular pillage. Chapter 27. The Status of Daedalus, Post-materialism, and the Failure of the Liberal Imagination. American liberals certainly never expected to see the restoration of the plutocratic vista, as most of the Cold War era was a time of relative optimism among corporate liberals and social democrats. The rising prosperity of capitalist democracies proved to be a propitious conjuncture for reformist intellectuals and politicians. Liberals could point to the success of the New Deal's mixed economy as evidence that the corporate commonwealth could both forestall more radical measures at home and offer an example to post-colonial nations attracted to revolutionary socialism. They may have winced when Vice President Richard M. Nixon invoked washing machines as tokens of capitalist success in his 1959 kitchen debate with Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev, but liberals shared his premise that consumer abundance would diminish the appeal of communism. Until recently, Cold War liberalism was seen primarily as a sobering moment in American intellectual life, as ex-radicals recovered from their youthful intoxication with Marxism during the Depression. Faced with the horrors of Stalinism and the waning of Popular Front enthusiasm, former socialists and communists languished in what Daniel Bell called the exhaustion of utopia. Hence, so the story goes, the gray mood of liberals in the 1950s exemplified in the rhetorical ensemble of realism, maturity, responsibility, complexity, and irony, virtues that countered the utopian vices of doctrinaire zeal and indifference to limits. Utopianism, so liberals contended, led inexorably to massacres and gulags. Better to be skeptical, even cynical, about radical faith in historical destiny. Hence the affirmation, even by secular intellectuals, of theologians such as Reinhold Niebuhr, whose insistence on the reality and endurance of sin seemed to have been verified by the horrific events of the past 2 decades. Yet, many liberals and social democrats also felt a new optimism about the prospects for American society. As Howard Brick and other historians have demonstrated, they foresaw the emergence of a post-industrial or post-materialist society from the womb of corporate capitalism. A surrogate for the utopian hopes abjured in the wake of Stalinism. In this view, the material abundance generated by industrial and cybernetic technologies would permit an array of historical marvels. Automation, post-materialist liberals believed, would entail both the gradual supersession of the work ethic and the guiltless enjoyment of leisure. Exponentially increasing prosperity would enable the composure and perhaps the erasure of class warfare and ideological conflict, thus releasing social energies to accomplish the unfinished tasks of racial and sexual equality. In conjunction with Keynesian economic policy, affluence would support the extension of the purview of public concern and planning, enabling the free provision of services to ever greater quality and variety. Technological ingenuity and plenitude also heralded the liberation of personal authenticity, the relaxation of sexual mores, and the cultivation of aesthetic sensibilities and talents, all previously contained and distorted by the repressive conditions imposed by scarcity. At most, the achievement of sustained abundance augured the transcendence of capitalism itself, not through an abrupt and violent revolution, but through the progressive permeation of society by liberal values and institutions. Thus, what Daniel Bell identified in 1960 as the end of ideology, code for the ebbing of Marxism, presupposed an interlocking set of revolutions of unprecedented magnitude. The conviction that material abundance was ushering in a new age of justice and community heartened liberal and social democratic intellectuals. The solution of the technical problems of production is in sight, Riesman declared in The Lonely Crowd, later chastising Norbert Wiener and others who questioned or deprecated our great human achievement of turning over productive routines to machinery. Galbraith rested his critique of the affluent society on the premise that the problem of production had been solved. In The Accidental Century, 1965, Michael Harrington invoked Aristotle's Statues of Daedalus, one of the earliest recorded references to self-acting machines, to argue that once released from its capitalist integument, cybernetic technology permitted a socialist economy of plenty and leisure. Business continued to build a collective society for private profit, he maintained, because the political and social imaginations have not approached the revolutionary intelligence of its technology. In the 1962 Port Huron Statement, the Manifesto of Students for a Democratic Society, and a blueprint of civic paradise, Tom Hayden maintained that automation, now pursued within a system of selfish production motives and elitist control, nonetheless afforded the opportunity for men the world around to rise in dignity from their knees. As scarcity and acquisitiveness receded, a love of man overcomes the idolatrous worship of things, and men and women could satisfy their unfulfilled capacities for reason, freedom, and love. As Riesman told an MIT audience in 1953, we have approached the accomplishment of one mission and are searching for another. We need, he insisted, to find an exhilarating, moral equivalent for capitalism. Post-materialist intellectuals were confident that such a moral equivalent for capitalism could be found, as they ascribed a salvific significance to a new historical force for progress, the professional, managerial, and technical strata of advanced industrial societies. Convinced that cybernetic technology had spawned a post-industrial society in which the production of material goods was giving way to the production of services, symbols, and knowledge, post-materialists contended that this sizable and growing army of workers, Galbraith's technostructure, accompanied by the educational and scientific estate, was better equipped than Marx's industrial proletariat to construct the world after abundance. These liberal middlebrows were, in David Baslon's estimation, the vanguard of the managerial revolution. Like Veblen's Soviet of Technicians, these benevolent experts remained committed to professional standards unsullied by pecuniary interest. Not motivated primarily by money, as Galbraith described them, they contributed their best regardless of compensation. These were clearly not the pedestrian organization men and women defended by William H. White, nor the avaricious, condescending blowhards iconized in Ayn Rand's entrepreneurial allegories, nor the duplicitous, philosopher-economists recommended in Friedrich Hayek's Solutions to the Market. In Bell's view, elaborated with vast erudition in The Coming of Post-Industrial Society, 1973, the magnum opus of post-industrial prognosis, the hegemony of magnanimous specialists augured the replacement of governance by political economy with governance by political philosophy. The governing philosophy of the post-industrial avant-garde would emanate, liberal writers hoped, from the new post-war university. Affirming the account of the multiversity provided by the new breed of university presidents, such as Charles Kerr of Berkeley and James B. Conant of Harvard, liberals asserted that a coalition of scholarly and business intellectuals was fashioning a post-materialist moral imagination from the humanist and scientific traditions now housed in academia. Bell argued that since both the producers of mass culture and the ranks of the corporations passed through primarily a university culture, academics possessed an unprecedented power to shape future generations of the corporate cognitariat. Adolf Berle likened university professors to the medieval clerisy. Although he respected the lords temporal, the corporate executives lionized in fortune, Berle contended that they needed to be checked and cultivated by the lords spiritual. Academics, journalists, and others among the humanist intelligentsia, secular successors to the priests and scholastics who civilized the feudal aristocracy. As our spiritual elite, this liberal clerisy also played the roles of clergy and prophet, developing a public consensus based on empirical investigation and demanding redress for social injustice, much like Elijah in the presence of Ahab. Berle exhibited an extraordinary, even grandiose faith that the university would tame the corruption. Though all the armies of Madison Avenue were arrayed against Columbia or Princeton or Stanford, he proclaimed, the future would be with the campus spires. Berle's comparison of the university intelligentsia to the medieval clerisy was even more apt than he realized. Heirs to progressive spirituality, post-materialist academics had taken over the quest for what Dewey had called a common faith. In their capacity as what Bell termed cultural arbiters, many post-war liberal academics turned to art, history, and literature for the moral and spiritual tutelage once assigned to religion. The historical literary mind, Lionel Trilling wrote in The Liberal Imagination, 1950, is the best kind of critical and constructive mind we have, better, he emphasized, than the theological. Yet, Trilling's own academic career reflected both the domestication of modernism, now tame and canonical in seminar rooms and galleries, and the bureaucratization of the liberal imagination. In the disciplinary protocols of the post-war university, liberal humanists pursued their clerical roles with a keen sense of cultural professionalism, a sense of moral and aesthetic expertise, much like that exhibited among scientists and technicians. Yet, traces of the sacred, sleek mementos of enchantment, surfaced among liberal social thinkers, especially in futurology, one of the more flamboyantly optimistic discourses of post-war intellectual life. Although futurology originated in the military-industrial labyrinth of the Rand Corporation, the Hudson Institute, and the Institute for Defense Analysis, it swiftly became a significant feature of Cold War liberalism. Often funded by the Ford and Carnegie Foundations and formulated by distinguished intellectuals, liberal futurology included venues less compromised by direct links to corporate and military interests: the Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions, the Committee for the Future, the Commission on the Year 2000, among other forums. The major speculators in post-industrial futures included an array of dignitaries from academia and journalism: Bell, Riesman, Hedley Donovan, Vasily Leontiev, Zbigniew Brzezinski, Samuel Huntington, Daniel Moynihan, and other thinkers who swanned in the overlapping circles of higher education and public policy. Utilizing the latest information and research methodologies, liberal futurologists hope to identify and direct current trends in technology, science, and social relations. With its reliance on the new intellectual technologies of cybernetics, game theory, operations research, and simulation modeling, futurology would appear to have been, as Bell described its technocratic mien, quite opposed to the traditional and customary religious, aesthetic, and intuitive mode of prophecy or romanticism. Yet, Bell himself discerned magical qualities not only in futurology, but also in any other venture in social forecasting, the latter the subtitle of his own extended omen of post-industrial society. The goal of future-oriented studies was, he acknowledged, to realize a social alchemist's dream, the dream of ordering the mass society. With their computers and decision theories, futurologists long to know and master human fate, just as Pascal sought to play dice with God. Bell's comparison of social forecasting to alchemy underscored the affinity of secular futurology with earlier forms of science and prognostication. As Bell's own hopeful oracle of post-industrial society indicated, futurology represented the professionalization of eschatology, a secular science of divination that employed the modern sortilege of mathematical variables and algorithms. A residue of enchantment appeared as well in liberal thraldom before cybernetics. Their munificent praise tended to ratify Wiener's likening of cybernetic technology to magic, while their reverence for technological progress corroborated his comparison of technicians to shamans. Almost alone among liberals and social democrats, Harrington worried that intellectuals, politicians, business people, scientists, and technicians in advanced capitalist societies shared a modern animism that invests technology with the spirits that once inhabited trees and stones. As Wiener and Vonnegut had dreaded, this animism, the cybernetic version of the technological sublime, conjured up by the magi of the corporate technostructure, pervaded all levels of American society, even where the disenchanted consciousness of modernity had allegedly vanquished superstition most thoroughly. Mesmerizing many post-materialist writers as well, modern animism helped ensure that the liberal imagination would remain within the parameters of corporate capitalism. Far from envisioning some qualitatively different society, forecasts of post-industrial society allowed their diviners to explore alternative futures, in Andrew Ross's words, within the confines of the existing system. Hence, the sense of sacrilege felt by many liberal academics when confronted by opposition from radical students and the counterculture. Bell perceived a coming crisis among the post-industrial clerisy as early as 1965. In his view, the recent upheaval at Berkeley in 1964 displayed the antinomianism not only of beatniks, hippies, and other cultural outlaws, but also of respected scholars such as Norman O. Brown, whose Life Against Death, 1959, was a remonstrance against psychic repression and the secular rationality that enforced it. Looking nervously at the favorable reception accorded Brown among younger, liberal, and New Left intellectuals, Bell surmised that the tension between the technocratic and the apocalyptic modes will be experienced most sharply in the university. Brown and more disheveled denizens of the counterculture were, Bell thought, descendants of the brethren of the free spirit, the ranters and the bohemians of 19th-century Paris, a legacy of libertinism that also found expression in heterodox forms of body mysticism. Recognizing the force of countercultural claims about the sterility and violence of industrial society, Bell called on his fellow educators both to humanize technocracy and to tame the apocalypse, an eminently clerical proposal to renovate the existing structure while incorporating elements of the opposition. After the 1968 student uprising at Columbia, critiques of the university, the technostructure, and the professional estates multiplied rapidly, and the tension Bell sensed between technocracy and apocalypse reached a crescendo in the late 1960s. The teach-ins and work stoppages at MIT and 30 other universities in the spring of 1969 suggested to Paul Goodman, for instance, the outbreak of what he called a broader religious crisis among the younger intelligentsia. Meanwhile, popular books such as Ivan Illich's Deschooling Society, 1970, and Theodore Roszak's The Making of a Counterculture and Where the Wasteland Ends, 1972, voiced incisive and even eloquent rejoinders to the corporate liberal faith in the liberating promise of science and technology. Deriding the myth of objective consciousness as the surreptitious faith of what he labeled the technocracy, Roszak called for the revival of archaic modes of moral and religious sensibility, that is, of enchantment. Nothing less is required, he proclaimed, than the subversion of the scientific worldview and its replacement with a culture leavened by a shamanistic vision or sacramental consciousness whose inhabitants take fire from visionary splendor and the experience of human communion. Goodman shared Roszak's conviction that secular rationality had itself become a form of idolatry. As he observed in New Reformation, 1970, science and technology, although cloaked as secular pursuits, were really the demiurges of a system of mass faith, a beneficent religion with its own ecclesiastical structure. The professional and disciplinary associations to which post-industrial theorists looked with reverence, but which a growing number of younger intellectuals perceived as the brains trust of a soulless and even diabolical establishment. But what impressed Goodman most about the rebellious students and faculty was not their morality or political will, but what he called their metaphysical vitality, their exuberant, if sometimes arrogant and foolhardy attempts to explore genuinely alternative futures. Unlike their liberal elders, they ventured into the restricted areas of ultimate meaning and ecstatic communion. It is religion that constitutes the strength of the new generation, Goodman wrote proudly of the obstreperous but vibrant young. By the mid-1970s, these attacks on the status of scientific and technological reason converged with new, even more urgent concerns with energy depletion and ecological catastrophe to produce what amounted to a general crisis of the post-materialist mentality. The rise of the environmental movement, together with the 1973 oil crisis, suggested that there might be insurmountable material obstacles to the achievement of a post-materialist society. As a spate of books, articles, and think tank reports indicated, capped by the Club of Rome's heretical proclamation of the limits to growth in 1972, the post-materialist prospect was now threatened by a cluster of previously unforeseen problems: pollution, overpopulation, and petroleum shortages of increasing frequency and severity. Reviewing the grim auspices of scientists, engineers, politicians, and philosophers, economist Robert Heilbronner envisioned, in an inquiry into the human prospect, 1974, a bleak and violent future for industrial societies, whether capitalist or socialist. American capitalism in particular, he predicted, could expect declining rates of productivity growth, stagnation of real income, and social turmoil provoked by an increasingly inequitable distribution of wealth. The only hope for the national and planetary survival lay, Heilbronner argued, in the gradual abandonment of the lethal techniques, the uncongenial lifeways, and the dangerous mentality of industrial civilization itself. Hardly a popular set of prescriptions, and one that implicitly denied the progressive tendency of history essential to both the liberal and socialist imaginations. Bell made similarly dolorous prophecies in The Cultural Contradictions of Capitalism, 1976. Departing from one of the most crucial tenets of the post-materialist credo, Bell asserted that because the revolution of rising entitlements ensured an equally rising need to find resources to satisfy them, we will never overcome scarcity. Both Heilbronner and Bell turned to the wisdom of the past to salvage what they could of the post-materialist project. But in doing so, they revealed the limitations and even the exhaustion of the liberal and social democratic traditions. Heilbronner doubted that the impending turbulence could be averted or mitigated by reliance on better science and technology. Pointing to environmentalism as evidence of a nascent dissatisfaction with consumer culture, Heilbronner reasoned that because higher income, better diets, medical advances, and technological accomplishments do not necessarily satisfy the human spirit, then rationality has its limits with regard to the engineering of social change. What, if not reason, could improve the prospects for planetary survival in the wake of a stationary economy and irreversible ecological damage? Since the driving energy of modern man has come from his Promethean spirit, he observed, it is not only with dismay that Promethean man regards the future. It is also with a kind of anger. Incredulous of religious answers, Heilbronner turned to mythology, summoning against Prometheus the image of Atlas and his stoic perseverance in bearing the weight of the world. To accept the limitations of our abilities would be the most painful lesson capitalist society has to learn, Heilbronner conceded, but it will learn it, one way or the other. Bell echoed this insistence on limits, but maintained that the cultural contradictions of capitalism ran deeper than Heilbronner imagined, and that their resolution required something more than highbrow stoicism. Along with other culturally conservative critics, such as Philip Rieff and Christopher Lasch, Bell rued not only the counterculture, but also its extensive penetration into the mores of even middle-class Americans. The transgression of bourgeois morality was now, Bell believed, the everyday life of affluent Americans whose consumer culture sold them a daily bacchanalia of pleasure, indolence, and play. Capitalism had succeeded in promoting values and habits that directly contravened its traditional culture of production, hence the intensifying cultural contradictions of capitalism. Aside from eroding the perseverance indispensable to efficient and sustained production, the hedonist ethic undermined the long-run ability of capitalist society to maintain its vitality as a moral and reward system. With an amoral post-industrial society looming, Bell looked to religion to provide the legitimacy depleted by consumer culture, since liberalism seemed uneasy in trying to say why impulses should be restrained. To confront the spiritual crisis engulfing American society, Bell called for some conception of religion, which he identified with a tragic sense of life, to subdue the roiling desires set loose by the cultural industries of capitalism. Bell's understanding of religion was thoroughly Western, abstract, and utilitarian. He recommended no specific tradition other than the great historic religions of the West, concurred with their tough-minded view of human nature, and employed key words, debt, obligation, and limit abounded, that comprised a rhetoric of conservative moralism. Portraying a world as it should be, religion decreed a realm of allotted portions, these concrete relationships in time and space that humbled pride and the longing for limitless experience. Against the counterculture and its right of release, Bell posed the rights of restraint he thought central to the tragic wisdom of religion. Bell's tragic conception of religion was bound up with his account of the cultural contradictions of capitalism, contradictions that were more apparent than real. Like other moralistic attacks on consumerism, Bell missed the persistence of the work ethic, the subordination of the adversary culture, and the metamorphosis of pleasure itself into an endeavor. Consumer pleasure still carried a price tag. The commodification of Saturnalia required most people to submit to the disciplinary strictures of wage labor and monthly budgets. At the same time, the alleged democratization of antinomianism marked a new zenith, not a repudiation, of the command economy of pleasure. From the new advertising agencies and public relations firms to the burgeoning ranks of service workers, capitalism remained very much a culture of production, leavened by a hip producerism wherein the entrepreneurial self was becoming a character ideal. In the coming neoliberal marketplace, the mandatory flexibility of entrepreneurial selfhood merged bourgeois sobriety with bohemian vagabondage. What Malcolm Cowley had described of his Greenwich Village cohorts was now true of more Americans than ever. The boundaries of administered consciousness had been enlarged, and its techniques now embraced bohemia. By depicting a contradiction between two rigidly demarcated realms, one of production, governed by the performance principle of pecuniary and technological rationality, and the other of consumption, governed by pleasure and distraction, Bell and other Mandarin scolds overlooked the possibility that contemporary hedonism was the performance principle decked out in party clothes. The invasion and degradation of pleasure by the standards of the work ethic would only intensify under neoliberal capitalism. What Bell and other critics of contemporary mores were describing was less an epidemic of hedonism than the colonization of ecstasy by the spectacle, the incorporation of desires for enchantment and communion by the cultural apparatus of capitalism. Thus, the problem was not, as Bell and other moralizers construed it, how to bridle human longing with religion, a reduction of religion to propriety and control. For all the great historic religions of the West, at least, morality has issued from a way of being in the world, an experience, as William James had described it, of rapture and ontological wonder. But if ontological wonder, not the tragic sense of life, was the essence of religion, and if yearnings for rapture and communion constituted a spiritual sustenance of the spectacle, then the problem of contemporary desire lay not so much in its restraint, but in its therapy and transformation, a diagnosis with radical implications. Despite his pragmatic approach to religion as an enforcer of limits and conventions, Bell recognized that it also harbored the potential to be an adversary culture, every bit as transgressive of bourgeois moralism as Bohemia. At crucial junctures of history, he conceded, religion has been the most revolutionary of all forces. Chapter 28. To live instead of making history. Herbert Marcuse, Norman O. Brown, and the romantic eschatology of immanence. As Bell's acknowledgment suggested, the utopian impulse had not completely atrophied. The very notion that material scarcity either had been or would soon be overcome was itself redolent of ancient eschatological presentiments of recovered Edens or heavenly cities. Bell himself had admitted that the end of ideology is not, should not be, the end of utopia as well. Riesman had vaguely alluded to the persistence of utopia among the lonely crowd. The sources of utopian political thinking may be hidden and constantly changing, constantly disguising themselves. Still, even when liberals summoned enough imagination to visit utopia for a moment, their insistence on pecuniary and technocratic rationality took the romance out of the adventure. The ladder to the city of heaven, Bell warned, could not be a faith ladder, but an empirical one, detailing both the costs of the enterprise and the determination of who is pay. Realism remained the Medusa's head raised to admonish all visionaries to stone. In the face of liberal wise men, Utopia had its champions in C. Wright Mills, Norman O. Brown, and Herbert Marcuse, who dismissed liberal injunctions to realism and maturity as evidence of betrayal and resignation. Tutors of the American New Left, they called on radicals to challenge the canons of rationality that both liberals and conservatives took for granted. Mills indicated purveyors of what he called crackpot realism, the bogus practicality that underwrote the imperatives of capital and the state. When used as a term of derision, utopian, Mills wrote in his pugnacious letter to the New Left, 1960, connoted any criticism or proposal that transcends the up-close milieu of academic, government, and business institutions. Cultivated in the corporate and educational estates of post-industrial society, the cosmopolitan affectations of liberals camouflaged a simple provincialism. Brown opened his brief for life against death by rejecting the sense of sin, cynicism, and despair that inhibited utopian thinking and paralyzed political action. Utopian speculations, he urged, must come back into fashion. By the end of the 1960s, galvanized by the call of French students in May 1968 to be realistic, demand the impossible, Marcuse was announcing that utopian speculation was not only urgent, but also eminently practical. What is denounced as utopian, he wrote in an essay on liberation, 1969, is not what is impossible, but rather what is blocked from coming about by the power of the established societies. Utopians shared with liberals the premise of an impending end to material scarcity and the predatory ethos it spawned. The most realistic observers, Brown noted, are proclaiming liberation from work given by modern technology. As a result, Brown speculated, economics could now become the science of enjoyment, the study of new forms of erotic exuberance heretofore repressed in the struggle for survival. Marcuse echoed Brown, writing in 1967 that the end of utopia was in sight. Utopian possibilities are inherent in the technical and technological forces of advanced capitalism, he reiterated in 1969. Science and technology are the great vehicles of liberation, and it is only their use and restriction in the repressive society which makes them into vehicles of domination. This duality in science and technology led utopians to question the nature of reason itself. The utopian investigation of scientific rationality revealed a tyrannical agent of the rage to master nature and accumulate capital. Its overtly lucid and astringent visage, thought since the Enlightenment to be the face of liberation, masked the machinations of repressed and malignant desires. In Eros and Civilization, 1955, Marcuse contended that the struggle for existence had imposed a repressive reason reduced to the performance principle, now a calculating tool for managers and technocrats intent on increasing productivity, not on nurturing and gratifying sensuous desires for truth, beauty, and goodness. For Brown, modern science represented the dominion of death in life, the triumph of the ascetic quest to stifle and overcome the human senses. Against this lifeless and therefore deadly knowledge, Brown called for a science rooted in an erotic sense of reality, one enlivened by the more concrete deliverances of poetry. As Brown's hope for a poetical science indicated, utopians belonged to the romantic pedigree of opposition to capitalism. Signifying the possibility of poetry and labor, their invocation of the artisanal idea was the most apparent link to romantic modernity. Against the drudgery that marks the reign of death within life, Brown appealed to John Ruskin and the delight of enjoyable effort. Deliberately turning to the utopian, Charles Fourier, rather than the scientific Marx, Marcuse contended that technological advances were allowing the possibility of freedom within the realm of necessity, the union of play and work that was the quintessence of craftsmanship. Indeed, Marcuse speculated in 1972, certain lost qualities of artisan work may well reappear on the new technological base. Rejecting what he dubbed the labor metaphysic of Marxism that identified the industrial proletariat as the historical agent of revolution, Mills departed from progressive orthodoxy by adopting what amounted to a craft metaphysic. In White Collar, he lauded Ruskin, William Morris, Tolstoy, and Carlyle for their humanist view of work as craftsmanship. Craftsmanship, he told a meeting of industrial designers in Aspen in 1958, was both the central experience of the unalienated human being and the highest human ideal. Through his union of beauty and utility, the artisan composed a poem in action, a transubstantiation of labor into lyric. Craft even held a certain religious quality for Mills. If, for more and more workers in industrial societies, work seems to serve neither God nor whatever they may experience as divine in themselves, the artisan lives in and through his work, which confesses and reveals him to the world. Mills's allusion to revelation hinted at a broader romantic hope, a demolition of the pecuniary and Promethean imagination that subdued advanced industrial societies, and its replacement with an erotic sensibility of pleasure in the sensuous textures and possibilities of the world. Post-war utopians were continuing the romantic pursuit of a modern form of enchantment, a new sensorium, or new sensibility, as Marcuse called it in his Essay on Liberation, the fullest consciousness of ontological reality beyond the boundaries of mercenary, scientific, and technological reason. On this score, Mills was the outlier among post-war utopians. Although his vision was as passionate as that of William James, his identification with the pragmatist tradition precluded any fundamental reliance on art, literature, mythology, or religion. Even where they respected the protocols of Enlightenment reason, logical thinking, coherent argument, and the use of properly attributed evidence, Brown and Marcuse enlisted them in an effort to transcend the limitations of modern reality. Relying on psychoanalysis as the science of desire and drawing on an array of poets, artists, philosophers, theologians, and mystics, Schiller, Blake, Novalis, Ruskin, Breton, Burma, and St. John of the Apocalypse, to name a few, they fought to break through psychic and ideological barriers to a moral and ontological revolution more momentous than the overthrow of capitalism. In Life Against Death, 1959, Brown named this revolution the resurrection of the body, the abolition of repression anticipated in Romantic poetry and Christian mysticism. Property and accumulation, Brown argued, were ruses of repression, obstructing and enervating a full consciousness of reality. Once the senses are emancipated from the sense of possession, then the humanity of the senses and the human enjoyment of the senses will be achieved for the first time. In Eros and Civilization, Marcuse posed against repressive reason the rationality of gratification that reconciled reason and the pleasure principle, suffused work with joy and playfulness, and celebrated receptivity, contemplation, and enjoyment. Pointing to Orpheus and Narcissus as paradigms of unrepressed humanity, Marcuse beheld the image of joy and fulfillment, the voice which does not command, but sings, the gesture which offers and receives, the deed which is peace and ends the labor of conquest, the liberation from time which unites man with God, man and nature. Although he rejected religion in One-Dimensional Man, 1964, as no longer contradictory to the status quo, Marcuse had conceded in Eros and Civilization that, in their expression of indefatigable longings for earthly justice and gratification, religious illusions still have a higher truth value than the disenchanted data of science. As student upheavals in Europe and North America mounted in the late 1960s, Marcuse came into his own as a romantic visionary, and the almost unrelieved pessimism of One-Dimensional Man yielded to the prophetic vivacity of an essay on liberation. Just as advanced technology was permitting the realm of freedom an entrance into the realm of necessity, radicals needed to rehearse for the revolution, practicing a similar ingression of the future into the present. The existential quality of socialist relations must show forth, anticipated and demonstrated in the fight for their realization. Marcuse's summons to embark on reconnaissance missions in the frontiers of utopia entailed a secularized version of realized eschatology, the realization of a beatific vision in the sinful conditions of a fallen world, a liberation from time, however brief and embattled, that brought the future into the present tense. Marcuse's conception of nature was even more evocative of a new sensibility beyond the confines of instrumental reason. Stirred by the new interest in ecology, he proclaimed in Counter-Revolution and Revolt, 1972, that nature is being rediscovered as an ally in the struggle against exploitative societies. Here, Marcuse once again sided with Fourier against Marx, praising the outrageously unscientific, metaphysical account of nature in Marx's youthful writings, one lost in the more scientific socialism that ratified the bourgeois reduction of the natural world to raw material for industrial exploitation. Repudiating the capitalist provenance of Marxist instrumentalism, Marcuse advanced a teleological, even animistic account of nature that recalled the ontology of 19th-century Romanticism. Far from being an inert mass of objects available for measurement and use, nature, he argued, is a subject, or cosmos in its own right, with its own potentialities, necessities, and chances. Although a return to pre-modern superstitions about nature was impossible with the advance of science, Marcuse maintained that a technological culture permeated by a new sensorium would enable nature to realize its dormant faculties. Once free of the compulsion to ravage the earth imposed by economic necessity, a liberated community could redeem the blindness of nature to open its eyes and help it become what perhaps it would like to be. Yet, Marcuse harbored deep and abiding doubts about the likelihood of revolution. As he wrote in Counter-Revolution and Revolt, power to the people could not mean power to the majority of the population as it exists today. People whose needs and desires have been produced by the system and who actively resist their own liberation. Part of the left melancholia that pervaded One-Dimensional Man stemmed from Marcuse's identification of false needs and repressive desublimation. The cultural industries fostered spurious needs to ensure the steady accumulation of capital, while the liberalization of sexual mores distracted from psychic and political repression. This pessimism persisted even after One-Dimensional Man, while Marcuse was becoming an avuncular mentor in revolutionary consciousness to the New Left. He continued to believe that false needs had proliferated to the point that the most urgent revolutionary task was to transform the will itself so that people no longer want what they now want. Shackled to the system by invisible chains of fraudulent wants and counterfeit freedom, The inhabitants of capitalist societies required a revolutionary transformation of desire. A qualitative change must occur in the infrastructure of man. However, given Marcuse's unwavering commitment to the progressive pieties of Marxism, it was hard to see how such a change in the infrastructure of man could transpire. Where Ruskin, Morris, or Mumford had tied the atrophy of revolutionary desire to the mechanization and stupefaction of the labor process, Marcuse could see nothing but emancipatory potential in cybernetics and automation, unlike contemporaneous students of technology such as Harry Braverman, Stephen Margolin, and David F. Noble, whose histories of industrial technology and organization were calling into question the standard progressive orthodoxy about technological progress. The replacement of pointless productivity as an ideal with the rationality of gratification, Marcuse wrote in Eros and Civilization, presupposed a huge industrial apparatus, a highly specialized division of labor, the use of fantastically destructive energies, and the cooperation of vast masses. This ominous forecast did not prevent him from speculating in 1967 that play with the potentialities of human and non-human nature would soon be the content of social labor. Fearful of a romantic regression behind technology and dazzled by the promise of industrial automation, Marcuse displayed both a serious misunderstanding of its technological scope and an indifference to its authoritarian possibilities. In The End of Utopia, his identification of alienated labor with physical labor implied that mental labor could not be alienated, yet that very alienation was the essence of cybernetics. Indeed, the happy convergence of technology and art, and work and play, was a perfection difficult to foresee on the basis of automation, which by its nature depended on the elimination of play from work and the subjection of production itself to systematized algorithmic programming. Marcuse foresaw that automation would concentrate this necessary labor among technicians, scientists, engineers, etc. But he overlooked the prospect of a post-capitalist technocracy. So, when he predicted that advanced technology promised the total control of human existence, Marcuse evaded the oligarchic implications of the cybernetic revolution. If Marcuse reverted to the Marxist faith in historical progress, Brown abjured the faith in progress itself. Recognizing how deeply Marxism was implicated in the malignancy of capitalist rationality, he determined that Marx's Faustian and restless humanism rendered him unable to emancipate socialism or any other economy whatsoever from the motive of accumulation. If ever achieved, socialism would be a nightmare of infinitely expanding technological progress and human needs. Thus, Brown opened his defense of life against death by assuming the superannuation of the political categories that had shaped modern revolutionary consciousness. In his view, the historical optimism common to both liberals and Marxists had been invalidated, not only by the horrific events of World War II, but also by the pervasive sense of disappointment and betrayal that Brown perceived among the inhabitants of advanced industrial societies. Contrary to the promises of the Enlightenment, reason and material abundance had not made them happy. Perhaps these attainments were not really what had been wanted all along. Demanding ever more economic and technological growth, humanity in the capitalist world was simply making itself more unhappy and calling that unhappiness progress. Unconscious of its real desires, and therefore unable to obtain satisfaction, humanity was hostile to life, and therefore ready to destroy itself. Brown nonetheless declared his affinity with those terrified by the inhuman character of modern civilization, yet, unwilling to abandon hope of better things. He enlisted Freud not only to diagnose capitalism, but also to reappraise the nature and destiny of man. Refusing to recover optimism cheaply, like the Freudian revisionists that both he and Marcuse loathed, Brown became a far more original, unsettling, and radical critic than Marcuse, tracing the malady of capitalist civilization to the roots of the human condition itself. Thus, Brown's urgently religious question, "What shall man do to be saved?" The religious temper of Brown's work, evident not only in Life Against Death, but also in Love's Body, 1966, and Closing Time, 1973, is often overlooked both by sympathetic readers and by adversaries such as Philip Rieff and Daniel Bell, the latter ridiculing him as a preceptor of Eros, an erudite but dangerous and irresponsible mentor in the art of abolishing the repressions necessary for culture and civilization. To be sure, Brown's affirmation of polymorphous perversity, the non-localized state of libidinal pleasure attributed to pre-Oedipal infants, portended a thoroughgoing assault on the psychic and moral ramparts of repression. As a neurosis produced in the course of repression, religion, Brown agreed with Freud, was also an attempt at cure within the neurosis itself. But Brown was more generous than the master, recalling that all substitute gratifications, whether religion, poetry, or dreams, contain truth. They are expressions, distorted by repression, of the immortal desires of the human heart. Since religion, and especially the Christian hope for a resurrection of the body, originated in the unconscious demand for full and unending bodily delight, it preserved that insistent passion, even if in fantastical form. Yet, because religion begins from our evanescent flesh, its redemptive failure lay, Brown wrote, in its delusions of grandeur about the body. Better equipped, in Brown's view, to elucidate the immortal desires of the heart, psychoanalysis recognizes that religion resides at the heart of the mystery, but carefully traces its enigma to the ungratified body. Completing what religion tries to do, and fails, psychoanalysis both gathers to itself ageless religious aspirations and becomes the science of original sin. Psychoanalysis affords the possibility of redemption within the parameters of history, not outside them in an illusory heaven. The end of repression and the realization of desire would mean the transcendence of religion, a consummation foretold in the mysticism of Burma and the clairvoyant cadences of Blake. Once cured of the disease called man, a new humanity could begin to live instead of making history, to enjoy instead of paying back old scores and debts, and to enter that state of being which was the goal of becoming. Humanity preferred history to life, Brown believed, because it refused to accept the finality of death. Unlike Marcuse, who traced the origins of repression to the conflict between material scarcity and human wants, Brown followed the later Freud in seeing repression as the result of a struggle internal to the psyche, the desire for endless life and gratification against the fear of and rage at mortality. The riddle of history, he discovered, is not in reason but in desire, not in labor but in love. Brown commenced his diagnosis of civilization from what Freud had labeled the death instinct, or thanatos, which arises from the desperate attempt to restore the original feeling of oneness with the mother that is ruined by the discovery of her separate existence. Thanatos spurs not only the Oedipal complex, but also the project of history itself, as humanity creates endless surrogates for the ecstatic maternal world it has forever lost. In Freudian terms, history is sublimation, projecting the repressed body into things. Determined to deny our inescapable annihilation and resentful of our fleshly limitations, we seek perpetuity through religious ceremonies, family lineages, technological control, and property accumulation, all of which entail some degree of domination over nature and other human beings. Yet, these sublimations are ultimately and necessarily unsuccessful, especially under capitalism. The more the life of the body passes into things, the less life there is in the body. Under conditions of repression, there is no life but wealth. As the record of our brutal and futile attempts to achieve a vicarious immortality, history, Brown maintained, has been Augustine's sinful desire to dominate, or Walter Benjamin's document of civilization that doubles as a document of barbarism. To Brown, capitalism is another sublimation, a projection of life into things, and therefore a simulacrum of magic and religion. Though starting from the standard psychopathology of economics, money as symbolic excrement, economic conduct as the sublimation of unconscious, anal concerns with aggression and mastery, Brown noted how this analysis remained anchored in the secular. But after reviewing the vast historical and anthropological literature on money, Brown concluded that, to the contrary, money derived its power from the magical, mystical, religious, the domain of the sacred. Besides, he asserted, the dichotomy between secular and sacred was unreal. Secularization, he contended, is only a metamorphosis of the sacred, an observation he made tellingly in the course of criticizing the illusion that modern money is secular. If the secular is a transfiguration of the sacred, then the psychological realities of money are, Brown declared, best grasped in terms of theology. He speculated that the money complex is the heir to and substitute for the religious complex, an attempt to find God in things. Money is a sacrament of sublimation, a projection of life into inanimate objects. In Brown's view, Protestant theology was a religious precursor to the psychoanalytical investigation of capitalism. Examining Luther's well-known scatological fixations, Brown echoed the Reformers' warning that, under capitalism, power over this world has passed from God to God's ape, the devil. The devil, as personified evil, played a crucial role in Luther's theology, representing the stark and untrammeled reign of Thanatos, and accounting for disobedience, death, and the growing hegemony of money. For Luther, Eros retreats into the sanctuary of inner life, while Thanatos requires the title deed to the world of society, economics, and politics. Since the goal of Satan is, in Brown's words, the same as the fundamental aim of capitalism, to make himself princeps mundi, then the Reformation marks the victory of Thanatos and the exile of Eros to the realm of fantasy. In the Protestant era, Brown declared starkly, life becomes a pure culture of the death instinct. What is the way out, as Brown put it, the path to salvation from capitalist enchantment? In Life Against Death, Brown only beckoned lamely to an answer, struggling to envision a world whose features could be seen only through the mutilated imagination of repression. Once we had somehow accepted death, we could enjoy the resurrection of the body. Not a literal overcoming of physical cessation like that traditionally promised in Christian theology, but a recovery of sensual rapture, the polymorphous gratification that made the infant body so electric, charged with the grandeur of libido. Enfeebled now by our fear of extinction, the erotic impulse to full and joyful experience could flourish without anxiety or inhibition. The beatific vision of fleshly radiance and communion would have its thoroughly terrestrial fulfillment. In bodies reconciled with death, we could regain paradise, however brief and vulnerable its enchantment. Susan Sontag rightly characterized Brown's desideratum as an eschatology of immanence. The brave new world of Eros would still require production, or rather poiesis, as well as consumption, or rather enjoyment, but Brown hinted that these would not constitute an economy. Proceeding from Ruskin's maxim that there is no wealth but life, resurrected human beings, making and enjoying without the specter of repression, would be erotic rather than sadistic, seek not mastery over but union with nature, and reward not the inhuman principle of economizing, but rather erotic exuberance. After Life Against Death and its awed reception among intellectuals, Brown continued to only beckon toward the future, growing ever more portentous and oracular. Beginning with his Phi Beta Kappa address at Columbia in May 1960, Apocalypse, the place of mystery in the life of the mind. Proclaiming that we live in age of miracles, Brown importuned the fledgling scholars to break free of the bondage of books and dwell instead in the state of holy madness that possessed the Maenad and the Bacchant. In Love's Body, he abandoned even that level of logical coherence and linear argument, turning to a collage of aphorism, quotation, metaphor, and allusion, all drawn from his vast erudition. Renouncing psychoanalysis as his science of desire, Brown looked instead to animism, mysticism, and poetry for their intimations of enchantment and superiority to modern scientific objectivity. An aboriginal erotic science, primitive animism, he wrote, captured the identification of subject and object, and embodied a mystical participation with the world. Infected by the death instinct, civilized objectivity, the reason and science of the Enlightenment, imposed separation and dualism, and reflected the realities of property and prison. Since politics and revolution were futile and murderous substitutes for real, mystical transformation, Brown urged a return to the principle of ancient animistic science, mystical participation, but now for the first time, freely, instead of religion, poetry. Yet Brown never let go of the language of religion, as was evident in his exchange with Marcuse about Love's Body in the pages of commentary in the winter of 1967, a dispute which, while changing nothing in either man's position, still clarified the ontological and political stakes. Although Marcuse admired the intellectual daring of Life Against Death, he berated Brown's attempt to play the oracle in Love's Body. One could revel in Brown's virtuosity with language, he conceded, but then comes the hangover, the realization that wordplay was no substitute for revolution. Charging Brown with regression and mystification, two of the cardinal sins in the Marxist catechism, Marcuse condemned Brown for balking at the grand leap into the realm of freedom and light, and taking instead a leap backward into darkness. Against Brown's holy fool, Marcuse played the sober, realistic revolutionary, inadvertently confirming Brown's portrayal of Marxism as yet another form of bourgeois epistemology. We must always keep in mind, he lectured Brown, the decisive difference between real and artificial, natural and political, fulfilling and repressive boundaries and divisions. Marcuse could not have done a better job of making Brown's point by missing it so completely, as such realism was precisely what Brown wanted to revisit. Besides, Brown implied in his response, for all his dedication to critique, Marcuse missed the point of iconoclasm, not the abolition of the temple, but the discovery of the true temple. Iconoclasts were believers, Brown reminded Marcuse. They smashed idols in the service of divinity. The alternative to idolatry Brown suggested, is not disenchantment, but rather mystery, an acknowledgment of the unknown while refusing to reify it. Since, in Brown's view, religion no longer commanded assent among the educated except as a kind of poetry, poetry was now both the guardian of mystery and the archangel of erotic imagination. Thus, Brown asserted, it was poetry and not politics that held the real revolutionary power to change the world. With the student and countercultural movements undoubtedly in mind, he countered Marcuse by declaring that the next generation needs to be told that the real fight is not the political fight, but to put an end to politics. We must pass, Brown concluded, from politics to poetry. Chapter 29. Heaven, which exists and is everywhere around us. The sacramental vision of post-war utopians. If Brown eschewed politics in favor of poetry, others saw no chasm or incommensurability between the two realms. When Life Against Death appeared, a rediscovery of Romanticism was already well underway in Britain, where E.P. Thompson and Raymond Williams, founders of the British New Left, disillusioned by Nikita Khrushchev's denunciation of Stalinism in 1956, were revisiting the lineage of Ruskin, Morris, and other critics of industrial capitalism. After William Blake, Thompson concluded in The Making of the English Working Class, 1962, no mind was at home among the romantics and radical artisans, nor had the genius to interpret the two traditions to each other. In the failure of those traditions to come to a point of juncture, Thompson regretted, something was lost. How much we cannot be sure, for we are among the losers. Given Thompson's commitment to reversing the effects of the enormous condescension of posterity, that judgment could be read as an invitation to take up the work left unfinished by Blake. In France, the Situationnistes Internationale, led by Guy Debord, Raoul Vaneigem, and other anti-Stalinist leftists, concocted an unlikely but pyrotechnic compound of Marxism, anarchism, surrealism, and Dadaism, aiming to undermine the society of the spectacle through the deliberate creation of situations, moments when unrepressed desires for pleasure and adventure could burgeon forth, awakened and liberated through poetry and art, and unperverted by advertising. The revolution of everyday life, as Vaneigem called it, would bring the spirit of the avant-garde into the streets to abolish the distinction between art and life imposed by industrialization. When it leaves the mausoleum of art, Vaneigem wrote, poetry belongs first and foremost in action, in a way of living and in the search for a way of living. Poetry animates all great revolutionary carnivals until the bureaucrats place it under house arrest in their hagiographical culture. Such a revolutionary moment came in May 1968, when radical students in Paris called for all power to the imagination and emblazoned situationist slogans and ideas on posters, pamphlets, and buildings. Young communards rejected a radicalism housebroken by the necessities of bureaucracy and compromise. So if Brown's vatic renunciation of politics for poetry incensed Marcuse, the events of May 1968 in particular, as well as, by the time of Love's Body's publication, the nascent convergence of the New Left and the counterculture, validated his perception of a crisis of political modernity. The aversion of radical students throughout the North Atlantic countries to both liberal democracy and really existing socialism convinced many observers that, as Barrington Moore Jr. opined in 1967, there is a sense in the air, especially among the young, not only that Marxism and liberalism have, in good measure, ceased to provide explanations of the world, but also that they have become part of what requires explanation. The sense that the two preeminent lineages of progress required explanation That they were part of the problem, not part of the solution, as younger radicals put it, opened up a possibility for fresh and untested sources of revolutionary vision and vitality. Once, the fiery antagonists of capitalism, the traditional left, Rozak's side in 1969, was now the lead-bottomed ballast of the status quo, the middle managers of a consumerist, technocratic civilization. Looking with both hope and desperation to the garish motley of the counterculture, depth psychiatry, the mellowed remnants of left-wing ideology, the Oriental religions, romantic Weltschmerz, anarchist social theory, Dada and American Indian lore, Rozak identified it as the last, best alternative to an existence wholly estranged from everything that has ever made the life of man an interesting adventure. Rozak captured a vibrant religious sensibility that joined the countercultural longing for a transcendent experience to the utopian desire for the abolition of capitalism and the downfall of the state. Abandoning the parties of progress, a montage of poets, artists, writers, and religious figures comprised a new party of enchantment, denouncing the allegedly disenchanted orthodoxy that consecrated the techno-capitalist imperium. This post-war company of enchantment personified a new efflorescence of romantic imagination, the ecstatic fulfillment of reason, the capacity to see the reality of the world concealed beneath the avarice and power-lust that occluded and perverted passionate vision. Although the vessels of imagination varied and intermingled, poetry, painting, sculpture, Catholic theology and mysticism, Hindu and Zen Buddhist spirituality, Amerindian animism, they converged on a moral and political economy of artisanal anarchism, a visionary commonwealth, in Rozak's words, that abided in a sacramental consciousness. The partisans of the visionary commonwealth overlapped with the ranks of post-war personalism, a confluence of religious and secular philosophies, the Catholic personalism of Dorothy Day, and the Catholic workers, the Gandhian satyagraha, disseminated by Richard B. Gregg and other pacifists, the existential theology associated with Martin Buber, Paul Tillich, and other modernist exponents of Judaism and Christianity, and the anarcho-pacifism of Dwight MacDonald, Paul Goodman, and other contributors to journals such as Politics and Liberation, a forum for Christian, Jewish, Hindu, Buddhist, and secular pacifists. Alarmed by the gargantuan scale of modern social organization, the inability of science to provide a compelling morality in the wake of religion, and the tendency of modern technology to alienate workers and ravage the planet, personalists insisted on the reduction of social and political activity to a modest, unpretentious, personal level. As MacDonald explained in The Root is Man, one that is real in the sense that it satisfies, here and now, the psychological needs and the ethical values of the particular persons taking part in it. Against the abstract, anonymous, individual of liberal social and political thought, personalists upheld the dignity and happiness of the person, the embodied and limited human being, actively engaged with others in the creation of a democratic, egalitarian community. The personalist imagination represented a revival of the ideal of beloved community. Love had appeared before as a virtue and objective in American radicalism. The Arcadians of Brook Farm, the social gospelers, the young Americans, and Catholic workers had all looked to what Randolph Bourne had called the beloved community. Banished from Cold War liberal rhetoric in favor of realism, love and the beloved community flourished among liberals and radicals on the margins. Our ultimate end, declared Reverend Martin Luther King, Jr., perhaps the greatest avatar of personalism, must be the creation of the beloved community. Both the founding statement of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, and the Port Huron Statement of Students for a Democratic Society declared love to be an ultimate goal of radical democratic politics. SNCC's vision, outlined in its founding charter in 1960, was a social order of justice permeated by love, the redemptive community. 2 years later, Tom Hayden's Manifesto for Students for a Democratic Society listed reason, freedom, and love as the primary aims of participatory democracy. By the early 1970s, as the personalist political sensibility of love brought the relationship of politics and personal life to an ever greater degree of visibility, the women's and gay liberation movements made examining the meaning of love central to their revisions of sexuality, marriage, and family. More attuned to the politics of personal life and convinced that Marxism promised nothing more than a cosmetic change to what Simone Weil called the apparatus, personalists turned to the artisanal and anarchist traditions. Prefigured in Catholic worker farm communes and houses of hospitality, communities founded on personalist principles proliferated after World War II. Experiments in creative living, as the editors of Liberation characterized them, that anticipated the wave of communes and cooperatives that arose in the 1960s. Religious personalists aspired to be the avant-garde of the eschaton, establishing outposts of heaven that joined personal fulfillment to beloved community. They determined that, as Buber insisted, a real community must consist of people who, precisely because they are comrades, have mutual access to one another and are ready for one another, a condition that required a center that is conspicuous to the light of something divine. Founded on ecumenical religious principles, many cooperatives strove to be artisanal comrades in relation to a fulcrum of divinity. In Glen Gardner, New Jersey, for instance, the future anti-war activist David Dellinger and other Protestant pacifists set up a community devoted to farming and handicraft in which everyone took his or her share of both intellectual and physical work. Dellinger and his fellow emissaries from Beatitude abolished artificial distinctions between owners, managers, skilled craftsmen, and laborers. As the Quaker and future New Left historian Stoughton Lynd remembered of the Macedonia cooperative community in northeastern Georgia, the residents shared a common religious experience of agape while engaging in dairy farming and supplying playground equipment for elementary schools. Although many of these intentional communities, like Koinonia Farm, Clarence Jordan's demonstration plot for the Kingdom of God in Americus, Georgia, originated as attempts at racial reconciliation, almost all of them struggled to practice artisanal, communalist forms of production in the midst of corporate industrial society. Although they did not aim explicitly at the eradication of capitalism, many in the civil rights movement affirmed the personalist conviction of a pervasive, divine presence in the world. While the religious nature of the movement's commitment to nonviolence has often been reiterated, the ontological roots of its pacifism, the foundation of its unarmed struggle in a theological account of the nature of the world, are easy to overlook or dismiss. If, indeed, as David Chappelle has argued, the movement should be understood as a religious revival, a great awakening, replete with talk of miracles, conversions, and even sacraments, then its politics of direct nonviolent action drew on a faith in the architecture of creation. The love they invoked was a cosmic divine power, just as tangible, perhaps more so, than the conventional forces of politics. As one SNCC activist put it, the lunch counter sit-ins that dramatized Jim Crow and its evils constituted a sacramental reenactment of Jesus' encounters with the disinherited. Political action was a material sign of an invisible grace, a chance for the Word to become flesh. King had encountered the Word during the Montgomery bus boycott in 1956. Emotionally exhausted by the stress he was enduring, even thinking, like Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane, of a way to move out of the picture without appearing a coward, King sat at his kitchen table and decided to take my problem to God. confessing his weakness and despair. At that moment, King recalled, I experienced the presence of the divine in a way I had never experienced him before. Sensing the quiet assurance of an inner voice that promised divine assistance if he continued in the struggle, I was ready to face anything. King abided in this hope because he believed that love was not an emotion, but rather the ontological leaven of the cosmos. His oft-cited claim that the moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends toward justice, was more than an inspiring exhortation. It was a corollary to his theological conviction that the universe is under the control of a loving purpose. In the struggle for righteousness, man has cosmic companionship. In line with Nat Turner's visions and Owen Whitfield's epiphany in the fields of Southern tenancy, many in the crusade for civil rights saw the movement as a sacramental sign of divine intervention in history. Even personalists who considered themselves secular often turned to religious figures and vocabulary. Paul Goodman, for instance, sometimes wrote in an overtly religious dialect. In Growing Up Absurd, 1960, Goodman characterized absurdity, the sense of meaninglessness felt not only by the young but also by many trapped in corporations, as an actual religious plight. Induced by useless bureaucratic labor and unsuccessfully assuaged by consumer goods, absurdity, Goodman argued, could be eliminated only by the recovery of vocation or calling as the paradigm of labor. What now passes for vocational guidance or aptitude testing is the exact contrary of vocation in the old sense, a man's natural or God-ordained work. Goodman tried to salvage whatever remained worthy in the Protestant ethic. Vocation, Goodman explained, is the way a man recognizes himself as belonging or appoints himself in the community life and work. Vocation required faith and was a channel of grace. For Goodman, faith was simply confidence that the world will continue to support the next step of one's evolving life, while grace arrived in a world abundant with possible ways for activity and achievement. The person committed to a vocation enters a state of grace in which vexation about the meaning of one's life never arises. Goodman's fellow anarchist, MacDonald, displayed a fondness for religious radicals. Replying in The Root is Man to the Marxist charge that the personalist viewpoint was, of necessity, a religious one, MacDonald wrote that if by religious is simply meant non-materialistic or non-scientific, then this is true. But if God and some kind of otherworldly order of reality is meant, then I don't think it is true. While his own radical stance was certainly compatible with religion, MacDonald added, I personally see no necessary connection, nor am I conscious of any particular interest in religion myself. Yet, he published a sympathetic profile of Dorothy Day in The New Yorker in 1952, and he remained a friend and admirer of a movement whose blend of conservative Catholicism and radical politics was a chimera perhaps in Marxist taxonomy, but also a phoenix, as he maintained in the New York Review of Books in 1971. The endurance not only of Catholic workers, but also of the appeal of the Christian love they exemplified, struck MacDonald as one of those frequent, indeed chronic, eruptions of the unexpected that shows history is not a well-trained valet to any system of ideas. One of those surprises that make life, life. A kairos, in another idiom, a divine moment of opportunity. A sacramental imagination also appeared among post-war modernist artists and writers. Foraging among and transfiguring the debris of capitalist civilization, Joseph Cornell, for instance, fashioned his memory boxes from faded ornaments, old photographs, and images of paintings he discovered in bookstores and thrift shops. Cornell's assemblages, poetic theaters as he called them, embodied more than an aesthetic of the discarded, as he intended his retrieval of found objects to bestow a second, more enchanting life on the detritus of commodity fetishism. A Christian Scientist, Cornell sought, in the scraps he collected, a spiritual therapy similar to that offered by his denomination's healing practices. Since, according to the metaphysics of Christian Science, the material world is a gateway for the mental, real world, Cornell thought of his work as a revelatory medium, not as art for museums and galleries. The typical Cornell collage is a makeshift sacrament of the mundane, a portal to divinity through bric-a-brac, a world of complete happiness, as he wrote in his diary, in which every triviality becomes imbued with a significance. Mark Rothko shared Cornell's aspiration to make art a form of material grace, some point of contact with transcendent reality, not, as middlebrow aesthetics would have it, a vehicle of self-expression. Despite the fame lavished on his color-field paintings, Rothko always angrily resisted categorization as an abstract expressionist. As he told a gathering of art students at the Pratt Institute in 1958, he had never thought that painting a picture has anything to do with self-expression. Self-expression, he warned, often results in inhuman values. While any artist was inevitably expressing a self, that self should never be stripped of will, intelligence, civilization. A painting was, to Rothko, not a revelation of one's innermost being, but rather a communication about the world to someone else. Thus, a painting had to be, above all else, truthful, and truth must strip itself of self, which can be very deceptive. Thus, Rothko eschewed the desire of Barnett Newman and other artists to make cathedrals of ourselves, as Newman had written in 1948. Yet Newman did hope to reunite the talent of the painter with the skill of the artisan and the vision of the seer, a performer of mythical action, as he put it to an interviewer in 1959. Rothko had long felt obliged to articulate, if only to himself, a theoretical foundation for his work. The son of Russian Jews, Rothko always inspired to be a religious artist, and he descanted on art in almost rabbinical fashion. Living and painting in Manhattan just before World War II, he began, together with his friends Newman and Adolf Gottlieb, to study Freud, Jung, and Nietzsche. Rothko's interest in archaic mythology and ritual prompted him to reflect on the mythic promise of American art. During the 1940s, in published essays as well as in private notebooks, Rothko pondered the myth-making responsibilities of modern artists. Calling himself a myth-maker, Rothko theorized that modern artists had inherited the vocation once performed in antiquity by priests, prophets, and bards. The creation of mythology, the construction of narratives in which human beings discovered their possibilities through contact with intermediaries, monsters, hybrids, gods, and demigods. Fearful that a demonic business civilization had crafted its own fables of destiny, Rothko aspired to paint a mythology for a democratic, corporate age. The portrait of the artist that emerges in these writings was both mythological and sacramental. Art, Rothko confided to his notebook, provides a window into eternity, and the artist gives tactile form to transcendence, connecting timeless truths with tangible matter. Informing human sensuality by offering direct contact with eternal verities, the artist seeks a reduction of these verities to the realm of sensuality, which is the basic language for the human experience of all things. Artists are always myth-makers, and the creation of a myth always represents not only a dissatisfaction with partial and specialized truths, but also a powerful longing for union with the fundamental forces of the cosmos. The metaphysical and religious ambition of Rothko's aesthetics was urgent and unequivocal. The mythic aspiration of art manifested, in his words, a desire to immerse ourselves within the felicity of an all-inclusive unity. Men, Rothko asserted, could not live long without gods. Rothko's quest for a modernist form of enchantment resembled that of Henry Miller, whose status as a pioneer of literary eroticism has obscured his lifelong spiritual pilgrimage. Though a self-proclaimed pagan who detested Christian humbug, Miller's work chronicled his search for an enchantment beyond the grasp of mammon, a moral and ontological breakthrough to achieve the recovery of the dignity of man. Even the novels he wrote while an expatriate in Paris in the 1930s, banned in the United States until 1961, convey Miller's sense both of the diabolical nature of business and of the spiritual sources of resistance. In Tropic of Capricorn, for instance, the protagonist, Henry V. Miller, works in the personnel division of the Cosmodemonic Telegraph Company, a fictional version of the Western Union Company for which Miller had worked while a young man in New York. Behind its affable corporate face, the Cosmodemonic is an all-pervasive and malicious tyranny, a slaughterhouse where the souls of desperate, servile workers are digested and excreted. Lawless, violent, explosive, demonical, the Cosmodemonic only reflects the larger, inescapable universe of corporate iniquity. The only relief from the Cosmodemonic comes in booze, sexual adventure, or the occasional epiphany. Everything is sentient, Henry V. says. Once this fact is grasped, there can be no despair. Miller's Odyssey began in earnest when he visited Greece on the eve of the war. What began as a long vacation from the literary and erotic intrigues of Paris became a journey of personal metamorphosis. As he recalled in The Colossus of Marushi, 1941, the Greek landscape became a book of revelation, triggering a metaphysical bliss which makes everything clear. Standing in Agamemnon's tomb, Miller listened to the heart of the world beat. Its steady, powerful rhythm encouraged him to give up, to relinquish, to surrender, so that our little hearts may beat in unison with the great heart of the world. The sexual renegade of the Montparnasse began to sound like a desert father rejoicing in renunciation, free of possessions, free of all ties, free of fear and envy and malice. He found a peace he had never experienced in Bohemia. Returning to America after the war, Miller embarked on a cross-country trip to reacquaint himself with his homeland. The 2 volumes this sojourn produced, The Air-Conditioned Nightmare, 1945, and Remember to Remember, 1947, are both classics of American self-flagellation and catalogues of the metaphysical bliss that Miller professed to see in his native land. On one level, Miller wrote, America is an inferno which exceeds anything that Dante imagined. Miles and miles of factories, dumps, sleazy hotels, bad food, and abject poverty. America never seemed more hideous. Yet, amid this American grotesquerie, Miller could affirm that the earth is a paradise, the only one we will ever know. We don't have to make it a paradise, it is one. From the Amish to the Cherokee, Americans could be poetic to the core and deeply religious. Scanning the hills around Albuquerque in the advancing dusk, Miller pronounced it a land of enchantment. In an African-American neighborhood in Chicago, Miller warmed to the message on the side of a run-down house. Good news! God is love. Miller's most sacramental insight appeared in Remember to Remember when, complaining about the disgrace of mass-produced bread, he traced its genesis to the breakdown of religious life. Before communism, there was communion, the practice of thanksgiving for the abundance of the world. But having lost its faith in divine beneficence, industrial societies tied their hopes to the scientific and profitable production of everything, including bread. Both capitalism and Marxism, those bread-and-butter philosophies Miller had come to distrust, applauded the manufacture of bogus and unhealthy substitutes for genuine nourishment. With a keener appreciation of the meaning of sacrament than many a devout believer, Miller praised a Eucharistic way of life. Life begins with bread, and a prayer of thanks. Bless God for his favors, air, water, sun, moon. God wants you to enjoy the bread of life, he continued. He never meant you to go out all day working at a job you loathe so that you can buy a loaf of store bread wrapped in cellophane. God, whatever Miller conceived the deity to be, had created the world out of a bounty whose expenditure required no compensation. The world isn't kept running because it's a paying proposition. As Miller condensed the wisdom of the artist, God doesn't make a cent on the deal. Despite the varieties of this sacramental consciousness, a conviction that the everyday world harbored intimations of divinity united the partisans of the visionary commonwealth. In Allen Ginsberg, the romantic provenance of the sacramental vision was unmistakable, as in Howl, 1956, where he proclaimed the heaven which exists and is everywhere around us. In another early poem, Ginsberg declared that this is the one and only firmament. I am living in eternity. The ways of this world are the ways of heaven. Ginsberg's friend and fellow Zen Buddhist Gary Snyder agreed, invoking an array of what Orthodox Christians would have considered pagans or heretics, Hopi, Gypsies, Quakers, Diggers, Albigensians, and the Brethren of the Free Spirit, comprising what he called the tribe. Snyder claimed in 1962 that the universe is not a dead thing but a continual creation, springing from the trance of Brahma. Snyder adduced as evidence his friend, a Wasco Indian logger, who quit his job and sold his chainsaw because he couldn't stand hearing the trees scream as he cut into them. Zen was not the only source of sacramental consciousness for romantic utopians. In Where the Wasteland Ends, one of the more sprawling and eloquent documents of the search for a new religious sensibility, Rozak, a lapsed Catholic, enlisted romantic poets and Amerindian shamans and magicians as avatars of visionary imagination. As the inherited Judeo-Christian catechism had become, like the technocratic vernacular it only lamely counterpointed, a jackbooted parade of lifeless verbal formulas, the resurrection of sacramental or visionary consciousness, was an urgent project of the times. The pre-scientific world of what he called the old gnosis delighted in finding the sacred in the profane. It was a visionary style of knowledge, not a theological one. Its proper language is myth and ritual. Its foundation is rapture, not faith and doctrine, and its experience of nature is one of living communion. One of the more popular religious writers of the Cold War era, and eventually a prophet against the Vietnam War, the Catholic monk Thomas Merton, conveyed a similarly sacramental sensibility without the jargon of theology. Every blade of grass is an angel in a shower of glory. He exulted in Raids on the Unspeakable, 1966. Every plant that stands in the light of the sun is a saint and an anthem. Poet, critic, anarchist, and by the mid-1950s, the gray eminence of American Bohemia, Kenneth Rexroth epitomized an erudite synthesis of radical politics and sacramental imagination. An intellectual and spiritual polymath, Rexroth never believed that his art or his anarchist convictions precluded spiritual commitment. Literature is work. Art is work. And work, said Saint Benedict, is prayer, he reflected in 1958. The genuinely radical life had to be, in Rexroth's view, an imitatio Christi. Anyone who tries to model his life on Christ and his apostles, he wrote in 1967, is by definition alienated from a predatory society. As a young radical in the 1920s, Rexroth had been a postulant at the Holy Cross Monastery in West Park, New York, spiritual center of the Anglican social gospel espoused by Father James Huntington and Vida Dutton Scudder. Immersing himself in the daily monastic routines of prayer, reading, work, and liturgy, Rexroth grew convinced that Catholicism consummated the most ancient responses to the turning of the year and the changing of seasons and the rhythms of animal and human life. Long after Rexroth left Holy Cross, he remained a frequent attendant at Anglican services, read offices from a breviary, and chanted Compline before bed. Even when he later explored Buddhism and Taoism, Rexroth never repudiated the liturgical and sacramental imagination of Catholic religious culture. Presiding over San Francisco's anarcho-bohemian enclave, Rexroth never repudiated his Catholic sensibility, as it afforded, in his words, the accessibility of bliss of vision, of total knowledge of significance. The sacramental vision both conferred and revealed the ennobling enchantment of daily life. The fundamental activities and relationships of life, birth, death, sexual intercourse, eating, drinking, choosing a vocation, adolescence, mortal illness, all enabled the ceremonious introduction of transcendence. In verse, Rexroth conveyed a similar awareness of an abiding presence deep down things. A Gerard Manley Hopkins, in The Age of Einstein, he often rendered the grandeur of God in a scientific and ecological idiom more appealing to the modern mind. As he put it in a book aptly titled The Signature of All Things, 1950, the saint saw the world as streaming in the electrolysis of love. The ontological source of that illustrious cascade was God, whose indwelling encompasses all reality. What Rexroth called the electrolysis of love was stymied, however, by the malevolent social and political forces of what Roszak called the technocracy, the estate of corporate and government managers, scientists, and technical wizards, the purveyors of the objective consciousness that sanctioned the exploitation of workers, the despoliation of the natural world, and the repression of any trace of the sacramental vision from the consciousness of modern societies. For Ginsberg, it was Moloch, the ancient Mesopotamian demon returning as the master deity of capitalist enchantment. Moloch, whose factories dream and croak in the fog. Moloch is a behemoth of mercenary and technical nihilism, an abhorrent pollution deep down things. Moloch, whose mind is pure machinery. Moloch, whose blood is running money. Moloch, whose fingers are 10 armies. Moloch, whose eyes are 1,000 blind windows. Moloch, whose love is endless oil and stone. Moloch, whose soul is electricity and banks. For Rexroth, it was the social lie, the organized system of deceptions through which a society and state enforce submission. As the poet laureate of American anarchism, Rexroth penned long disquisitions in verse on the spiritual rot of the enemy or the state, the leviathan into which the United States was turning on account of its swelling commodity fetishism. America is today a nation profoundly deranged, demented and sick because Americans with very few exceptions believe, or when they doubt are terrified to be discovered doubting, that love is measured entirely in an interchange of commodities. Like all loves, commodity fetishism had its sacrament, and like that of all perverse loves, it was a sacrament of death, the atomic bomb. To Rexroth, nuclear weapons represented the apotheosis of quantity. The blazing mushroom cloud is just a mystical vision, as one would expect of the managers of the DuPont Industries. Merton was the Catholic eminence of sacramental radicalism. In No Man is an Island, 1955, Merton observed that people who light their cigars with money were displaying a deep, pure sense of the ontological value of a dollar. Over the next decade, that remark grew into an exegesis of America's mercenary theology. In his Letter to a White Liberal, 1964, Merton noted that the civil rights movement exposed the adherents of both segregationists and liberals to the ontological gold standard of white America: money. The effectiveness of bus boycotts and lunch counter sit-ins proved that it was only when money became involved that the Negro demonstrations finally impressed themselves upon the American mind as being real. The cult of Mammon was the nation's real civil religion. It is not the life of the spirit that is real to us, but the vitality of the market. Whatever Americans say about their devotion to spiritual values, they don't believe in them unless they can be swiftly and profitably translated into terms of buying and selling. But since money has no ontological reality, then the capitalist market exchange it mediates is a network of abstract operations, codes, ceremonies, iconography devoted to the worship and service of nothingness. The ritual that surrounds money transactions, the whole liturgy of marketing and of profit, is basically void of reality and of meaning. Merton reasoned that this monetary ontological sensibility shed light on American conceptions of freedom. The most basic freedom of all is the freedom to make money. If American individualism meant, in the end, that the freedom of the person is dependent on money, then, without money, freedom has no meaning. What was true for the person was true for the corporation, itself a person, by the canons of pecuniary ontology. When most white Americans bloviate about freedom, what they really mean, Merton charged, was the unlimited freedom of the corporation. Thus, for Merton, the Cold War became the enforcement of capitalist metaphysics on the larger, and often unwilling, world. The American willingness to arm, bankroll, or overlook tyranny around the world indicated that the free world was, first of all, the world in which business is free. Merton's prophecy no longer seems so overheated. In the neoliberal palaver of globalization and privatization, the reign of money would soon be heralded as the end of history, the victory of reason, one market under God. The heavenly city of business, for which Ernest Elmo Calkins had pined, seemed to Merton not far from completion. In Rain and the Rhinoceros, a haunting essay in Raids on the Unspeakable, Merton imagined the sad perversity of a world reduced to inventory. As he listened to showers in the forest near the Kentucky Abbey where he lived, Merton hastened to convey the beauty of the rain before it becomes a utility that they can plan and distribute for money. To Merton, this insatiable avarice indicated an evil much deeper than moral perversion. It emanated from a capitalist enchantment that only masqueraded as secularity. Business was launching a metaphysical revolution to enshrine the fundamental axiom that what has no price has no value, that what cannot be sold is not real. In the cosmology of capital, the only way to make something actual is to place it on the market. Graphing the rain on the commercial axis of effective demand and scarcity of supply, members of the cult of money theism would not appreciate its gratuity. Yet for those who saw the world as the lavish largesse of a loving and prodigal God, rain is a festival, a celebration of its own gifted and pointless existence that is open to everyone for free. It was in this spirit of the gift that Merton, like other sacramentalists, espoused what amounted to a communism reminiscent of Ruskin, Morris, and the lineage of anarchism and the arts and crafts movement. A man cannot be a perfect Christian, Merton declared flatly in Seeds of Contemplation, 1949, unless he is also a communist. Against the spurious communism of the Marxists, Merton posed God's own communism of charity and grace. Since everything belongs to God, we must either absolutely give up all right to possess anything at all, or else only use what he himself needs. In this communism of grace, the sacramental performance of labor, perverted by capital accumulation, would afford human beings the privilege of engaging in a conversation with God. As he put it in The New Man, 1961, the perfection of beatitude in labor expressed as artisanal poesis. The holy artisan of sacramental radicalism appeared in The Silent Life, 1957, among the monks who lavished care on their buildings, furniture, tools, and books like that given to the sacred vessels of the altar. Work performed without this tender and meticulous attention was a desperate anodyne, a truly laborious distraction from the emptiness of a life lived apart from the love of God. As Merton wrote in The New Seeds of Contemplation, 1962, frantic, anxious work done under pressure of greed or fear or any other inordinate passion, cannot, properly speaking, be directed to God. Even those who rejected Merton's Christianity shared his sacramental conception of economics. Snyder, who asserted that church, state, and civilization should be not only demolished but exorcised from the American soul and psyche, saw a time when we would sacramentalize new economic relationships, regarding them as part of the divine ecology. Looking to Dharma revolutionaries practicing the joyous and voluntary poverty of Buddhism, Snyder advocated a Buddhist anarchism or true communism, a mystico-anarchist version of the old left's free, international, classless world. The movement that Snyder envisioned combined the Wobblies and the Bodhisattva. Building a new world in the shell of the old required learning the way of the Buddha, fusing the simplicity of the Eightfold Path with the solidarity of one big union. Stay together. Learn the flowers. Go light. The Romantic imagination still animated Lewis Mumford. In an arc that went from Art and Technics, 1952, and The City in History, 1962, to the two-volume culmination of his career, The Myth of the Machine, Mumford continued his search for the novum organum that put the primacy of life ahead of productivity. As in Technics and Civilization, Mumford continued to perceive a macabre, religious quality in the military-industrial technostructure. Especially in The Pentagon of Power, 1970, the second volume of The Myth of the Machine, he remarked that technological progress has now become an ersatz religion in industrial societies. As the masters of the secret knowledge of the temple and willing servants of the pharaoh, the scientific and technical elite constituted a priesthood every bit as enthralling as the clergy of old. Even worse, like Ginsberg's Moloch, the religion of the mega-machine demands wholesale human sacrifice, not only in the liturgy of war, but also in the funereal rite of unemployment, in which those deemed expendable are slain on the altar of the market for the gratification of mammon. The latest deity in the pantheon of the mega-machine was the computer, Mumford warned, with an omniscience and beguiling power comparable to that of the divinities forsaken by modernity. Automation, in his view, represented the epitome of technological enchantment, the culmination of those magical aspirations that had set the mega-machine in motion at the beginning of civilization. Cybernetics and automation might elicit the trance-like vaticinations of a Marshall McLuhan, Mumford wrote, but the notion of a global village united by electronic communication remained, he thought, rapturous, humbug. Writing at the dawn of the widespread computerization of work and information processes, Mumford vigorously challenged the belief that automation was an instrument of human liberation. The extension of automated processes throughout society required the incorporation of more areas of life into the networks of mechanization, and our ever greater dependence on mechanized systems forced us to submit to their requirements of technical efficiency and productivity. At the same time, when reason is so completely embodied in technology, human beings witness the atrophy of their creative capacities and regress into servitude to their basest and wildest impulses. If daily work and religious ritual no longer demand the personal exercise of rationality, we become hostage to demonic drives. By funneling all order into the machine, man has cut himself off from those very repetitive acts and rituals that foster both self-discipline and creativity. Repenting of whatever technocratic illusions he had entertained during the Depression, he recognized that industrial automation fostered not a higher brand of intelligence, but rather, as he wrote in Art and Technics, a feeble-mindedness indispensable to docile productivity, as well as an abdication of the human personality in the anonymity and aesthetic indifference enforced by mass production. Mumford's conviction that the technological captivity of reason would both enervate and demonize human desire made him more skeptical of the counterculture than were Roszak or Rexroth. Ridiculing the strictly money-making enterprise of the Woodstock Festival in August 1969, Mumford pointed to its ruinous social and ecological effects: the personality cult of rock stars, traffic congestion, the piles of trash and garbage, and concluded that it mirrored and even grossly magnified the worst features of the system. Because the counterculture was attached by invisible electrodes to the same pecuniary pleasure center that galvanized the entire corporate apparatus, the mega-machine has nothing to fear from this kind of reaction, equally regimented, equally depersonalized, equally under external control. Mumford contrasted the electro-delirium of the counterculture to the quieter but more compelling ceremonies of the anti-war movement. Participants in the moratorium to end the war in Vietnam in October 1969 used the lighted candle, an ancient religious symbol. Marching through Washington in inclement weather, these people, he contended, represented a more vital counterculture. The marchers' reliance on an old and venerable form of technics underlined Mumford's continued affirmation of life and the artisanal ideal. Throughout the 1950s and 1960s, Mumford drew back somewhat from the neo-technic enthusiasm of technics and civilization. Still inspired by garden city urbanism, Mumford came to believe that humanity was not first homo faber, but rather homo symbolicus, the ritual-enacting, God-seeking figure in the animal world, as he wrote in The Transformations of Man, 1956. Yet he remained true to the romantic humanism of his pre-war years. In Art and Technics, Mumford wrote of the human person in religious terms, demanding the restoration of its appropriate dignity as a mirror of infinity and eternity. At the same time, he emphasized the bounty and extravagance of nature as the basis of human personhood. In The Conduct of Life, 1951, for instance, Mumford grew incandescent when he marveled at the sheer superfluity of the natural world, whose standards of proliferation were less careful and exacting than the pecuniary and technical criteria of business. Unlike the regime of accountants and engineers, nature, Mumford observed, has patently not been so intent on the single goal of economy and efficiency. Like a joyful artist, or a loving God, nature was magnificently wasteful, usefully prolific, beautifully spendthrift with its treasures. While nature certainly exhibited elements of precision worthy of an engineer, the exuberance of life exuberance, and largesse, these make all our rational standards of economy seem mean and restrictive. Exuberance and largesse were the ontological basis for Mumford's affirmation of the artisan. The idealized artisan of art and technics was Mills's poet in action, or Miller's spendthrift creator. The craftsman, like the artist, Mumford rhapsodized, lived in his work, for his work, by his work. The rewards of labor were intrinsic to the work itself, and the effect of art was merely to heighten and intensify natural, organic processes. Wedding technical aptitude to expressive power, craft labor united the artist and the technician in one person, afforded the comradeship of equally talented workers, and allowed an exquisite lingering with loving care over processes and materials. The erotic resonance of Mumford's portrait of the artisan was more than literary ornament. Mumford strongly implied that handicraft was the model for a moral economy of life, and that the mega-machine embodied an ontology of violence, despotism, and death. The purpose of art, as he wrote in The Pentagon of Power, has never been labor-saving, but rather labor-loving. Still, Mumford remained profoundly ambivalent about the prospects for deliverance from the machine. The hold it possessed on our material and imaginative lives was apparently unbreakable, even where we managed to shake free of our thraldom to its ideology of consumption and rationality. Our complicity in its technological interdependence was so extensive that it was difficult to imagine living without it. Even the conventional methods of resistance were futile. With their need for precise coordination, Mumford thought that mass movements and political parties simply replicated the machine's hegemony. Real change would come, Mumford hoped, from individual resistance and small collective undertakings, breaking routines and defying regulations. Such efforts seek to slow down the capitalist economy, not to capture the citadel of power, but to withdraw from it and quietly paralyze it. Thus, Mumford urged, quiet acts of mental or physical withdrawal, abstentions, restrictions, inhibitions, that would amount over time to a steady withdrawal of interest, a slowing down of tempo, a stoppage of senseless routines, and mindless acts. Mumford knew that such a revolution entailed an almost unimaginable metamorphosis in the common sense of capitalist societies, which were now so thoroughly misled by the sophistries of economic and technological reason. For its effective salvation, mankind will need to undergo something approaching a religious conversion, he mused near the end of The Pentagon of Power. In the conduct of life, Mumford had gestured to the early Christians as models of a slow but tenacious revolution, seeing in their perseverance a lesson and a source for contemporary regeneration. To be sure, the conversion of today would involve a very different language. It would have to replace the mechanical with an organic worldview that respected the realities of biology and ecology and restored to human beings the precedence now given to money and technology. But we would still have to call on the divine in ourselves, Mumford suggested cryptically. The God who saves us will not descend from the machine, he concluded in The Pentagon of Power. He will rise up again in the human soul. Roszak, too, looked to the early Christians as a saving remnant, albeit with a far more robust sensibility of enchantment than even Mumford's organicism could sustain. To Roszak, ancient Christianity was a cosmopolis of love in the midst of a moribund and collapsing civilization, the protective shell, as he described it in Where the Wasteland Ends, within which a purified, if much restricted, sacramental consciousness could survive. Yet, today's acolytes of sacrament could not descend into catacombs or retreat into the desert. Once, perhaps, the god-intoxicated few could abscond to the wild frontiers, the forests, the desert places, to keep alive the perennial wisdom that they harbored. That time was over, Roszak declared. They must now become a political force, or their tradition perishes. Knowing more keenly than the technocracy that politics is metaphysically and psychologically grounded, today's bearers of romantic imagination must rekindle the spirit to generate the final radicalism of our society. There was, he insisted, no longer any way to be significantly political without relying on magic and dreams, science and alchemy, and visionary poetry. The politics of sacramental consciousness drew, Roszak wrote potently, on primordial energies greater than the power of our bombs. While these sibylline pronouncements earned Roszak a reputation as a credulous fellow traveler of the counterculture, it is better to see him as, like Brown, one of its most gifted and versatile theorists. He accounted for the counterculture's appeal to a general audience. Both The Making of a Counterculture and Where the Wasteland Ends were bestsellers, and discerned its inanities, while also harnessing its energy and genuine wisdom into a powerful statement of sacramental imagination. Trained as a historian, Roszak exhibited both a sharp critical eye and a generosity of spirit that enabled him to ferret out fraudulence, while honoring the desires it enraptured and exploited. He vilified the drug culture as a counterfeit infinity, ironically reflective of technological panaceas and the worst sort of American commercialism. Yet he also respected the longing for a richness of experience unattainable through scientific rationality. And although he aimed to discredit the myth of objective consciousness and the fealty to corporate expertise that it sanctioned, he never approved a facile or sweeping dismissal of modern science or technology. It would be a ludicrous mistake, he cautioned overzealous readers of The Making of a Counterculture, to contend that the things and forces with which science fills space and time, cells, electrons, gravity, chromosomes, are the cultural equivalent of centaurs and valhallas and angelic beings. Like William James and passionate vision, Roszak claimed that sacramental consciousness embraced and did not invalidate scientific knowledge, and that it offered no warrant for a general proscription of technological innovation. Agriculture, he reminded readers in Where the Wasteland Ends, was invented by people living within a magical worldview, while all the basic handicrafts were invented and expanded within the sacramental vision of nature. As he made so eloquently clear in his study of the counterculture, Roszak's goal was to proclaim a new heaven and a new earth so vast, so marvelous, that the inordinate claims of technical expertise must of necessity withdraw in the presence of such splendor to a subordinate and marginal status in the lives of men. To do that, he had to explain not only the sources of our submission to the technocracy, but also the sources of our redemption from it. Like the earlier Mumford of Technics and Civilization, Roszak advanced two tales of disenchantment, one cogent and conventional, the other fragmentary but more explosive. The first story repeated the Weberian wisdom about disenchantment as a relentless stripping-down operation that left nature purged of its sacramental capacities. Protestantism, science, and capitalism evacuated matter of its inherent sacrality, leaving it inanimate, inert, and ready for technological control and industrial conquest. Embodied in technology, the power that derived from the disenchantment tale conferred extraordinary status on scientific and technical experts whose knowledge, Roszak wrote, was akin to the monopoly of the sacramental powers held by the medieval clergy. Hence, science is our religion because we cannot, most of us, with any living conviction, sea around it. Yet, as Roszak himself seemed half aware, the very comparison suggested the outlines of a different narrative in which modernity was characterized not by secularization, but by a covert sacramental sensibility that invested nature and science with the reverence once given to divinity. Nature has become an idol, he observed, the highest reality, the only reality. But if, as Roszak remarked, idolatry is a mistaken ontology, a flawed consciousness, then this idolatry was not a disenchantment so much as a mistaken or flawed enchantment. Although Roszak was unmistakably committed to the first story of disenchantment, the second account of a flawed enchantment better suited his hopes for a visionary commonwealth. If the disenchantment narrative was correct, then the desacralization of nature could never really be reversed. A counterculture could confront the citadels of expertise with only beautiful but groundless fables, known to be such by intellectuals such as Roszak. But if, even in idolatrous form, modern science and technology are as shot through with spiritual meaning as the techniques of ancient agriculture and handicraft, and if the cultural hegemony of the technocracy depended on adherence to a fallacious ontology, then the romantic battle cry of a new reality principle could claim truth as well as poetic inspiration. Roszak himself wrote as if the second story were true. The magical consciousness, he argued, discerns but does not valorize the utilitarian features of the natural world. To call Earth Mother Nature is a brilliant and beneficial insight, not an anthropomorphic superstition. Similarly, Roszak contended that in any healthy culture, invention would properly be indistinguishable from art and ritual. Technological progress would be simultaneously a deepening of religious consciousness. He even longed for the day when the sacramental vision of nature would be restored to science as a discipline of the sacred. Grounded in the myth of disenchantment, liberalism and Marxism, the primary vehicles of politics and progress, were useless and even inimical, Roszak thought, to the creation of the visionary commonwealth. Anarchism, he maintained, is instead the political style most hospitable to the visionary quest. Anticipated by the early Christians, Buddhists, and Taoists, the medieval mystical heretics and the radical Reformation sects, the loose tribal confederations of North America, and the romantic, transcendentalist, and utopian movements of the early 19th century, anarchism encapsulated the longing for self-fulfillment in a beloved community. The stronger the mystical sensibility, the stronger the longing for anarchist brotherhood and sisterhood. Writing in the early 1970s as the New Left was fragmenting into a loose constellation of movements, feminism, gay liberation, environmentalism, the bevy of lifestyle politics, Roszak perceived the anarchist spirit in a jumbled assortment of experiments: organic homesteads, urban and rural communes, handicraft and farm cooperatives, and free schools and clinics, many inspired by Zen Buddhism and other forms of non-Western spirituality. To the standard realist complaint that this array was too disjointed to energize mass movements and armed collectivities, Roszak retorted that that was precisely the point. People who have tasted of the visionary splendors have not the time or inclination for the callousness, duplicity, and pandering required for the game of power politics. They want the peace and personal intimacy that alone allows for spiritual growth, and that means the life of small congenial groups. Roszak upheld the British economist E.F. Schumacher as a philosopher of the visionary commonwealth. With its advocacy of a Buddhist economics that repudiated the soul and life-destroying metaphysics of the 19th century, epitomized in Capitalism, Schumacher's unlikely bestseller, Small is Beautiful, 1973, became a canonical text of the counterculture. rejecting the fundamental axioms of his discipline in a way not since John Ruskin's Unto This Last. Schumacher argued that our most intractable problems were religious, not economical or political. "We are suffering from a metaphysical disease," he wrote, and "the cure must therefore be metaphysical." "The task of our generation," he declared, "is one of metaphysical reconstruction." To Roszak, who wrote the introduction to the American edition of Small is Beautiful, Schumacher was the Keynes of post-industrial society, a society that has left behind its lethal obsession with those very megasystems of production and distribution which Keynes tried so hard to make manageable. Dismissing the phony plebiscite of the marketplace and rejecting the dismal science and its banal misanthropy, Roszak commended Schumacher's nobler economics and what he identified as its pedigree: Kropotkin, Landauer, Tolstoy, Morris, Gandhi, and Mumford. The tradition we might call anarchism, whose spirit prospered amid the fragile renaissance of organic husbandry, communal households, and do-it-yourself techniques. The revolution would emerge from this peaceful, realized eschatology. The destruction of the capitalist technocracy would proceed through avoidance, subterfuge, and the quiet boldness of living now as one would live in the future. "There is never any telling," he wrote in Where the Wasteland Ends, "how far the power of imaginative example follows." Certainly there were problems with this amorphous roadmap to the visionary commonwealth. Along with other opponents of realism, Roszak failed to explain how these enclaves of beloved community could survive, let alone flourish, while surrounded by the ever-expanding apparatus of corporate capitalism. Indeed, survival might entail the adoption of the very logic and practices that fostered the hegemony of the technocracy. The corporate counterculture was already embracing self-proclaimed mavericks such as Stuart Brand, included by Roszak among his roster of visionary pioneers. Roszak himself had noted that the technocracy was willing to flirt with social protest for the sake of containing it. It can let long hair grow in high places. It could also capitalize on wheat germ, pine nuts, granola, and artisanal bread. Moreover, the notion of the technocracy was itself misleading, as technical expertise remained subordinate to the requirements of capital accumulation. An even more fundamental quandary lay in the garish motley that characterized the varieties of sacramental sensibility itself. Not only did Amerindian animism, Buddhist karma, and Catholic sacrament differ enormously from one another, but it was also hard to tell how seriously Roszak himself took any single one of them, at least as anything other than a handy ideological counterpoint to objective consciousness. What Jackson Lears has written of abstract expressionism might well have been true of post-war romantic radicalism as well. Without some firmer ontological ground than sincerity or seriousness, Lears observed, the abstract expressionist quest for authenticity could slide from sincerity to self-destruction. As Roszak himself had remarked, political imagination is always inseparable from metaphysics. Thus, bereft of any firmer ontological ground than a vague sense of transcendence, the visionary commonwealth might flounder, even fail to ever appear, because its sacramental vision was neither clear nor common. But as Roszak and other romantics might have retorted, that very ambiguity was part of the point, as well as the very essence of the adventure. In the wake of a Judeo-Christian lineage discredited both by science and by its subservience to earthly power, and in the face of a secular rationality that had proven at least as obsequious, an ecumenical, even crazily syncretic generosity was perhaps the only way to rescue and nurture the sacramental imagination. The record of conventional religion's complicity with capital was too voluminous for many rebellious spirits to take it seriously as an ally against pecuniary and technological reason. As Schumacher himself, a convert to Catholicism, once quipped about Buddhist economics, "If I had called it Christian economics, no one would have read it." As for the timidity of religion, so for secularity, whose horizon of human possibility, whether in capitalist or socialist societies, seemed to extend no farther than the conquest of nature and the provision of consumer goods. If Manitou, prana, shamanistic magic, Zen sutras, or tantric yoga could reawaken wonder at a world beyond the clutches of human mastery, or rekindle a desire for communion, irreducible to self-interested negotiation, then the exhausted or comatose traditions of the West would have to retreat and do penance, or expire. Perhaps the very hospitality of this sacramental vision would prove to be its cardinal virtue against capital's global democracy of cupidity. Merton and Rexroth exemplified this ecumenical sacramental vision. By the mid-1960s, Merton, increasingly restless in his monastic vows and alienated from ecclesiastical authority, had become not only a respected social critic, but also a Catholic emissary to Zen Buddhism. An early indication of his metamorphosis appeared in The Wisdom of the Desert, 1960, his translation of sayings from the Desert Fathers of the 4th and 5th centuries. Clearly alluding to the liberal capitalist West, Merton observed that, as the Western Roman Empire collapsed, the first Christian hermits who fled to Egypt, Arabia, and Persia considered society a shipwreck from which each single individual man had to swim for his life. But the ultimate purpose of expatriation was not simply purity of soul. They knew they were helpless to do any good for others as long as they floundered about in the wreckage. Once they had a foothold on solid ground, they had not only the power, but even the obligation to pull the whole world to safety after them. While we cannot do exactly what they did, we, and Merton clearly engaged an audience of laity, had a great and mysterious vocation, like that of the first monastics. Over the course of the next decade, Merton's stature as a prophet against the Vietnam War rose in tandem with his journey eastward to discover that great and mysterious vocation. Joining the resurgent interest in Asian spirituality and religion that popularized expositors of Zen such as D.T. Suzuki, Thich Nhat Hanh, and Alan Watts, Merton honored Buddhism as a sacramental, living, and objective view of the spiritual life, as he wrote in Mystics and Zen Masters, 1967, a sacramental life with political implications. Zen, he wrote in Zen and the Birds of Appetite, 1968, both implies a breakthrough and explosive liberation from one-dimensional conformism, an unmistakable reference to Marcuse, and points to a dimension where the bottom drops out of the world of factuality and of the ordinary. In contrast, he continued, Western capitalism, even with its semi-official adherence to Christianity, has reached the climax of an entire totalitarian rationality of organization, whose rational machinery foreclosed all rational protest. Merton advised that Zen and Christian mysticism could enable us to open our eyes and see through the cataracts of one-dimensional consciousness. Near the end of his life, Merton had determined that the impairment of sacramental vision in the West was well-nigh irreversible. The conventional methods of political transformation in liberal democracies were not only worn out and ineffectual, he decided, but contributory to the triumph of technocratic capitalism. The only hope for salvation from the shipwreck of pecuniary civilization resided in the way of Desert Fathers and Zen Masters: disengagement, contemplation, return, and renewal. In December 1968, at a conference of Christian and Buddhist monks in Bangkok, Merton delivered an address on Marxism and monastic perspectives, in which he tied Marcuse's analysis of one-dimensional society to the contemplative tradition of monasticism, reinterpreted and extended into a great and mysterious vocation for all. Despite their adherence to the canons of empiricism, those caught up in the one-dimensional world of capitalist society do not, Merton told the gathering, apprehend reality as it fully and really is. Unlike monks, whose devotion to the contemplative life provides them with the sacramental gift of a more capacious realism. But the monk, he argued, is not necessarily an individual who takes traditional monastic vows. He, or she, is someone who knows the score, who believes that the claims of the world are fraudulent, precisely because they rest on a perverted, desiccated unreality. Even the claims of liberal democracy were spurious, he continued, since both the United States and the Soviet Union were becoming equally totalitarian in one way or another, one through outright tyranny, and the other through the occlusion of alternative ways of being. Thus, Merton dismissed liberal political institutions as feckless anodynes. You cannot rely on structures. The time for relying on structures has disappeared. Merton never had a chance to practice this new monasticism. He died a few hours after this speech. Meanwhile, Rexroth, a correspondent and admirer of Merton's, was coming to believe that the radical tempests of the time were winding down, and that the endurance and vitality of the sacramental imagination required a similar stratagem of forbearance. Although he could be blithely exuberant about the anarchist and mystical inclinations of the counterculture, Rexroth never set aside his critical faculties. Though often lauded, or reviled, as a godfather of the beats, he soon soured on them as bohemian mediocrities, belittling Jack Kerouac in particular as a prolific generator of gibberish. By the end of the 1950s, Rexroth was snarling that while the beats may once have been human beings, they were now the comical helots of the enemy, bogies conjured up by the loose publications. Later, in 1967, Rexroth complained that the sartorial flamboyance of hippies had sparked little more than a revolution in middle-class taste and fashion, a craze for the conspicuous expenditure on senseless commodities, beads, couch-cover serapes, and worn-out squirrel-skin chubbies. In 1969, he groaned that the Declaration of Independence and the Communist Manifesto had been supplanted rhetorically by 17, Mademoiselle, and Playboy. A year later, he dismissed Abbie Hoffman, Jerry Rubin, Stokely Carmichael, and Bobby Seale, all readily recognizable by the Time researchers because they inhabit the same world, the society of the spectacle, the flickering simulacra of the television tube. Shortly after the first Earth Day in April 1970, he predicted that ecology would be a fashionable evasion with the public and a profitable lie with Shell Chemical. Indeed, Rexroth was convinced that humanity as a whole was facing extinction, and that those devoted to the preservation of what is left of the earth are not likely to win. And yet, despite his accumulating gloom, Rexroth tended an affirming flame. The remnant of sanity and sacramental consciousness might lose the battle for the earth, but they could die in the spirit of witness, creating, like Merton's enclaves of a new monasticism, a subculture of secession, as Rexroth dubbed it in 1969, a kingdom in the face of apocalypse, a garrisoned society of the morally responsible which will face extinction with clean consciences and lives as happily lived as possible. Secession did not necessarily mean geographical withdrawal, but rather a commitment shared by friends to live by ideals, or rather, by the light of a reality whose features were twisted or obscured by the social lie. Assuming that it's always Armageddon, Rexroth reiterated that the weapons of nonviolent resistance to the lie could be found in an assortment of spiritual and secular discourses. the Buddha word, the myths of Northwest Indians, the IWW, Industrial Workers of the World, preamble, and the technology of electronics. As compromised as the counterculture had been by the flatteries of advertising and marketing, the best and most effective demonstration of its authentic realism is simply to start living by the new values, the theological virtues, as Rexroth designated them, of voluntary poverty, sexual honesty, and personal integrity. The cultivation of sacramental vision was taking place in communes, ashrams, and open universities, whose inhabitants practiced mutual affection, respect, interest, loyalty, and simple physical touch. Agape, the love of comrades in a spiritual adventure. As Rexroth conceded, success was unlikely, and by the early 1970s, even he was slowly and melancholically reflecting on the fading promise of a dream. With the counterculture either descending into nihilism or rushing headlong toward corporate sponsorship, and with the New Left either fracturing or regressing into paleo-Marxist orthodoxies, the social lie stood victorious and vindictive, determined to prevent another outbreak of imagination from ever happening again. What can we do about it? Probably very little. Rexroth sighed in 1969. The ennui showed in his prose. His survey of communalism, 1974, was informative but uninspired, ending grumpily with a description of a rural commune as an eyesore and a disposal problem. Until his death in 1982, Rexroth concentrated on poetry, his own, and his beautiful translations of verse from Japanese and Chinese literature, full of graceful erotic and religious meditations. His work preserved the lineaments of a sacramental vision for a more propitious time. With the gathering forces of neoliberalism poised to reassert the sovereignty of Mammon, Rexroth, as he had written of Blake in 1968, saw the oncoming business civilization and prepared a refuge, a symbolic fortress or haven. Epilogue. The visionary commonwealth never came to pass. The business civilization did, with a vengeance. Realizing Arthur Jensen's eschatology of corporate cosmopolitanism, one vast and ecumenical holding company, the United States and other advanced industrial societies extended the imperium of capital to every corner of the world over the next 40 years. The American century morphed into the neoliberal market everlasting, unfettered free trade and globalization, epitomized by the formation of the World Trade Organization in 1995. The privatization of public services and their lucrative relegation to the caprice of the marketplace, the reinvention of government agencies along the lines of corporate bureaucracies, and the maniacal deregulation of finance and industry under the rubric of modernization, liberating corporations from stifling restrictions on their freedom to invest, pollute, and exploit. Under the aegis of the World Trade Organization, the World Bank, and the International Monetary Fund, globalization built a paradise of capital, with its incandescent minarets ascending on every continent, looming over multitudes pauperized into despair, impressed into the legions of wage servitude, or sedated by the opiates of the spectacle. With a faith in the omnipotence of the market fortified with an arsenal of money and munitions, neoliberalism, the Marxism of the ruling classes, as Steve Fraser has brilliantly characterized it, has come closer than any previous regime of capitalism to transforming the world into a business. The United States' own metamorphosis into a corporate plutocracy has progressed with remarkable alacrity. Always hated by business leaders, the New Deal and the corporate commonwealth were dismantled by a new breed of executives, investors, and politicians. Beginning in the 1970s, corporations began to abrogate the social truce with organized labor, deplete the already parsimonious welfare state, break unions, and impose stringent wage and benefit restrictions that always seemed to need further reductions. Computerized production and communications technologies empowered management to accelerate automation and introduce more intensive labor practices, both made possible by the new flexibility of labor, all ensuring submission to the will of capital performed more readily thanks to the decimated unions. The post-war managerial regime came under assault from mutual fund directors and other institutional investors eager to break all shackles on capital accumulation. The managerial order gave way to investor capitalism, marked by a virulent reassertion of stockholder interests and the primacy of financial institutions in the governance of other capitalist firms. This corporate perestroika has issued in a political economy of auto-cannibalism, as Fraser characterizes it, in which the profitability of the most prominent sector of capital, finance, depends increasingly on buying up and liquidating productive assets in industry and manufacturing, using the proceeds for reckless, but government-guaranteed, speculation in what Marx dubbed fictitious capital. Stocks, bonds, derivatives, IPOs, currency markets, commodity trading, collateralized debt, all the recondite arts of monetary sorcery. This is the world of Cash McCall, the cleverest of all the jackals and vultures, ruled by a patricianate far removed from and even contemptuous of the misery and desperation far beneath them, sanctioned by a clerisy whose edicts are promulgated in the cuneiform of mathematical economics. The results are, by now, depressingly familiar. The greatest concentration of wealth among the top 1% since the early 20th century, stagnant real wages for the past 3 decades, resulting in increased reliance on debt for healthcare, housing, and education, precarious employment, diminishing benefits, and shabbier working conditions, the potential elimination of whole classes of employment by automated production technology, and intensifying pressure for productivity on workers reminded every day of their utter dispensability. These assaults on the livelihood and dignity of workers have been justified as painful but necessary steps on the interminable road of progress, guided by infallible market forces to which we owe homage and genuflection. Indeed, in the spirit of Arthur Jensen, the apostles of neoliberal theology attributed an eschatological imperative to the market. President Bill Clinton informed a meeting of the World Trade Organization in Geneva in May 1998 that the worldwide spread of capitalism had ushered in the fullness of time. Later, he told a San Francisco audience in February 1999 that we must embrace the inexorable logic of globalization. In A Future Perfect, 2000, John Micklethwaite and Adrian Woolridge, Washington correspondents at the time for The Economist, wrote with no irony or embarrassment of the broad church of neoliberalism, forecasting an empire without end, directed by an elite of cosmocrats. They aligned the sway of the United States with the neoliberal trajectory of history, citing Sir Robert Peel's Tory invocation of the beneficent designs of an all-seeing creator. The most grandiose and sweeping statement of neoliberal triumphalism came from Francis Fukuyama, a former State Department official in the Reagan administration. In 1989, just after the collapse of Soviet communism in Eastern Europe, Fukuyama pronounced in Foreign Affairs that we had just witnessed the end of history, the conclusion of a single, coherent, evolutionary process. History had reached its telos in neoliberal capitalism, which had won the ultimate victory as the world's only viable economic system. Fukuyama envisioned a universal consumer culture, an imperial emporium signified by the video cassette recorder, the heir to Hector Dexter's Coca-Cola bottle, and a talisman of neoliberal metaphysics. Though apprehensive at the prospect of a future infiltrated by the shabby amoralism of consumer culture, Fukuyama reflected that we cannot picture to ourselves a world that is essentially different from the present one, and at the same time better. Conveyed in a flippant rhetoric of historical determinism, inexorable, irresistible, irreversible, these and other auguries of market predestination were volleys in what David Graeber has called a war on the imagination, a blitzkrieg against utopian speculation, a mission to sabotage the capacity to even dream of a world beyond capitalism. Margaret Thatcher's infamous apothegm, "There is no alternative," was only the pithiest piece of ordnance in this relentless barrage of hubris and intimidation. More swaggering and verbose than Thatcher was the New York Times columnist Thomas Friedman, who asserted in The Lexus and the Olive Tree, 1999, that the free market is the only ideological alternative left. Dismissing all dissent as the bray of an economically illiterate, he described demonstrators at the 1999 meeting of the World Trade Organization in Seattle as a Noah's Ark of flat earth advocates. Friedman attributed a rigorous historical necessity to the unobstructed sway of the market. There is only one road, he warned naysayers, different speeds, but one road. To ensure that the peoples of the world never stray from the neoliberal straight and narrow, the United States, Friedman insisted, must become an omnipotent imperial constable, invested with transcendent authority and power and enforcing the sacrosanct rulings of the market on wayward or refractory nations. Writing in the New York Times Magazine in March 1999, Friedman issued this peremptory fatwa. For globalization to work, America can't be afraid to act like the almighty superpower that it is. The hidden hand of the market will not work without a hidden fist. McDonald's cannot flourish without McDonnell Douglas, the designer of the F-15, and the hidden fist that keeps the world safe for Silicon Valley's technology is called the United States Army, Air Force, Navy, and Marine Corps. Friedman's weaponized theophany bears an eschatological import, a military-industrial business millennium signified by the golden arches gleaming proudly at the end of history. Writing near the turn of the century, Friedman blustered from the ideological meridian of the Belle Époque of neoliberalism, when laissez-faire enjoyed a spellbinding, full-spectrum dominance over the American moral imagination. For the past 30 years, corporations have exercised a monopoly on our symbolic universe, and the gospel and iconography of capital have achieved an unprecedented level of omnipresence. The markets will be done, as management guru Tom Peters wrote in his treatise on liberation management, one market under God, as Thomas Frank captured the rapturous ebullience of a second Gilded Age. In advertising, marketing, and public relations, in management speak and financial journalism, in the stream of stock prices that seemed to frame every image on cable news networks, business inscribed its commands and desires in the firmament of popular culture. The market ascended into the ontological sublime. The entrepreneur and the technological innovator rose into the communion of saints and the pantheon of demigods. Economists assumed holy orders as the number-crunching clerisy of a pecuniary civilization. The corporate plutocracy publicized itself as the hippest imperium in history. The business civilization consummated human striving in the permanent revolution of cool, while the visionary commonwealth languished in the memories of aging bohemians and radicals. What millennium had ever been so awesome? Bliss was it in that dawn to be a startup, but to go public was very heaven. Among evangelical Protestants, free market capitalism has been born again, Bethany Morton writes, rechristened and politicized among the teeming congregations of Walmart country. The long-standing and passionate love affair of evangelicals and capitalism has spawned a large and beaming family of Protestant neoliberal apologias. Free market theology, Name It and Claim It, Health and Wealth, Prosperity Gospel, to name only some of the buoyant descendants of the antebellum proprietary dispensation. Accompanied by a chorus of hosannas to the Father who orchestrates the cosmology of affluence, evangelical neoliberalism continues the Cold War reactionary modernist quest to recapture the glory days of Herrenvolk modernity, enabled by a piously quiescent proletariat and overseen by a paternalist management imbued with the bromides of servant leadership. Even after the crash of 2008, surely evidence that the patriarch of the market was yet another fraudulent god that had failed, evangelical faith in the holiness of the capitalist order remains unshakable. As Chris Lehman observes, no rival movement has taken root within the nation's vast Protestant mainstream to question the logic of sanctified capitalism. The votaries of New Age go one step further and divinize the market itself. New Age initiates turn to spirituality, the non-dogmatic dogma, as Catherine Lofton explains, that encourages an ambiguous theism alongside an exuberant consumerism, a harmonic convergence with the ontology and economics of the neoliberal enchantment of the market. These New Age religions without religion are best understood, in Lofton's view, as religions for an age in which markets make custom, consumption is the universal aspect, and celebrities are ostensible gods. Replacement divinities, she calls them, the surrogate deities, demons, saints, and icons of the enraptured society of the spectacle. Although New Age is often seen as some adolescent rebellion against the disciplined logic of secularization, it renders happily under the logic of the market. Paeans to a New Age of technological sublimity were equally spectacular as well as popular, implying that humanity had reached an existential apotheosis through the magic of cybernetics. Technomillennialism envisioned a planetary community of dot-com startups and entrepreneurs, whose microchips and fiber optic cables joined the sacramental inventory of capitalist metaphysics. The era's technomillennial ideologues anointed digital technology as a mechanism of exaltation, even as it was subjecting an even larger number of workers to more intensive exploitation and surveillance. In The Road Ahead, 1995, and Business at the Speed of Thought, 2000, Bill Gates, the uber geek of the digital age, heralded a friction-free capitalism, innocent of class warfare and international rivalries. Vast computer networks would provide a digital nervous system for the planet, a cybernetic apparatus of animism designed and controlled by corporations, while personalized technology would confer semi-divine powers, fulfilling the most ancient longings for omniscience and omnipotence, giving people the power to do what they want, where and when they want, on any device. Other augurs of digital felicity composed prayers to technology that were even more euphoric. George Gilder, whose neoliberal treatise, Wealth and Poverty, 1981, became a handbook for the Reagan administration, embarked on a career as a maven of technological transcendence in the mid-1980s. Besides contending that the market is a sacramental venue, a vessel of the divine, Gilder waxed ecstatic about the magic of the solid-state world. The silicon chip, in his view, was a kind of Eucharistic host, a material conduit of divinity that enables an ever-expanding circuitry of ideas and harbors a truth that sets us free. The digitalization of divinity would eventually empower a conventicle of technicians who, replacing Shelley's poets and Whitman's divine literati, would become the true legislators for the silent and silenced majorities of the world. Meanwhile, Kevin Kelly's techno-enchantment flourished on another, more New Age plateau of ontological exhilaration and grandeur. A former associate of Stuart Brand at the Whole Earth Catalog and the Coevolution Quarterly, Kelly was the founding editor of Wired, the premier venue of the heady business cyberculture of the 1990s. In Out of Control, 1994, Kelly enumerated the 9 laws of God, most of which distribute being, maximize the fringes, cultivate increasing returns, amounted to conventional commercial banalities draped in esoteric regalia. Yet, in the 9 laws and elsewhere in Wired, Kelly located the world of cyber business in the midst of a biotechnological animism. Alluding to the spooky nature of material things, Kelly maintained that capitalism flourishes in a seamless web of being wherein the river of life flows through it all. The same forces that quicken the natural world pulsate through computer chips, electronic communication networks, robot modules, pharmaceutical searches, software design, and corporate management. Technological breakthroughs occur when the technos is enlivened by the bios. In the December 2002 issue of Wired, Kelly described the mainframe of the technos and the bios, God, who is the machine, or the ultimate software and source code. The ultimate software malfunctioned twice in the 2000s. First in 2000, when the dot-com bubble burst, and again in 2008 with the global financial collapse. Yet, faith in the promise of the business civilization remains widespread and almost invincible, as the enchantment and eschatology of corporate capitalism remain embedded in the popular imagination. The aftermath of the crisis of 2008 is illustrative. Despite the most serious economic crisis since the 1930s, the plutocracy has suffered little or nothing in the way of incarceration, embarrassment, or ignominy. Indeed, many of those who designed and superintended the calamity remain in power, managing the lucrative reconstruction of the rubble with unrepentant, vainglorious aplomb. Protected and worshipped by legislators, pundits, and a craven business intelligentsia, our overlords have emerged even more acquisitive than during the mercenary delirium of the 1990s. And in President Donald J. Trump and his administration of tycoons, they have an executive committee of the bourgeoisie straight from the pages of Marx and Engels. So, with capital more thoroughly entrenched than ever, the contemporary American scene appears to be bereft of anything but plutocratic vistas. Even in the face of its manifest injustice, degradation, and ecological toxicity, capitalism remains, for most Americans, the horizon of moral and political possibility. The depth and rapidity of our transformation into a plutocracy should astonish only those with little or no sense of the contours of American history. America has always been a business civilization, from the Puritan errand into the marketplace to the evangelical contract with the unrighteous Mammon, from the immaculate conception of the soulful corporation to the heavenly city of Fordism, from the mechanical futuramas of industrial designers to the cybernetic sublime of computer engineers and techno-entrepreneurs, from the first advertising animators of commodities to the shamans of the postmodern spectacle. Far from constituting a violation or disavowal of republican or populist principle, the triumph of neoliberalism is the highest stage of capitalist enchantment ever achieved in America, the culmination of a rage to accumulate that has never known any enduring inhibition. Despite the populist umbrage that has surged through American political culture since the presidential campaign of 2016, most Americans remain far from serious about a new way of life not indentured to capital. Hillary Clinton won the Democratic nomination for president while espousing the techno-meritocratic creed that flatters the professional managerial classes and the elites of finance and digital capital. Defining merit almost solely in the terms of its utility to capital accumulation, Clinton and her minions in the cultural apparatus were blithely and disastrously indifferent to the human wreckage wrought by neoliberal capitalism. With a moral imagination so gilded and tutored by Wall Street and Silicon Valley, a Clinton presidency would have remained as beguiled as former President Barack Obama's by the enchantments of money and cybernetic technology. Her opponent, Donald Trump's populist bluster, turned out, of course, to provide a cynical and successful prologue to the most unabashedly plutocratic government since the 1920s. Yet, despite Trump's execrable racism and misogyny, his appeal stemmed, in large measure, from the dogged persistence of the capitalist idol. Trump's boorish defiance of political politesse might be seen as a form of the creative destruction embellished in our cult of the entrepreneur. His actual incompetence as a businessman, demonstrated in a dreary record of failures, bankruptcies, and flim-flammed partners, is of no account. Having flourished so gaudily in the turbulence of the market, Trump clearly believes that his prowess in business is an infinitely convertible wisdom, a conceit sustained by the American inclination to attribute all manner of ingenuity and virtue to the scrappy victors of capitalist competition. For all its grandiose banality, Trump's campaign slogan, "Make America Great Again," evoked the waning but still mesmeric hope of a revival of the promise of capitalism, as well as for a time when the purchasing power of the wages of whiteness and masculinity were high. It would seem that most of the 99% want to take back the American dream, not awaken from and definitively repudiate it. No depth or magnitude of failure seems capable of occasioning a fundamental reckoning with the futility of the original covenant. Thus, it would appear that the future of American capitalism will be irreversibly bleak and degenerative, a consumerist Sparta, in Chalmers Johnson's words, a Huxwellian empire of consumption and militarism, or rentism, as Peter Fraze has dubbed it, a condition of plenty marred by wage stagnation, technological unemployment, and entrenched inequality. Perhaps the most dreary and terrifying scenario is that sketched by Wolfgang Streeck, who contends that capitalism has entered a protracted state of social and political senescence. Always a fragile and improbable order, capitalism has always been in need of ongoing repair work to offset its tendency toward stasis and breakdown. But now, with economic inertia, ecological crises, and political impasse throughout the North Atlantic world, too many frailties have become simultaneously acute, while too many remedies have been exhausted or destroyed. And where reform or revolutionary movements once held out promises of a better future, capitalist society now disintegrates, but not under the impact of an organized opposition fighting it in the name of a better social order. Thus, Streeck envisions a revenant future in which, before capitalism will go to hell, it will hang in limbo, dead or about to die. Nobody will have the power to move its decaying body out of the way. Capitalism, he concludes, is facing its Götterdämmerung, with no new divinities ascending in the dawn. Given the ghastly resilience of neoliberal capitalism, some of its most penetrating and articulate critics express a disheartenment that borders on despair. Surveying our age of acquiescence, Fraser chronicles with a melancholy thoroughness the styles of resignation to the despotism of money, a freedom defined as reinvention of the self in accord with the vicissitudes of the market, encouraging pathetic delusions of self-reliance and hallucinations of self-empowerment. A tranquilizing repertoire of digital devices and myriad forms of entertainment, and the analgesic pleasures of consumerism that allay a metastasizing boredom, solitude, and demoralization. But as long as Americans remain convinced that, in Fraser's words, the evergreen hope that the road to self-enrichment remains open, their submissiveness will remain intractable. The reign of our populist plutocracy will remain thoroughly anchored in a plutocratic populism. If there really is no alternative, not even in the imagination, then conformity seems the sanest response to a world thoroughly structured by the metaphysics of capital. As Fraser reports, the melancholy wisdom spreading among the despondent and politically hopeless, if nothing better beckons over the horizon, To acquiesce may be less dispiriting. What if we find acquiescence dispiriting? To mitigate, let alone prevent our impending ecological and economic disasters, we desperately need, to borrow Naomi Klein's words, a new civilizational paradigm. And yet, as Klein also realizes, post-Enlightenment Western culture does not offer a roadmap for how to live that is not based on an extractivist, non-reciprocal relationship with nature. Both the advanced and the advancing capitalist worlds must not only forsake the Promethean passion for domination and the Mammonesque lust to accumulate, they must develop those alternatives whose existence their leaders have spent the past 2 generations denying. On what imaginative resources can the overdeveloped nations in particular rely to conceive these alternatives? Can we envision a different civilization and challenge the criteria of realism and practicality canonized by capital and the state? Over the past decade, a desire for some new civilizational paradigm has surfaced, in however inchoate a form. The support for Senator Bernie Sanders and his political revolution in the Democratic primary race of 2016 demonstrated a profound and widespread longing for a break with the existing order. To be sure, Sanders's democratic socialism was, on close inspection, a mélange of the best of New Deal liberalism and European social democracy. As Jedediah Purdy observed, it represented an updated version of Eisenhower and FDR's world if Reagan had never happened. But it also named both a visceral and expansive disenchantment with the charms of neoliberalism and the persistence of a longing for solidarity and justice that was not shy about the language of revolution. Sanders's campaign was one efflorescence of the Occupy movement that had arisen in the fall of 2011. Not only in New York but also around the world, Occupy revived a languishing hope that capitalism was not the gilded end of history. The occupiers rebuked the callous and insouciant rapacity that had marked the previous 3 decades, uttering heresies against the meretricious doxology of neoliberal economics. With their general assemblies, people's mics, and free provision of food and medical care, Occupy appeared to represent an exotic uprising of apostates and infidels as, however briefly, a gift economy supplanted the mercenary order of accumulation. It seemed like a joyous Pentecostal return of Mammon's forgotten but lingering victims, escaping the beast on a reconnaissance mission to the frontiers of paradise. Alas, it seemed that humankind cannot bear too much of heaven. Occupy and its tongues of fire were quickly extinguished or exhausted. The occupiers dwindled as the weather grew cold and the times remained unmoved, and the police closed down or threw away what remained of the ragged outposts of utopia. If it remains to be seen whether Occupy was, in Graeber's words, the opening salvo in a wave of negotiations over the dissolution of the American empire, its more immediate importance may lie in the realm of the spirit rather than the barricades. As Rebecca Solnit observed of Occupy San Francisco, Occupy has some of the resonance of a spiritual as well as a political movement. Citing one declaration that compassion is our new currency, Solnit marveled at the beloved community that transpired among the carnivalesque participants in Utopia. However reformist their demands, the experiments in direct democracy were, in her words, messy, exasperating, and miraculous. Leaderless meetings did not proceed or conclude in confusion, listlessness, or violence. The people's mics enabled and even required men and women to become the keeper of their brother's or sister's voice. Talking with occupiers after the closure of their experiment in stateless, moneyless ways of being, Solnit remarked on the extraordinary richness of their experience, noting, without any irony or condescension, that the sojourners call it love. The occupiers exhibited the same existential joy that Solnit had chronicled among survivors of natural disasters in A Paradise Built in Hell, 2009, describing the aftermath of the San Francisco earthquake a little over a century before. Solnit marveled not only at the improvisational ingenuity of people whose city had been reduced to rubble, but also at the spontaneous generosity they displayed in the midst of the most horrendous circumstances. Imagine a society where money plays little or no role, where people rescue each other and then care for each other, where food is given away, where life is mostly out of doors in public, where the old divides between people seem to have fallen away, and the fate that faces them, no matter how grim, is far less so for being shared, where much once considered impossible, both good and bad, is now possible or present. Disaster kicks open a door back into paradise, the paradise at least in which we are who we hope to be, do the work we desire, and are each our sister's or brother's keeper. This is hardly the sort of thing that can be readily translated into a technocratic or pecuniary idiom, the lingua franca of the digital and financial oligarchies who claim to monopolize the power to draw the boundaries of political possibility in our time. The paradise that emerges from catastrophe embodies what William James called another kingdom of being, that realm of ontological wonder that appears in the relinquishment of all desire for possession and supremacy. If nothing less than a new civilizational paradigm will enable us to weather and perhaps avert this century's maelstrom of impending disasters, it must be rooted in a deep and even rapturous ontological imagination of wonder. We want larger selves and a larger world, Solnit writes, and people caught in disasters soon discover how multitudinous they and the world truly are. And yet, she muses, we lack the language for that aspect of our existence, the language we need to describe what happens during disaster. What Solnit discerns in the history of calamities, Fraser sees in the broader story of modern America. Propelled by ineffable yearnings to redefine what it meant to be human together, all the great crusades for justice began in a realm before money, and looked to the fruition of a realm beyond money. Even in the stampede for consumer goods slumbers a sacramental quest for transcendence, reveries of what might be. For both Fraser and Solnit, one enormous obstacle to a breakthrough into paradise is the moral and ontological edifice of capitalism. We do have a language for the human magnificence we witness in the wake of devastation. We do have a language that expresses our longings both for a sense of the world's magnitude and for fleshly access to transcendence. Our best hope for an imaginative and political antithesis to capitalist enchantment resides in the lineage of romantic, sacramental radicalism. It understands calamity, injustice, and degradation as predicaments of human divinity, hardships that can reveal our suppressed or perverted but nonetheless godlike nature. It views the material universe as a cosmic theater of divine vitality, charged with the grandeur of God. Beginning with the squatters on St. George's Hill, the pedigree of romantic modernity maintained that we already live in paradise, and that our blindness to the heaven all around us is the source of our descent into the hell of property, rank, and dominion. The capacity to apprehend paradise had several names: imagination, wonder, passionate vision, sacramental consciousness. But it has always been a way of seeing, a perception of some truth and goodness and beauty intrinsic to the material world, a view that embraces without nullifying the knowledge obtainable through the sciences. So, if we ask, along with T.J. Clark, How deep does the reconstruction of the project of enlightenment have to go? All the way down is the answer, right down to the ontological roots. At its boldest, the sacramental vision has beheld a superabundant love as the ontological architecture of creation, harmoniously blending unfathomable power and gracious, immeasurable munificence. The sacramental way of seeing has behooved a sacramental way of being, one described by James as saintliness, not a blissed-out, puritanical sanctimony, but rather a fearless, vibrant, and open-handed life, sustained by confidence in the bounty of the world, available to every person on condition that she become worthless as a practical being, worthless, that is, by the pecuniary criteria of capitalist metaphysics and rationality. By repudiating the standards of worth and practicality that discipline the capitalist way of being, the romantic sacramental imagination has always borne revolutionary implications. Romanticism has represented an alternative modernity, a substantive critique of the Enlightenment's collusion with bourgeois sensibility and moralism that nonetheless never ended in utter repudiation. It has always rejected capitalism's ontology of pecuniary transubstantiation, its epistemology of technological dominion, and its morality of profit and productivity. Because Romanticism's passionate vision sees the presence of divinity throughout the material universe, especially in human beings, Romanticism has entailed an understanding of nature, work, and techniques very different from that of capitalist societies, whose misconception of the world is encapsulated in the secular superstition of economics. In the combative technological world constructed by capitalism, human beings and material objects no longer extend a friendly hand to one another. As Pope Francis has echoed Walt Whitman, the relationship has become confrontational, characterized by the violence of the extractive paradigm, poisoned by the bitterness and malice that John Ruskin descried in the English Evans. Nature, as revealed by the sacramental consciousness, is both abundant and holy. Impressed with the trademark of its creator, it is not a stingy and punitive antagonist, but rather a fruitful, ever-evolving habitat, open to the rational and creative participation of humanity in its manifold generosity. In this sacramental view, our laboring and technical collaboration with nature should take the form of self-development as well as production. Performed in conditions worthy of our human divinity, work would not constitute money-grubbing toil in pursuit of a rapacious enlargement of productivity, but rather the care and cultivation of people. As Ruskin put it, full-breathed, bright-eyed, and happy-hearted human creatures. Along with artists and poets, artisans have also been archetypes of convivial, unalienated labor. The union of reason, imagination, and creativity amounting to poetry and labor, an inspiring alternative to the slavery of wages and to the ennui that beckons with total automation. Fusing conceptual and physical labor, the romantic ideal of the artisan contravened the industrial paradigm of efficiency and productivity defined in capitalist terms. The recent renewal of interest in craftsmanship testifies to the persistence of this romantic paradigm. Contrary to claims by many on the left that craftsmanship is merely a fantasy of reactionary nostalgia, a recovery of artisanal values would entail neither a revival of the Protestant work ethic, the slave morality of capitalism, nor a rejection of the possibilities for greater free time afforded by technological advance. The romantic figure of the artisan both beckons to the goal of workers' control of production and reminds us to ask more fundamental questions about the nature and purposes of work. If homo faber is also imago Dei, the quintessential sacramental image of divinity, then the first question about labor is not how much can be produced in the shortest period of time, but what kinds of labor and what kinds of goods best contribute to human flourishing. Against the neoliberal inferno of 24/7 labor and consumption, better work and less of it should be the rallying cry of a revitalized workers' movement. Romantic sacramentalism has evoked communist, anarchist, and artisanal visions. So pioneers of a post-capitalist future can draw on a rich imaginative trove of property forms and beloved communities. Communism, of course, triggers nightmares of authoritarianism, misery, and incompetence. Images of jackboots, prison camps, and queues would appear to dispel any resurrection of the hope for a communist paradise. Yet, when even a pope can write, and be tagged with the predictable epithet of Marxist, that the earth is essentially a shared inheritance whose fruits should benefit everyone, then communists of the old school, as Ruskin called himself, communists who appeal to the spirit of the medieval commons, not, like Marx, to the spirit of the industrial factory, have an opportunity to educate our contemporaries in the longer and broader tradition of communitas. Long after its dispossession from the fields and towns, the spirit of the commons persisted most heartily among the anarchist and arts and crafts movement, romantics who envisioned some modern revival of the self-direction and solidarity practiced among artisanal guilds and peasant communities. Workers' control of technology and production, the eradication of class and the industrial division of labor, the removal of the commons from private ownership, and its restoration to federated communities, consolidated in the word socialism, these remain the compelling answers to the social question posed by capitalism. A romantic left would also help their fellow citizens to awake from the spell of the American dream, the trance that animates the feverish somnambulism known as the American way of life. We may already be waking up. The acquiescence may be dissipating to reveal a miasma of betrayal, anger, and resentment, all of which will intensify as more Americans realize that their way of life is neither blessed nor imperishable. If the events of the past few years have demonstrated anything beyond dispute, it's that our ruling class is not only venal and corrupt, but rotten and putrefying as well. Certainly, judged by Ruskin's criterion, the American empire is neither happy nor noble. Our country, so deluded as to think itself rich, may well be among the poorest in powers of love, of joy, and of admiration. Indeed, the decline of the American empire will be one of the pivotal episodes of the 21st century. What will Americans make of their future, not to mention their past and present, when they begin to doubt their divine anointment and eschatological mission? What will they do when they conclude that they never enjoyed the mandate of heaven? They may redouble their efforts in denial, unwilling to relinquish or even temper their faith in the enchanting verities of the market. If they hearken to the delusions of nativist populism, they will intensify racial animosity while entrenching the power of their mercenary overlords. If they affirm a renovated neoliberalism, they may attempt to prolong their economic and geopolitical imperium. Yet, even if they succeed, their victory will be brief and pyrrhic, for they will have purchased their temporary reprieve in the currency of fear, recrimination, and death. Other peoples, perhaps even many Americans themselves, will not tolerate the expenditure in money, blood, and repression required to sustain the American way of life. Or, Americans could welcome the demise of the empire as a liberating moment of possibility. Those who sense the impending twilight of empire as a way of life could greet the erosion of our hegemony not with lamentation about the best days behind us, but with gratitude and even jubilation at the prospect of a better and lovelier country. Once relieved of the burdens of empire, and dispelled of the illusion that the world cannot survive without the escutcheon of American superintendence, we would surely be weaker. But we would also be wiser, freer to assess and rearrange our affairs by truer, saner, and more generous standards than productivity and technological innovation. Such a deliberate renunciation of capitalist enchantment will be arduous and sharply vilified, condemned as lethal and improvident heresy by the patricians and curates of the plutocracy. But the only alternative to apostasy from Mammonism will be a perdition of corporate thraldom perpetuated with unending and unavailing war. The disassembly of the American empire will require the acolytes of sacramental consciousness to imbue our politics with a hopeful, even joyful spirit. The barbarism of our current political culture has led some to call for a kind of inner Benedictine expatriation, a new, doubtless very different Saint Benedict, in Alistair MacIntyre's words, or a Benedict option of cloistered, like-minded exiles from the toxins and failures of modernity. I reject this Benedictine disengagement as both impossible and undesirable. Rather, as Michael Hart and Antonio Negri have hinted, we need a new, doubtless very different, St. Francis as a model of revolutionary militancy. Amid the injustice and corruption of his own day, Francis discovered, they assert, the ontological power of a new society. Love, simplicity, and also innocence, an ontological wonder that entails anger at the profanation of human divinity. For those eager, in Charles Taylor's words, to break beyond the limits of the regnant versions of immanent order, for those restless at the barriers of the human sphere, any new radicalism must begin from a faith in this fundamental joy of being, a realized eschatology, if you will, the future in the present tense, living the new world in the wreckage of the old. That new world has always been present. History has not deprived us of an abiding and infinitely generous divinity. We can re-enter paradise, even if only incompletely, for paradise has always been around and in us, eagerly awaiting our coming to our senses, ready to embrace and nourish when we renounce our unbelief in the goodness of things. And we can do this in the midst of imperial decay and in the face of seemingly impossible odds, knowing that the world has been and will always be charged with the grandeur of God. We can practice, in the twilight of a senescent empire, love's radiant, unarmed, and penniless dominion.